Welcome to the Central Co-op County Ground for the Rothesay County Championship game between Derbyshire and Northamptonshire. Derbyshire would like to extend a warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters from Northamptonshire and to the officials for this match on field Paul Baldwin and James Treadwell, and in the scorebox Terry Owen and Jane Hunt. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of all facilities in the members' lounge, including hot food served at lunch. At lunch, supporters are welcome to come onto the outfield, however you must remain off the square. Any spectators who do not respect this request will be removed from the field. The Central Co-op County Ground is a venue for everyone. To find out more about our inclusive and accessible facilities, please contact info@derbyshirecc.com or visit the main reception.
I bought enough layers to go to the North Pole.
No North Pole coming.
Enough layers for North Pole. Good morning. First pot. First pot.
No, it's all right. I just been ideal, yeah. Yeah.
Morning, Pops. Are you alright? Sorry, you've got to have you won't get on. Are you right there? You're right like that, yeah?
Morning. Sorry, just got the Bee Gees. It's day 3 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Northamptonshire here at the Central Co-op County Ground, where Northamptonshire will resume very shortly indeed as Derbyshire sprint on. Well, I say sprint on. Shoaib Bashir has sprinted on. Everybody else is just sort of following in his wake. 98 for 4 in their first innings in reply to Derbyshire's 604 for 7 declared. An innings in which they scored 6 scores of 50 or more. Shoaib Bashir's removed his cap. I think he's going to bowl. I'm Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby. This is Andrew Radd from BBC Radio Northampton.
Morning, Fletch. Morning, everyone. It's a bit drafty this morning.
Yes, a little bit.
A bit chilly here in Derby, but well, chill wind was blowing through Northamptonshire's dressing room last night after, I think, the 17th day of the county's championship campaign, and certainly the one with the fewest plus points, I think it's fair to say. But today's another day, and they will be mindful of the fact that the forecast isn't fantastic for tomorrow. I don't think it's a washout by any stretch of the imagination, but I think there's
Constantly changing, really.
Yeah.
Constantly. They've got no idea.
a bit of rain, I think, certainly first half of tomorrow, so they'll be mindful if they can. Obviously, even if they do end up following on, because the follow-on target is a long way off at 455, if they can at least take the game potentially deep into tomorrow, then they might get away with it. But Derbyshire, of course, will have other ideas, and were very, very good yesterday.
There's Rory Hayden, look, from the City end, bowling to James Sales, who pushes the first ball out into the offside. It's fielded by Matthew Montgomery. And there's no run. I think you ought to do this over, actually. I've already,
Of course.
I've already got the news in my ears.
You've got the Bee Gees, haven't you?
No, fortunately, they've finished.
So that would have been a tragedy.
Yeah, yes. Well,
Here all week.
We'll leave that there.
98 for 4. Hayden, who was excellent last night, picked up the wickets of Luke Proctor with an absolute beauty that knocked the Northamptonshire captains off stump flying, and then had Safe Zabe caught behind for a single. Not Safe Zabe's best shot, it must be said. Here's Hayden in again, bowls to Sales, and Sales drives, very well fielded by Matthew Montgomery, whose birthday it is today, I believe, on the drive at short extra cover. 2 slips in, Hudson at first, Ben Aitchison at second, Martin Anderson in the gully where he dropped James Sales yesterday on 11. Then a backward point, short extra, as mentioned, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And here's Hayden from the City end, in and bowls to Sales outside the off-stump. Sales leaves well alone. Spoke to Lewis McManus last night, Northamptonshire's keeper, and his feeling was that obviously yesterday was not a good day for Northamptonshire, which I think probably nobody's going to argue with. But he said it is still a good pitch. He thinks there's a possibility that obviously if it stays dry, it may turn a bit tomorrow, which I'm sure Shoaib Bashir would have been pleased to hear. Here's Hayden in and bowls, and Sales drives, and very well fielded by Hayden off his own bowling. And Fletch made the point yesterday that if you can just keep the standards up in the field, and Derbyshire did in that final session yesterday, when good shots are bringing no runs, it just builds that bit of pressure that the scoreboard is already imposing. That's twice this morning. James Sales has really middled one, and on each occasion it's been fielded and no run. Here's Hayden. Bowls again to Sales, who again drives nicely straight to Montgomery on the perch at short extra. It is cloudy this morning. It's a bit of blue sky and fitful sunshine, but it is quite chilly. Temperature, I think, has dropped a degree or two. So I just popped round the ground earlier on this morning. It was a bit fresh. I'm glad I got the fleece in, I think. It is indeed Matthew Montgomery's 26th birthday today.
Yes.
Here's Hayden in bowls, and Sales covers up, defends back down the pitch. Good tidy start for Rory Hayden. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 29, and Northamptonshire are 98 for 4. And Martin Anderson, I think, is swapping his short-sleeved jumper for a long-sleeved jumper as 12th man comes on. Meanwhile, it's going to be Zach Chappell to begin proceedings for Derbyshire from this racecourse end.
That's a slight surprise. I thought Ben Aitchison might have gone first, but they've gone with Zach Chappell. He hasn't got a wicket. He did have one dropped off his bowling yesterday when James Sales was on 11. Martin Anderson unable to hold on at gully.
Aitchison was the pick yesterday, wasn't he? He was outstanding.
I thought, well, he has been most of the season, actually,
Yeah.
in all honesty, despite what the numbers say. The numbers will tell you that Rory Hayden, who now has 12 wickets at a lot less than 20, Anyway, Chappell, 2 slips and a gully, in and bowls, goes past the edge. Perhaps it's the right choice. It goes past the edge of Harrison's bat.
Knew it all along.
Yeah, that's a very good decision.
There's a point this morning that Darren Lehman was making, Northamptonshire's head coach, about the fact that the pitch just seemed to be dying, I think was the expression he used, and made the observation that, you know, 1 or 2 are now nicks aren't carrying, and it was a very, very good catch by Brooke Guest that got Vasconcelos yesterday when it barely carried to him. It was a super grab.
He's in again, he's Chappell. This one's left alone by Harrison to go through to Brooke Guest. Yeah, we spoke to Brooke Guest last night. I forgot to ask him about his catch. I was concentrating on his batting, really. 3 years almost since his last century. He brought it up before I had to, so that was quite useful. He's having to sort of relearn, because he got most of his centuries batting at 3. Sort of having to relearn his role in the batting lineup. Yesterday's evidence is anything to go by. He's done quite a good job as Chappell bowls wide of the off stump. Harrison leaves it alone to go through to the keeper. And he batted quite quickly as well. He's not an automatic pick for the T20, but indeed the 2 players, about 3, Martin Anderson, obviously, but the one who missed out on a half century yesterday, Lewis Rees, isn't an automatic pick for the T20 either, and I always find that slightly baffling, but I don't think he played any white ball cricket last season. As in goes Chappell again, and this time, well, just repeat the previous 2. He leaves a wide one alone outside the off stump. Does Calvin Harrison. Over 8+2, no idea how. We did finish at 6 o'clock last night.
Yes, we did.
That was largely down to Northamptonshire. And they're spinners, who bowled quite a few overs between them. I think David Griffin called it 20%, which isn't a massive help, but they were out there for 140 odd overs, if not more, as Chappell, past umpire Baldwin, bowls, and that one is defended into the offside this time, where the the optimistically sun-hatted Caleb Jewelfields.
Well, it was a third, because they Derbyshire batted 148 overs and 5 balls, and the spinners, Calvin Harrison, Safe Zabe, and Nathan McSweeney bowled 50 overs and 5 balls.
Yeah,
so it was
Pretty
just
much
a hair under a third.
Yeah, perhaps he said 30. I'm sure he said 20%. I won't quibble with him now. As Chappell goes in, Harrison is forced to play this one, pushes it into the onside where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, and Zach Chappell bowls the second successive maiden over of the morning. 98 for 4 Northamptonshire as they were overnight. Harrison on 42, Sales on 33.
Not too many people in this morning. That's not massively surprising. It is a bit chilly. I imagine a few will drift in later, hopefully. But it is so decidedly fresh this morning. It's a 2-sweater morning, I think. And I was reading or listening this morning, and they were saying it's going to get quite cool for the rest of this week. So
Yes.
that'll be lovely at Bristol.
Not ideal, is it?
Here's Rory Hayden running in to bowl to Sales outside the off stump. Sales leaves it alone, goes through to Brooke Guest. Yes, I was early on parade this morning to have a chat with Darren Lehman for the cricket show tomorrow, first edition of our cricket show for this 2026 season on BBC Radio Northampton between 6 and 7. And I wanted to have a chat with him, not necessarily about the season or what's going on, but about the sort of cricketers that he wants to develop. Now he's obviously extended his contract with Northamptonshire. Here's Hayden in, outside the off stump and left alone by Sales. So we talked a bit about academies and his own early cricket and his huge admiration for the late David Hooks, wonderful cricketer, and reiterated what he said a time or two on interview, that it's not just about developing good cricketers, it's about developing
No idea.
good human beings. No, likewise.
I don't like the sound of that noise, though.
Here's Hayden in and bowls, and Sales pushes forward. It goes off a inner part of the bat, out into the offside, and there is no run. This is wonderful. We're all just.
Where's that noise come
both-
from? Oh, it's gone
Whatever it
again,
is, it
then.
stopped. How odd. No idea what that
No.
was. Oh well.
Wow.
It's not my alarm, honestly.
No, mine. Well, mine's set to 6:30. I've
Two.
been awake before it every day this week.
2 slips and a gully. Hayden in and bowls, and Sales looks to try and run it down past Anderson in the gully, but doesn't manage to do so. Anderson fields, and there is no run. And he came out with a comment that puts a lot of things in perspective. And he said, "We all love cricket, by definition, but we're not curing cancer. We're trying to entertain people." And I think that sums it up well. And we were talking particularly about, for example, Rafi Weatherall, who's not playing in this game because he's sitting his law exams down at Exeter. Here's Hayden in again, bowls to Sales, who defends up to mid-on, and there is no run. And he said, yeah, okay, we'd love to have him playing, but the likelihood is he's going to be involved in a law career potentially very much longer than he's going to be playing cricket.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a bigger part of his life than cricket will be. So
Do you think that Australians perhaps realise that more than we do in this country because there are far fewer professional cricketers and that
maybe.
kind of thing?
yeah, may well be the case. Here's Hayden in and bowls and forced off the back foot by Sales, but still no run this morning. 3 maidens to start, 2 from Hayden, 1 from Chappell. Still 98 for 4 as it was overnight. Harrison 42, Sales 33. Yeah, it's a good point, Fletcher. He talks. I mean, I was mentioning the point that Northamptonshire's academy is 25 years old this year. It was one of the first in the country, and you know how academies work, how people come in from different backgrounds. You have the late developers, the likes of Jack White, for example, who did great things for Northamptonshire, and now likewise at Yorkshire, who came into professional cricket late on. But it's interesting stuff anyway. It's worth a, I would say this, wouldn't I? But it's worth a listen. The cricket show tomorrow night from 6.
Zach Chappell from the racecourse and bowls to Harrison, who gets the first runs of the day, and it's off an edge to the right of second, slip down to third man for 4 runs. The 100 comes up for Northamptonshire, 102 for 4, and Harrison moves on to 46.
Yeah, it's another one of those. And there was one last night, wasn't there, where we were questioning whether, if there had been a third slip, whether it would actually have carried. I'm not sure it
It was
would.
into the ground, wasn't
Yeah.
it? It was off an edge, but he sort of knew what he was doing, as only people who can actually bat properly know. I had no idea where the ball was going most of the time. As Chappell is in, and this one is full face of the bat out to Crocodile's Jewel. Fielding it go. It's looking more and more like a bush hat the more I see it now.
Yeah.
That is a splendid and at the same time totally unnecessary sun hat.
But it's got to have been fresh out of the
Yeah.
wrapping in the shop, isn't it? It's so white.
It is pristine. Our roaming cameraman Freddie Cardy is now in front of the members' pavilion, which is the same side of the ground as all the other cameras, so I'm not sure why he's there. Phoebe needs to direct him somewhere else. It's a short of a length delivery from Chappell, Harrison just gets up on his toes and plays it into the ground, into the offside.
Perhaps it's warmer. Perhaps there's a.
He's fully wrapped. He's got the coat on today.
There might be a mug of steaming cocoa or something behind him, or similar. Well, he's used to football grounds, isn't he? As are you.
Yes, yeah.
Those of us who spend our winters in the office, you know.
I've been cold a few times this winter. As Chappell bowls, and that's driven and a little bit aerially into the offside. It goes to point where Montgomery fields, but the first really false shot of the morning.
And it looked to me as though that had stopped on him a bit. And there was one last night, wasn't there, that we just felt might have stopped a touch, but he was through the shot early. I mean, it may have been that Chappell held it back a touch, but He certainly miscued it, and it was in the air for a while.
I asked a guest about the pitch, and he said what every cricketer in this position says as Chappell goes in, and that goes past the edge. That was a quick delivery from Zach Chappell through to Brooke Guest. He said, "Oh yeah, well it started to break up a bit." Well, is it, or is that what you want it to do? And I'm never quite sure. I've not been out to see it myself. I make a point of not looking at pitches necessarily because I can't tell what they're going to do. But it doesn't look like it's breaking up from here.
Well, I'm trying to think of the last time, and we had this discussion during the Worcestershire match, the last time a headquarters pitch as opposed to an outground pitch in county cricket did actually break up.
Mm-hmm. This one is pushed into the offside and fielded by Harry Kane. Harrison completes the over, 4 from it, 102 for 4. Harrison has 46, Sales has 33.
Break up as opposed to being a bit of rough from foot marks or whatever. And,
actually break up. And I did notice that was just they only used the light roller this morning. Normally to deaden the pitch, the batting side would like a heavy roller on it. So I wonder if they are slightly concerned that it might be breaking up. But of course, if they are asked to follow on, we'll never find out.
No, well, Lewis McManus did say he thought that spin might come into it if assuming we're here tomorrow. 102 for 4. Hayden, yet to concede a run this morning. Runs in and bowls to Sales, who clips that away out to mid-wicket, fielded by Caleb Jewell of the Pristine Hat. Sounds like a name for a novel, doesn't it? And there is no run. Sort of rival to Harry Potter. Caleb Jewell and the Pristine Sun Hat. It has a certain ring to it. 102 for 4. Northamptonshire's women playing today. We'll keep tabs on that one for you. They're playing Sussex in the 50-over competition at lovely Findon Dolben Cricket Club. Avenue Road. His Hayden in bowls, and Sales looking to force off the back foot. Again, it goes out to birthday boy Matthew Montgomery at short extra, and there is no run. Sussex are 49 for 2, batting first after 13 overs. This was a 10:30 start. Wicket apiece for Bethan Robinson and Ella Phillips. So coach David Ripley, his team making a decent start. They knocked over 2 fairly early on. They were 22 for 2, but Sussex recovered a bit to 49 for 2. Here's Hayden in and bowls to Sales, and he is finally off the mark this morning with a nice looking punch away through extra cover, and it's going to go for 4. Derbyshire in pursuit out towards the main scoreboard, but couldn't quite get there. Sales goes to 37, Northamptonshire to 106 for 4. Still 498 runs behind, and still 349 away from avoiding the possibility of being asked to follow on.
Yeah, below the 500 psychological 500 barrier now.
I'm sure they'll be much relieved. Still 2 slips and a gully with Hayden running into bowl to Sales, and Sales steers it, I think deliberately, wide of gully. It goes down towards third man. They're going to take the second to show Bashir's arm. It was, to be fair, throwing off balance, and so they got the second pretty comfortably in the end. 39 to Sales, 108 for 4. Northampton's chairman, Gary Hoffman, will be hoping that we're all back here tomorrow, because I think he's due to be coming and visiting tomorrow. So,
I think we'll be back.
Yes, I would hope so, but here's Hayden. And again, bowls to Sales, and Sales clips that nicely out to mid-wicket, where Jewell fields, and there is no run. Extraordinary goings on at Cardiff last night with the hat trick on first-class debut for Tom Norton, reducing Somerset to 32 for 6 in their second innings. They're now 49 for 6, but it's amazing stuff. I was looking at some of the clips last night with our colleague Nick Webb on commentary. Here's Hayden in, bowls and pushed back down the pitch by Sales, stopped but not picked up cleanly by Hayden. And that's the end of the over. It's 108 for 4. Harrison is 46, Sales is 39, And Hayden now, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 35. Not well. I would hope, obviously, that he won't go down in history alongside one Dick Worcester, Reginald Worcester, known as Dick,
Obviously.
who took a hat-trick in his only first-class match.
Really?
Yeah, for Northamptonshire back in the...
There are some
Back in
bizarre
the 20s.
statistics like that, aren't there?
Yeah.
George Davidson, who's got Derbyshire's highest individual score of 274, that was the only century he scored. Is Zach Chappell bowling? Oh, goes past the edge, or does it take it? Well, it doesn't take it, according to umpire Baldwin. I'm not sure there was a huge amount of conviction in that appeal, but it was very close to the edge of Harrison's bat.
It certainly was.
Been a good opening burst, this from Zach Chappell.
Well, you always said he should come on and bowl the
Well,
first.
it was my idea originally, I think.
Yeah, Dick Worcester. It was he was Kettering man, and this was
Dick, you say?
he was known as
Indeed, yeah,
Dick.
I
Yes.
was, as most people are, of course. His Chappell bowls to Harrison, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump.
It was against Dublin University, who were then first class at Northampton, and 1925. And final ball of his 6th over, first 2 balls of his 7th. Finished with 5 for 54, was presented with the ball, which was a family heirloom, probably still is. There's still Worcesters around in the Kettering area, and never played again.
Remarkable. Chappell into bowl to Harrison, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest once again. I can report that the roaming camera has roamed 4 foot to the right as we look. Come on, Fred, that's not roaming. You're better than that. I know he's in communication with the people in the stream room, so I'm sure all messages are being passed on. Oh, they've just found him. Here goes Chappell. Move. Chappell into Harrison. That's down the leg side. Nicely taken by Brooke Guest, tumbling away to his left. Not quite full stretch, but not far off. Took it in both hands. Kept nicely as Brooke Guest. That superb catch. Reasonably early to get rid of Nathan McSweeney.
Well, it was a good one down the leg side. I mean, a very good one to get Vasconcelos, which was just, it's an outside edge, but it was just dying on him, wasn't it?
Oh, that was the one, yes. I mean, no, that was the one I was thinking of. So he's actually got 3 catches, taking him to 200 first-class dismissals for Derbyshire as Chappell is in again. That one inside half of the bat, out into the onside where Lewis Rees tramples all over the pitch that will be used a week on Wednesday for England against, oh dear, I think they're playing New Zealand at a T20 here. Stephen will be all over it in a minute when he admonishes me for getting it entirely wrong. But I'm sure they're playing New Zealand today in a
Yes.
a one-day
And they've got a game at Northampton
match.
next week as well.
Yes. In goes Chappell. This one is full face of the bat, pushed out into the offside, again fielded by Caleb Jewell. England won the toss at Chester Street. I bet it's warm there. And New Zealand are currently 16 for 1 in the end of the 5th over.
Too far north, as our colleague Mr. Emerson would say. Yes, they play at Northampton. It's a
That's a one-day
one-day
game, isn't it?
international
Yeah.
on Wednesday.
And I think the following Wednesday they're here for a T20.
International T20, yeah, that's right, the 20th of May.
Somebody tells me it's the same day that Aston Villa are playing, but of course nobody cares. Apart from the person who told me.
Yeah. Was that the Prince of Wales by any chance?
Yes, somebody was there. He was there this week,
Yeah,
wasn't he?
Aston Villa fan.
He actually looked like a proper fan as well, in fairness to him. He wasn't just sitting there applauding, he was actually punching the air. I don't mind that. He's got to do something to earn his money.
Hayden will continue from the City end. Madsen at slip, Aitchison at second slip, and we're back to this formation that we saw last night where they're like every other slip at the moment, like second and fourth rather than first and third, even though there's only 2 of them. Hayden in bowls And off the back foot, Sales punches it back to the bowler and there's no run. But they also have he of the pristine sun hat, Caleb Jewell, in at a sort of short mid-on position on the drive, just getting in the batter's eye line, which means that Harrison at the non-striker's end is going to have to run round him, or wide of him anyway, not round him. His left foot almost on the cut strip. Also a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover as Hayden is in, bowls to Sales, and Sales defends. Back down the pitch. There's quite a bit of blue sky about. The cloud's high. There's no threat of rain as far as I'm aware in the forecast today.
No, not today.
Didn't see any. But they did say, as I say, it's going to be a little bit parky. Where are you in the next round?
Lords.
Lord, of course, yes.
Yeah, Lords next week.
Yes, I'm at HQ. We shall be down at Bristol. Here's Hayden in and bowls, and Sales turns it away off his hip down towards long leg. Is it gone or no? The boot of Zach
Beautiful.
Chappell has done that's a lovely old-fashioned bit of fast bowler fielding. Chappell applying the boot.
The ghost of Ravi Rampal is with us.
And it has the desired effect because it keeps the ball from going for 4 and they come back for 2. Sales goes into the 40s, 41 to him, and Northamptonshire to 110 for 4.
That's how it should be done.
Yes, the sort of bit of John Dye type fielding from the 70s. Good old Doc.
Don't dislike that at all.
The only trouble was when he tried to do it on the outfield at Northampton down on the football end, which used to be a little bit hairy. Here's Hayden in, bowls, and Sales defends. Just turns him, straightens him up a little bit with a bit of movement, and prompting Sales to just go and do a little bit of gardening.
If you're in the ground or even watching on the stream, you would think that this. I mean, it looks superb, but if you look very closely, you can see the reason why they're replacing the outfield in the winter. It is a little bit uneven. To the point where you need a mouth guard.
Here's Hayden in, bowls, and again turned away by Sales in front of square on the leg side. That will go for 4. Not even the boot of Zach Chappell can intercept that one. Nicely timed by James Sales off his hip. That was in front of square, and it left Chappell with a too long a chase to be able to cut it off. Takes James Sales to 45 and Northamptonshire to 114 for 4. Partnership worth 76. These two coming together at 38 for 4 yesterday evening.
It's starting to get a little irritating.
I'm sorry. Do apologise. Here's Hayden in and bowls, and that's forced nicely off the back foot by Sales. It goes past Montgomery at short extra, but it can't go past mid-off. And that is the end of the over. 46 to Harrison, 45 to Sales. And Northamptonshire are 114 for 4 as the sunshine bathes the Central Co-op County Ground here in Derby. 114 for 4, Northamptonshire still 490 behind.
I meant, of course, from a Derbyshire perspective.
I know.
Well, these two have done well. Starting to drop of James Sales is starting to look a little important at the moment.
He's been in decent nick.
Yeah. Matthew Montgomery's leaving the field to be replaced by Nick Potts. So he's going to put his fielding pads on and all the other kind of protection that he'll require to field at short leg. Chappell in and bowls to Harrison. These two haven't changed ends yet today, and we've played half an hour.
No, they haven't, have they? It's all been even, scoring has all been even numbers.
Harrison has stayed at the far end, and Sales at the racecourse end.
I should be slightly distracted later because Town are playing Sawston in the...
Sawston?
Sawston and Babraham.
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, that's Sawston.
That's Sawston,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
In the ECB National Cup later on.
So here comes Chappell. That's left alone outside the off stump. Our very own Henry Marston's playing in the
Oh, yes, he
in the National
yeah,
Cup. Star of the previous round, of course, with a knock of 74 or 75. Can't remember the team.
I was going to. Sorry, I was just going to ask you that. So I'm glad you said.
Don't ask.
I was just wondering.
Don't
which,
ask me any questions about it. He was interviewed by the Cricketer magazine.
Really?
Yes.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Profile.
Didn't need to bowl, even though he does bowl. Didn't need to bowl, he said. As Chappell goes in, bowls to Harris, and it pushes this out into the offside again.
You know, I did see Oundle's first round. They played Hertford in the first round.
Actually, I've heard of Hertford.
Yeah, at home, and
Yeah.
they won pretty comfortably. So I think Sawston look a half decent side, so it should be a decent game at Milton Road this afternoon. 1 o'clock start. Bar open.
Crucial.
Indeed.
For teams outside the Premier League, isn't it? I think. Is yours?
We are in the Prem.
Oh, well, that's a different cup then. I think. As Chappell bowls, this one's pushed out into the offside.
Well, there's the village
I think he's in
competition.
the village
isn't it?
competition. Yeah, I think he's in the village
which
competition.
some of our teams are in
Yeah.
that are villages, but
But they can't be Premier League sides, I
no,
don't think.
and no, we play the Northamptonshire Prem. So
Oh, well, no, different competition then. I take it all back. Henry wasn't in that. He was in he was in the UEFA Cup version.
but it still leads to I think it's final at Lords, isn't it? So
I think that's quite a way away at the moment. He will be at Lords next week, I understand, as Chappell bowls, and a flash at that one from Harris, and it goes through to Brooke Guest. The first really aggressive shot that we've seen. There have been some nice shots, but that was the first time that either of the batters have really gone after the ball like that. We saw Saib come after the ball like that yesterday, and it ended in his dismissal.
I suppose Harrison's had, well, he's been in half an hour this morning, and he's had that one scoring shot which was down through the slips. So maybe just getting a little bit frustrated.
See how he is with this one from Chappell. And he just defends it into the onside, where Lewis Rees will do the fielding. That was the final ball of the over. 114 for 4. Zach Chappell, 11 overs, 7 maidens, 0 for 12. Good effort from him.
Wonderful stuff. Very miserly. It occurs to me, Fletcher, we're talking about the comments of Darren Lehman about players, making sure that the university side of it, and they get done what they need to get done. Certainly, I'm sure when we started watching county cricket, it was part of the thing, wasn't it? You'd have players that that suddenly appeared in June from university, often from Oxbridge. Robin Boyd Moss, you think, was one of those. Was a particular favourite player of mine for Northamptonshire, and was at Cambridge and played. He was a double blue, cricket and rugby, and any number of others down the years for pretty well all the counties. I'd have thought that suddenly cropped up at the end of university term, and that was an accepted part of the game, wasn't it? That you'd rather look forward, I think, to some of them returning, but things have changed a bit since then. We're going to see some twirl for the first time this morning. Shoaib Bashir, who bowled 7 overs last night for 12. He's coming on from the City end, and first ball he greets with sort of both arms in the air, because it may not have bounced a great deal, and I think Sales played a little bit from the crease, and he may have thought for a split second that it was through, but Sales in the end just pushing it out to mid-wicket. Shoaib in again, bowls, and Sales drives a little bit loosely. I think he was aiming to hit it straighter than that, and I think Bashir maybe just took a bit of pace off that one, and he was through the shot a little early. It was safe enough, it went past short leg, but it was in the air for a little while. He gets a single for it, out on the leg side, but not entirely convincing. 46 to Sales, 115 for 4. Harrison on strike, so they have finally changed ends. Harrison pushes that one out into the covers, where Anderson, who's now on the drive. Fields. Madsen is there at slip, and there's a forward short leg under the lid. Backward point, extra cover. Mid off, an extra mid wicket, no mid on. Shoaib bowls, and it's clipped away by Harrison, but he can't get it past Harry Kame. In there at mid wicket, there's also a deep square on the boundary, and Caleb Jewell on the 45, saving one, and also for the little, maybe the top edge sweep, the top edged paddle. Here's Shoaib. Bright sunshine, bowls appeal for LBW as Harrison pushes forward. And Shoaib Bashir can't believe that umpire Treadwell, fellow offie of course, has said not out, and he just, as he walks past him, gives the little hand signal to suggest, was it going down? And I think that was what James Treadwell was saying. All very amicable. One ball left in the over, but already Shoaib challenging the batters here. Harrison in particular, he's in to finish the over, and this time Harrison is right to the pitch of the ball, squeezes it down to backward point where Rory Hayden fields, and that's the end of an interesting first over from Shoaib Bashir. Cost just a single, 115 for 4. He's bowled 8 overs for 13. Northamptonshire 115 for 4, 46 apiece to the two batters, Calvin Harrison and James Sales.
It's listening. You know who you are. So they should sell the outfield, sections of the outfield, to the supporters like they did with the baseball ground. I think that it is slightly better than the baseball ground, but if you had this as your lawn at home, you'd be very disappointed. Very disappointed.
Get the roller on it, wouldn't you?
Well, you'd need something.
They had problems. I think I remember we were here for a T20 game a couple of years ago. It was a bit of a mess. This part of the outfield down in front of us
it was the first game of the season 2 years ago was completely abandoned. As Zach Chappell begins a new over, strikes the pad low down and given. Sales has gone for 46. That one kept low, no question about it in my mind. Looking with the naked eye, we'll have a look at the replay, but Derbyshire have the breakthrough they craved. It's 115 for 5 now. Sales goes for 46.
Yeah, it did look to, didn't it? And he was trapped on the back foot, and it was. Well, I think we were giving it from here. 115 for 5. As you say, we'll have a little look at the replay, but we commented on this yesterday that a few were just keeping a little bit low, and that Derbyshire would be enthused by that prospect. And James Sales walking back, a tad disconsolate, played well, 46 off 94 balls, but no third successive championship century for him.
We get the replay in 5, 4, 3, 2. There we go.
Here we go.
They can't do it until he leaves the field. They're not allowed to under the ECB regulations.
Oh, that's out.
It looks out. Yeah,
it is
pretty much out.
It is kept low, and it was, yes, it was out. So, yeah, James Sales getting one. I don't think he can reproach himself too much. I don't think there was a huge amount he could do about that. Brings George Bartlett to the crease. Specialist batter batting at number 7. 181 runs this season. Chunk of those, that 95 not out in 4.5 hours to save the match against Lancashire in the first game of the season, when may not have been in everybody's side for the first game of the season, but took his chance superbly. Also made 50 in the previous game against Worcestershire when he was out, and we were talking about this yesterday, when he was out having to go after the bowling to try and get the 4th batting point, and talking to Darren Lehman about that this morning, again one of the things that we touched on, and repeating his distaste for bonus points, and he said it was my favourite dismissal of the season because he was team first and he was playing for the side.
And goes Chappell to bowl to the new batter Bartlett, who leaves that first one alone. Might just have curved back towards the stumps and then even further down the leg side once it went past. Hence the oohs and ahs. They might just be excited. But 1 for 12 from his 11 overs and 2 balls now, Zach Chappell. Unfortunately, he hasn't been asked to bowl any short stuff yet. Didn't ask him about that. Must be a little dispiriting when you are the quickest of the bowlers and your captain says, come on for 4 and just bang it halfway down. No need to do that just yet as he bowls to Bartlett, who gets his bat on this one, plays it straight back to Chappell. Picks it up at the second attempt and then tosses it to Harry Kame. I was not ignored, I think I was just forgotten at 11 o'clock, but...
They were preferring the Bee Gees to you, Fletch, which I find very hard to believe.
I've sent messages. A message. So we're full steam ahead for 12 and 1.
Was it pithy?
Yeah, a little bit. Here's Chappell, it bowls to Bartlett, who leaves. That is a good leave. Again, didn't get up at all and would have passed outside the off stump by a fraction.
And Bartlett also, as you'll have spotted, sets up round about off stump anyway. It does come a long way across. So he needs to be aware of
one
that.
that just nips back a touch. He's
well, he's been out once this year,
was he?
leaving it and poles flying everywhere.
I mean, you've got to have confidence in your own ability to know where your stumps are, I suppose, as a batter, when you haven't got time to think where they are as well as what's coming down at you. Chappell is in, and that one is a full delivery. Gets bat on that, very much the toe end of his bat. Harry Kane loses what I believe to be a hand warmer out of his pocket as he tumbles to field that one. It was pointed out to him very helpfully by umpire Baldwin.
Yes, it was Sharma, the Middlesex seamer, that knocked his stumps over in the against Middlesex at Northampton when he made just a single, not offering.
Not sure. I've seen one this season. They're always fairly spectacular, aren't they? And memorable. As Chappell goes in and bowls to him, and he manages to fiddle that into the onside, inside edge onto pad, possibly, and he gets off the mark with a single. And he also pinches the strike because it was the last ball of Chappell's successful over 12 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 13. His figures now, Northamptonshire, 116 for 5, 488 behind.
Very good Sunday morning to Hayden Spenceley, who's been on to me saying a grey day in the Shire. I must admit it was quite disconcerting to switch on your commentary and repeatedly hear I was bowling, which necessitated a check of the Derbyshire lineup, because Rory Hayden, and spelt the right way as well, because Hayden is a D-O-N.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
And Hayden is the chaplain to Northampton Town. Occasionally hear him on Radio 4, the thought for the day or whatever. But loves his cricket as well. Very good to have you with us this morning. Here's Shoaib Bashir with a slip and a forward short leg, bowling to Bartlett, who defends back down the pitch. As Bartlett certainly shown this year him to be an unselfish player. As Shoaib bowls again and he defends back down the pitch, the 54, we talked about the circumstances of that. But in that 95 not out, bearing in mind he's only made 1 century for Northamptonshire quite early on in his career with the club. He had any number of opportunities, obviously, to get to 100 against Lancashire, but settled on the... Oh, he's caught at mid-wicket. That's a really soft dismissal for George Bartlett, having been talking him up. He's clipped a ball from Shoaib Bashir. It's looped, the gentlest of catches to mid-wicket, and Bartlett goes for 1. Shoaib has his man, and all of a sudden Northamptonshire, who were at least battling away at 114 for 4, are now 116 for 6. And in deep trouble again with Lewis McManus to come, the only really recognised batsman left. But that was, I fear, a soft dismissal, and I don't think Harry Kame has probably ever had an easier catch than that in first-class cricket.
You do nothing to do specifically with that catch, but you do see that, don't you? And it's remarkable. One fielder in the onside, and the ball, I mean, it's a brilliant placement, presumably from Derbyshire, who I'm fairly sure would set his own fields. But yeah, it just stood there and it looped up to him. Wayne Madson's dismissal in the first innings was very similar. He was caught at mid-wicket, wasn't he? And you're just thinking, well, what on earth's happened there? And the ball clearly has done something. No, he was leg before wicket, Madsen. Who on earth was caught?
First innings was Lewis Rees, chip one to
just chip onto mid-wicket.
to James Sales at mid-wicket, first wicket to fall.
And you think, well, why has that happened? And there is clearly something. It's something more than just the batter thinking, well, I can clip one through here and that'll be no problem at all. But Derbyshire won't be too busy analysing it like I'm trying to. I'm sure.
Well, we talked earlier on, didn't we, about the possibility of the odd one just stopping a little bit. We're trying to think of excuses, but it was just a soft little chip to mid-wicket from George Bartlett. It brings Lewis McManus to the crease, who has a century, one of those who has a century to his credit this year, 215 runs at 71, including an unbeaten century against Middlesex. But, well, he is now really the last of the recognised batters. Sanderson, Conway and Scrimshaw to come. His Shoaib bowls, first ball to McManus, who defends. Back down the pitch, playing forward. And there's no run. We had a chance to have a look at that.
Well, I'm looking at the replay, and it didn't seem to do an awful lot.
No.
It didn't sort of turn and take the inside half of his bat or anything like that. Perhaps he was expecting it to do that, but...
Shoaib in, bowls to McManus, and McManus drives and he's off the mark. Nice looking shot away through extra cover. He's certainly going to get a couple here, and that is all there will be. So McManus is up and running, 2 to him, 118 for 6. Northamptonshire still way adrift. And we've had, 50 minutes play this morning. They've lost a couple of wickets. Harrison leaning nonchalantly in his bat at the non-striker's end as Shoaib comes in and bowls to McManus, who pushes forward up to the left hand of forward short leg, and applause for Shoaib Bashir, certainly from his teammates and from the fairly sparse crowd we've got here this morning, so far at least. 118 for 6. Harrison is 46, not out. McManus is 2. And Bartlett departed in that over. Cork came bowled Bashir for 1.
I hope Richard Gibson made it into the ground in time to see that. He comes not just to see Shoaib Bashir, he's come to watch the cricket and report on the cricket as well, but with a particular interest in the England off-spinner, who I think most people think will be in the first squad of the season when it's announced in a week or so's time. Here's Zach Chappell then. Ian and bowls to Harrison, who goes up on his toes and pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Caleb Jewell. And there's no run. Lancashire struggling against Middlesex at Old Trafford, a 63 for 5, 68 for 6 make that in their second innings, and their lead is exactly 100. We all know that leads of 138 at Old Trafford are very tricky, especially if you're trying to chase it. You can often lose by 30 runs in those circumstances. So nothing done and dusted yet. As Chappell is in again, that's a short ball. It's pulled around the corner. In fact, I say around the corner, it was a long way in front of square actually, and it's gone for 4. It was a nice shot from Harrison. He was onto it quickly, and that gave Bashir no chance as it crashes into the super sopper. And Harrison reaches a half century, 144 balls for his half century, and that was his 5th 4.
That tells you how hard he's had to work. We were talking yesterday about how the 50s of the 6 half centurions for Derbyshire were all, well, I think between 69 and 92 balls. Harrison's 144.
Chappell is in. That one is defended into the offside by Harrison. My pen stops working every time I don't use it for 30 seconds. It's really irritating me.
But that tells you how good the bowling has been, how accurate and disciplined the Derbyshire bowling has been in this innings, and Harrison has really had to get his nut down. Somebody who usually likes to go after the bowling. Second time past 50 this season. The other one, of course, was 150 odd at Canterbury.
You could do with that now as he waits, and that one is again defended. Turned into the onside this time to Lewis Rees.
And then some.
Well, yes. Yeah, possibly. Durham 250 for 7 against Worcestershire. They currently trail by 58 at New Road. Just getting a bit of a wriggle on there in that game. Gloucestershire 3 without loss in their second innings. It means they have a lead over Kent of 1, which suggests that game might not go too far, but you don't know. You don't know. This next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Harrison to go through to Brooke Guest. England's women have got a second wicket now. New Zealand 43 for 2 in the 12th. That 50 over game up at Chesterler Street.
Not sure there'll be too much cricket, weather permitting, at Old Trafford tomorrow.
Does it look bad for tomorrow?
Well, no, but I was just thinking it's with the state of the game.
Sorry, yes, of course.
Might,
What am I talking about?
struggle to take it into full. Mind you,
Yes.
might be the case here as well.
Well, here's Chappell in bowls to Harrison, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. We'll wait and see.
Well, we shall.
We'll wait and
We
see.
shall.
I don't know what on earth. I'd love to know. I haven't seen any. I didn't read any. That was the final ball of the over, incidentally. 122 for 6. Northamptonshire still 482 behind us. Out in the far distance, Ben Aitchison starts to warm up. He's at long on for Shoaib Bashir. What went on at Birmingham? Because first 2 innings barely mustered 300 runs, and now Warwickshire are 301 for 4, leading by 296 in their second innings. They've moved pitches.
It's gone on the artificial. Group of Northamptonshire players and support staff having a wander round, as you'll have seen if you're watching on the live stream. Here's Shoaib Bashir starting a fresh over and beats McManus outside the off stump with a beauty. And we saw that yesterday, maybe the one that just drifts away. The off spinner's arm ball, the Fred Titmus, drifts away from the right-hander. It's impressive stuff from Shoaib Bashir so far. He's in again and bowls to McManus, who this time defends to a ball that's just a touch shorter. He's able to get right in behind that.
I just think he needs to get a bit more animated.
Yeah, he's a bit sort of flat, isn't he,
Yeah.
really? He's not,
Yeah.
not giving much. He's in again, bowls to McManus, and that's whipped away by McManus, but can't get it past Harry Kane at mid-wicket, where he held the very simple catch to dismiss George Bartlett during Shoaib Bashir's previous over. Nice morning here now. To look at the clock to make sure it was still morning, with cloud just parting a little bit as that next ball from Shoaib is played defensively by McManus back down the pitch. A lot more blue sky around than there was when we started. I suspect it's not too much warmer out there though.
Well, no, I have an email on that subject.
Shoaib in bowls and swept by McManus down towards deep backward square, and he jogs through for a single. McManus to 3, Northamptonshire to 123 for 6. Brings Harrison back on strike. Still a slip and a forward short leg. The Shoaib comes in again to finish his 10th over, bowls and defended by Harrison back down the pitch. End of the over, 123 for 6. Harrison is 50. McManus is 3. Shoaib Bashir 10 overs, 1 for 16.
The first spell of the morning from Zach Chappell is over. He's just marching up the steps away to our left-hand side to be replaced by Nick Potts on the field and replaced by Ben Aitchison in the bowling attack. His figures this morning: 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. Bowled really nicely, thoroughly justifying everybody's opinion that he should open the bowling from the racecourse end. Here's the man who I thought might have done it, but he's already got 2 for 31 from his 11 overs. On the matter of it being cold, Anthony from Hena is in. Definitely a day for matching tartan blankets and thermos flasks. He's in the new family stand, which I assume is the central co-op stand away to our left, where there are enthusiastic murmurs of appreciation for the bowling so far. We might even venture towards optimism if this continues. Steady, Anthony, steady.
Oh, dear me. That's guaranteed a 300 partnership now.
Yes,
with the
quite.
7th wicket.
Well, we're into dangerous territory here now with teams 6 down. Here is Aitchison and bowls, and McManus shows all the signs of that one keeping a bit low as he plays it out into the offside. He hasn't got as far down to go, for instance, as Calvin Harrison, to play a low ball, but definitely bent the knees as he played that one, which will keep him guessing, I'm sure. Here comes Aitchison again, and this time McManus gets struck on the pad. Ball bounces and loops into the onside. Fielded by Shoaib Bashir. Somerset 72 for 8, leading by 196 at Cardiff. Remarkable. Cardiff and Leicestershire doing a sterling job. Well, Leicestershire currently trail Sussex by 102, Sussex 430 for 9 down at Hove. Aitchison past umpire Baldwin and driven. He fields off his own bowling, just thrusting down a left hand to stop the ball. In the game that Kevin Howells chose as the match of the round, I have no idea what he was thinking. Surrey 260 for 4 in reply to Nottinghamshire, and they trail by 155.
Nice lunches at Trent Bridge.
Well,
That explains
that's
it.
about the only reason you'd go there voluntarily.
No.
Oh, it's all right. Nottinghamshire fans do have a pop at me from time to time as that one is turned into the leg side by McManus. There's no run. In fact, the Sussex have now been bowled out for 430, so lead by 102 on first innings. That one just come through. Hampshire 94 for 3, leading by 56 against Essex at Chelmsford. I think that's pretty much it, really. Warwickshire 4 down, 312, leading by 307 against Yorkshire. Yorkshiremen in the media box today. A bit of a shock as Aitchison is in and goes past the edge of McManus's bat.
Who's that?
It's called Johnny, and he's working for Crickviz.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he got the thorough interrogation. Where you're from, who you're working for.
Shine the angle poised lamp in his
Yeah, it
eyes.
was that kind of thing, I'm afraid. But yeah, revealed he was from Leeds, and he definitely sounds like a Yorkshireman. And had the audacity just to turn around and casually say, "And how Derbyshire season started then?" Well, there was a bit of a pile on. 123 for 6 though, Northamptonshire here, still a long way behind as Aitchison bowls to McManus, and he gets his bat on that one in time to stop it thudding into his pads. And Aitchison completes his 5th maiden, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 31. Northamptonshire remain 123 for 6.
At Findon, the women's match, halfway stage of the Sussex innings against Northamptonshire, the 50-over competition. Sussex 95 for 3. From 25 overs, Lenny Sims has picked up the 3rd wicket, Italian international, and let me get this right, great niece of Harold Larwood.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
So they have some mementos of the great man's career in the family. A nice chat with her last year for the cricket show. 123 for 6 as Shoaib starts his 11th over. Shoaib Bashir, and first ball is defended by Calvin Harrison. That's his 150th ball. And he really has shown terrific application here for Northamptonshire, in contrast to maybe one or two of his teammates in this innings. Here's Bashir in again and defended by Harrison, out to where roughly where silly point would be, but there isn't a silly point. There's a forward short leg and there's a slip. And on the drive, Martin Anderson at extra cover is just retreating a touch. Harry came in there at mid-wicket. Shoaib is in and beats McManus with an absolute beauty. Brooke Guest has the bails off in a flash. Fortunately for him, Harrison hadn't moved his back foot. But this is a very, very testing examination here for Calvin Harrison, being set by Shoaib Bashir. He's in and bowls quicker ball, and Harrison on the back foot works it out to mid-wicket where Harry Kame fields. And there is no run. Shoaib tall, a few steps in and bowls and brings Harrison forward, defends, back down the pitch.
He has bowled really nicely
He
all
has.
season so far.
He's bowled
Shoaib Bashir.
certainly bowled beautifully here last night and again this morning. And he's in and bowls, and that's turned away by Harrison. It's running down towards the boundary at fine leg. I think he got some bat on it, but we'll see. Yes, he did, as it crosses the rope, almost just immediately below us down here in our commentary position in the media centre. So it's a boundary to Calvin Harrison, 54 to him, and Northamptonshire 127 for 6. He's just joining us this morning. Northamptonshire having lost 2 wickets. They were 98 for 4 overnight, with 3 maidens to start the day. It was very hard for the visitors' batters to get going. In the end, James Sales, LBW to Zach Chappell, one that maybe just kept a bit low, but did keep a bit low. He was out for 46 off 94 balls. That was 115 for 5. And then George Bartlett just chipping Bashir to Harry Kame at mid-wicket. Rather tame dismissal. He went for 1, and that was 116 for 6. Aitchison running in to bowl at the start of a fresh over and beats McManus outside the off stump. Bringing McManus forward. 2 slips in and a gully. Backward point as well for McManus. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg. Shoaib Bashir in animated conversation with James Treadwell, the umpire at square leg, off-spinner to off-spinner. And here is Aitchison looking for a 3rd wicket in the innings. He's in and bowls and squeezed away by McManus. To be fair, he played it with soft hands and it was perfectly safe. It went between second slip and gully and ran away down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. So McManus goes to 7, Northamptonshire to 131 for 6. Little phalanx at the far end of the ground. I can see Luke Proctor there, the captain. I think Louis Kimber is there, 12th man, but Justin Broad might be doing duty today. Here's Aitchison in bowls, and McManus plays it up to mid-on. And there is no run, fielded there by Rory Hayden, fair-haired. Blustery wind coming just about from, I'm trying to work out directions here.
From the north.
North, yeah.
Yeah, which is why it's dropped by 5 degrees today.
Yes, fair point, yeah.
Nobody wants the northerly wind.
Should have worked that out, really. 131 for 6, Aitchison in bowls to McManus, who drives pleasantly, but can't get it past mid-off. And there is no run.
Somebody just arriving at the in the seat unique stand at the far end of the ground. He had his hands as he walked along the row thrust into his pockets. It's that kind of day. There's another chap there by the boundary bar with his hood up, walking around. It's almost back to the early days of the season.
McManus facing Aitchison, and McManus defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. McManus this year, 75 not out and 27 in the first game against Lancashire, when he used up over 300 deliveries in the course of those 2 innings. And just made 9 against Middlesex, didn't bat, of course, down at Canterbury, and then 104 against Worcestershire in the last match. Here's Aitchison in again, bowls to him and he's beaten. Outside the off stump, played inside the line, but not entirely sure. It was, he might just have played at it and then pulled his bat inside the line. Anyway, it's gone through to the keeper, but fortunately for McManus, he didn't get a touch. He's 7. Calvin Harrison is 54 in Northamptonshire. Struggling, it's fair to say, at 131 for 6, still 473 runs behind midway through the first session.
Manson in lengthy conversation with his off-spinner, Shoaib Bashir there. Also involved was, I think that's Martin Anderson, cover. Anyway, whatever he was talking about, let's see what if Shoaib Bashir puts it into practice. He's going to be bowling initially to Calvin Harrison at the start of this over, and that first ball is defended into the onside where Harry Kame will do the fielding. You'd almost expect him to just bowl and bowl and bowl from the city end and rotate the seamers at the other. We'll wait and see if that's possibly what they were talking about as he bowls again, and that one is defended once more by Harrison. Both arms in the air from Shoaib Bashir. And a little chat. I don't think he's frightened of a chat. He's faced some very, very fine cricketers in his Test career so far. I think he's going to be worried by Division 2 of the County Championship too much. As he's in and back goes Harrison, pushes it once again up to Harry Kame. Looking at the economy rates of all the bowlers, Rory Hayden's gone for 3.4 of the bowlers who bowled more than 3 overs. Martin Anderson was a little expensive, 3 overs for 14. This next delivery is turned into the leg side, fielded by short leg, Matthew Montgomery. Ben Aitchison 2.7. Bashir himself 1 3/4. Zach Chaplin, remarkable 1.3 and over. So they haven't been able to score on this one. There we go. As this one is pulled superbly out. It was the shortest delivery. I shouldn't have mentioned the economy rates. Out towards the straight mid-wicket boundary for 4.
I mean, it's fair enough. They're not automaton. They're going to bowl the odd bad ball, but I mean, discipline has been the hallmark of this Derbyshire bowling performance, isn't it? Last night and again this morning.
I do promise I'll never mention it again.
But they've just been very good, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They have. Got a short leg, a leg slip. I'm surprised isn't being asked to wear a helmet. And a slip. Martin Anderson is now going out into the leg side. Is he going at that straight? Oh, he's being directed, micromanaged by Shoaib Bashir. He's gone into a short-ish mid-on. There is a mid-wicket as well. As Bashir bowls and Harrison pushes it straight back to him. And they always make the large adjustments to a field for the last ball of an over, I noticed. But anyway, Harrison has 58, McManus has 7. Northamptonshire 135 for 6. I never quite understood why that happens, but Gary's been in touch after a complicated retirement. He says he's watching from the old pavilion with the commentary. So in 30 seconds' time, he'll hear me say good morning to him, or indeed good afternoon now. Good to hear from you, Gary, as ever.
We're going to see Ben Aitchison to continue, starting his 14th over. A couple of wickets in his bag already. 2 slips and a gully as he bowls to McManus, and McManus turns it out to mid-wicket, where Shoaib Bashir fields nicely on the run. Sunshine just dappling across the ground at the moment. It's a stiff breeze, plenty of high cloud around. It's one of those days, as somebody pointed out on social media this morning, if you're behind glass, it's fine. If you're not, it's a bit fresh. Here's Aitchison in bowls, and McManus drives up to mid-on. And there is no run. Incidentally, we were talking yesterday about Ben Sanderson, and I was saying he would not be happy if I described him as a tail ender. And I can't remember how the subject came out. I was talking to him last night, and he said, I don't mind that at all. He said it means there's an element of surprise if I do get some, which I thought was a nice way of looking at it. Here's Aitchison in and bowls, and he hits McManus on the pad, and it loops up into the onside. Now, was there any inside edge on that? The reaction of Shoaib Bashir, who was herring in to try and get underneath it, suggests there might have been a little nick onto pad. It looped up, but Shoaib Bashir is fairly deep in there at mid-wicket, and it landed safely.
Getting a replay of it now.
Let's have a little look.
Difficult to tell. Slow down.
Can't really tell. It's possible. Might have been a bit of glove, maybe. Anyway, not out is Aitchison in bowls, and McManus again head over the ball, pushes it up to mid-on, where Lewis Rees fields, and there is no run. You were mentioning earlier, Fletch, about the selection of the Derbyshire T20 side. Made me think that it's going to be very interesting. I think you'll see that time of the season when you start to think about T20 coming up in a couple of weeks, and Northamptonshire side will be interesting in terms of how many of this team will be involved. Here's Aitchison in, and that again keeps a bit low, and McManus pushing forward, takes the bottom of the bat, rolls out into the offside, and there is no run. So Northamptonshire will have certainly Chris Lynn to come in, David Willey to come in, of course, the captain. Possibly Justin Broad might play as a batter, I wonder, as he's vice-captain, not bowling at the moment. Louis Kimber presumably will come into the white ball side as well. Here's Aitchison in bowls, and McManus nudges it into the onside. Shoaib Bashir fields, and that's the end of another tidy and challenging over from Ben Aitchison. 14 overs, 6 maidens. 2 for 35, it's 135 for 6. Harrison is 58. McManus is 7. Interesting, a lot of praise for Louis Kimber. He's only played one championship match this year. That was the first one of the season. From Darren Lehman this morning in that chat I was having with him, and he said he described him as a superb human being and said he could captain this club. So they obviously like what they see in Louis Kimber. And as I say, I think he will have a big role to play in the T20 when that comes.
Luke Proctor might not like that.
Well,
Bashir picking a new over from the city end. It goes on the back foot, Harrison, and pushes it out towards the cover boundary. Nowhere near it, but they come back for 2 as Rory Hayden eventually gets to the ball and hurls it back in.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's any great state secret that obviously they are looking at the next generation of leaders.
Oh, yes, you have to.
And I know they have a couple of players in mind, but Kimber's an interesting call this morning.
Bashir bowls to Harrison, who defends it straight back to the bowler.
Obviously think very highly of Justin Broad as a potential leader, hence the fact that he's the new T20 vice-captain to David Willey. Calvin Harrison as well, I think might have something to offer in that department.
Bashir a little bit quicker perhaps, and that's turned into the leg side by Harrison, fielded by Anderson. Just the 3 fielders on the offside. Slip, deep gully, and a deepish mid-off. It's more of a deep backward point, in fairness. Full start for Bashir, who's in again now. And back goes Harrison, pushed out into the offside, fielded off his own bowling 30 yards away by Shoaib Bashir when he could comfortably have left it for Lewis Rees, but that's not really his thing, leaving it for other people. 37-6, he's going to come around the wicket now to Calvin Harrison, who's on 60. Tapping away at the crease as Bashir comes into him, and he, yeah, that's Bash. He defends it into the onside with the full face of the bat. He likes what he sees, and he wants to put some doubt into the batters' minds as well. And probably know exactly what he's doing, because I'm sure Calvin Harrison has done it from time to time as he launches this one down the ground, wide of the long on, and all the way for 6 out to the members' pavilion. And he gets a round of applause from Shoaib Bashir for doing so. He moves on to 66, 143 for 6 with McManus on 7. Talking about the weather, and I won't pap on about it, but tomorrow's bad forecast is now turning into a far better forecast, because the rain that we were supposed to get from 11 till 2 has now come forward, and there's no rain from 11 o'clock onwards.
Oh, right, okay.
I know that's why players always tell you can't play the weather. It should always be in the back of minds, I always think, but much better tomorrow. That, of course, means that by the end of today it could have arrived, but...
Yeah, it means that Northamptonshire are going to have to potentially bat even longer if they're going to get out of this one.
At this rate, they're probably going to have to bat for the whole today and the whole tomorrow, aren't they?
Yeah, because they're going to be so far behind. It's not going to be a question of knocking off the arrears and then moving ahead so that Derbyshire will need to chase something down. It's very unlikely. At the moment is Aitchison in, starting a fresh over to McManus with a forward short leg in now under the helmet, but McManus turns it past the left hand of forward short leg out to Shoaib Bashir at mid-wicket, 143 for 6.
That last day against Worcestershire here, when Derbyshire made 6-2-5, going into the last day, they were 1 down, Worcestershire needing 245 to avoid an innings defeat, and did it 7 down.
Here's Aitchison in, bowls full, driven by McManus up to mid-on, where Hayden fields, and there's no run. Cries of "come on, H boy."
Can't help himself, Lewis.
As you described him yesterday as the cheerleader, but without the pom-poms.
But he's got some somewhere.
Here's Aitchison. In and bowls, and again it keeps a bit low, and McManus pinned on the crease, managed to get bat on it. But this is now, I suspect it's one of those things, and it's so easy, it just gets into the batter's minds a bit, and it's been hard work for Northamptonshire, which is great credit to the way Derbyshire have bowled, but they've scored, 45 runs this morning in nearly 20 overs. Here's Aitchison in, bowls and driven nicely by McManus. Just jogs through for a single as Zach Chappell runs round to his left from mid-off. Takes McManus to 8 and Northamptonshire to 144 for 6.
Chappell disappointingly bent down and picked that one up. That was a perfect opportunity to stop the ball with his foot. But
Get the boot.
yeah.
We saw a wonderful piece of, as I say, rather traditional fast bowlers fielding this morning from Zach Chappell with the aid of a large size 12 boot or whatever. Here's Aitchison in, bowls to Harrison, and Harrison defends. Using his height well, Calvin Harrison, to get forward, get to the pitch of the ball. And he's fought incredibly hard here, 66 off 168 balls. Just looking to see how many balls he faced in that 150 odd down at Canterbury, 193. Here's Aitchison outside the off stump, one of the very few balls that Northamptonshire have been able this morning to leave. And Harrison does leave it, 66 to him. McManus is 8, Northamptonshire 144 for 6. So he scored another 90-odd runs in 25 more deliveries down at Canterbury, but of course a very different situation, very different match situation, and indeed a very different bowling attack.
He was only 6 deliveries away from having the longest innings of the match. 174 balls, Brooke Guest. Longest so far. He was batting at the same time as Martin Anderson against a team that had been out in the field for a long, long time and not taken many wickets, which always helps. Shoaib Bashir to Lewis McManus then, and McManus drives to the left of Lewis Rees, who's chasing it towards the boundary and just getting there in time. They're going to come back for 3 though, out towards the Monarch stand. There's a nice piece of fielding in the end from Lewis Rees, but they do get 3. McManus moves to 11, 147 for 6. Tosses himself a couple of catches, does Bashir. Just the short leg and slip. That's pushed out into the offside. They think about a quick single. He picks it up on the pitch that is being prepared for the Women's International. Heavy roller was up and down it again this morning as it was yesterday afternoon. Hesitate to call it the TV pitch, but that's pretty much what it is. As this next delivery is defended again by Harrison, picked up by Martin Anderson, who comes in from that short, quite straight mid-on, no more than 18 yards from the bat, quite close to the cut strip, although he just takes a little step to his right and then another. Bashir's happy with his positioning now. And in comes Bashir. Harrison defends that. Again, both arms in the air. Notice as well that the man down at long on, who is Caleb Jewell, has gone a little bit square. He's not as straight as he was before that 6 was hit by Calvin Harrison in the previous over. I'm not sure he'll play the same shot again necessarily, as that one is also defended back towards Bashir, who has to leap over the pitch to prevent putting some extra spike marks outside the off stump at the far end. Umpires like it when they show willing. The final ball of his 14th over is defended as well. And Bashir has now bowled 14 overs, 1 for 35. Takes his cap from umpire Treadwell, stares down the pitch, and he's spoken to by Wayne Madsen again. I wonder if that might be the end of Shoaib Bashir. It would be a shame. 7 overs, 1 for 23. He's bowled in this spell this morning.
Hasn't done a lot wrong, has he, really?
Indeed.
It's been constant threat. But interesting that Harrison just felt in the previous over that he can't just stand there and be bowled at.
Yes. No, it's a dangerous thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah. 147 for 6. Aitchison starting his 16th over. Bright sunshine now from the racecourse ground. And well, McManus has got, I think, bat on that. He has. It wasn't a million miles away from Brooke Guest down the leg side. Across the rope down at the far end of the ground, at the city end. But McManus, well, having seen what happened to Nathan McSweeney last night when he was caught behind on the leg side first ball, it was a little bit risky. As I say, Brooke Guest putting in the dive, but couldn't get it. 151 for 6, McManus to 15, Aitchison in bowls. And that again keeps low, and McManus, again, there's an element of deja vu about this, just slightly caught on the crease. But fortunately for him, manages to get bat on it. Spoke well last night, as he always does. Interesting that he was put up for interview last night. was at least able to talk with some authority about the pitch, having kept on it for 150 odd overs. Here's Aitchison in, bowls, and McManus defends up to mid-on, where Rory Hayden fields at Findon. Sussex playing Northamptonshire's women in the 50-over competition, 127 for 3 in the 32nd over. Wicket apiece for Bethan Robinson, Ella Phillips and Lenny Sims for David Ripley's side. Aitchison in, bowls to McManus, turns it away on the onside, just past forward short leg. There's no run. I haven't seen the coach putting in too many laps this morning. He actually left his beanie hat up here.
He did.
But I did return it via Lee Daggett, so hopefully it'll get back to him at some point. Apologies for the buzzing, we still don't know what it is.
No.
Here's Aitchison in, bowls and defended by McManus up to mid-on. Again, Rory Hayden fields. And there is no run.
Well, it's not coming back from Salford. The cue isn't affected, but then it goes again.
It's not the walkie-talkies again, is it?
No, I don't think that was. No, it might be my egg, might be ready.
Soft-boiled. 151 for 6. And now Shoaib Bashir has dropped down to deep backward square on the boundary. Are we going to see the short ball? No, we're not. We're going to see a full one that's driven by McManus a little uppishly up to Chappell at mid-off. Again, he might just have been through the shot a little early. Fortunately for him, it lands safe. McManus survives on 15. Harrison 66. Northamptonshire 151 for 6. The man in the fluorescent orange tabard has come out with, yes, to bring equipment out.
Matthew Montgomery's going to come on to bowl, so he's brought out a helmet for Caleb Jewell, who is now donning the fielding pads. I think they're the same fielding pads that Matthew Montgomery's been wearing.
Mystery off-spin then from Matthew Montgomery. Will he get a birthday wicket or two?
Slightly concerned. Good. The protector hasn't been exchanged. That's been popped in the helmet. That's been taken off now by, I think that's Nick Potts in the fluorescent tabard. And all that we're waiting for now is Caleb Jewell to sort himself out. He's trying to get his right trouser leg down at the moment. And he's got a cap in his hand. He doesn't know who it belongs to, so he's going to hand it to the umpire. I'm fairly sure it'll be Matthew Montgomery's cap. He'll have to take his floppy sun hat off, of course, and hand his sunglasses to somebody, because he's got those in his right hand.
Does he go in there much?
Jewell, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Did do last season as well before. Montgomery is the number one.
Yeah.
But he's lost another pair of sunglasses off the top of his hat now as well. So where are they going? Yeah, Wayne Madsen can have a look after them.
Like Professor Brainstorm, he's having pairs of glasses on his forehead.
He's ready. And Montgomery from the City end is in, and the first ball is played with his bottom hand coming off the bat into mid-on. That was an extraordinary shot. Went straight to Harry Kane. Surprised by something as this next delivery is driven pleasantly out into the offside. Be chased down by Lewis Rees, I think, before it gets to the boundary. It is just, and they come back for 3. Initially, Shoaib Bashir had gone after it, but realised he couldn't get there, so Harrison moves to 69, 154 for 6 now. As Lewis McManus takes a fresh guard off James Treadwell, the umpire. Rees is now back in position. And Montgomery is on his way in. That one's turned into the leg side very pleasantly by McManus for a single out towards Zach Chappell, patrolling the mid-wicket boundary. 155 4-6. Still some way, another 20 overs away from the second new ball. As that one is defended by Harrison. These two will know each other well from their Nottinghamshire days. Running drinks. As Montgomery's in again, and Harrison turns it up to Harry Kane. It's a sort of straight mid-wicket rather than a mid-on. There is a long on as well out on the boundary. That looks like it looks like somebody who it clearly can't be. As in comes Montgomery again, and that one is turned to Kane once more. It's Martin Anderson all the way out there now. I can tell by his run. What's happening here is that Shoaib Bashir's changing ends. Whether or not Montgomery has taken all his protective gear off just for one over, I'm not sure, but we're going to see Shoaib Bashir from the racecourse end for the first time in the match, possibly.
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah, which will give us an opportunity to see if it turns and that kind of thing without looking at the screen, which is good.
At Chelmsford, Hampshire 110 for 4 in their second innings against Essex, so Hampshire 72 runs ahead. Somerset 114 for 8 against Glamorgan at Cardiff, starting the day at 32 for 6. 239 runs the lead. That could be a very, very interesting day's play down at Cardiff. Surrey 291 for 4 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Dan Lawrence 98 not out. Here's Shoaib Bashir with a slip and a forward short leg from the racecourse end. First ball is turned into the ground just in front of forward short leg by McManus. Slip forward short leg, a man on the 45, a deep square. Harry Kane at mid-wicket, mid-off, extra cover, backward point. He's in and bowls short. And cut away by McManus in front of square, half stopped at extra cover and tidied up by mid-off rather. It's a single to McManus, who goes to 17. It was Martin Anderson who took the way off that one, painfully, on a day like this, which is cold. 156 for 6. Brings Calvin Harrison back on strike. Shoaib is in and bowls, and Harrison on the back foot defence. Still hands up in the air. I was thinking the instance when Harrison hit him for 6 and he applauded. Shades of the late great Bishan Bedi, who used to do that. Applaud the batters if they plonked him out the ground. Because as he said, if they don't play shots, it's difficult to get them out.
Absolutely.
Bashir in, defended by Harrison. Out to Harry Kane at mid-wicket.
His nephew, Vinny Beatty, was at school with me.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, he's just...
There's nothing else to that story.
No,
That's it.
He was, well, one of my favourite cricketers at that time when he formative years watching Northamptonshire. Here's Bashir turned hard into the ground by Harrison. It bounces up for forward short leg to stop, if not field, cleanly. Just an absolute joy, wasn't he? The most aesthetically pleasing spin bowler you could imagine. Gorgeous, fluid action, with a bright coloured patka. Shoaib is in, bowls, and on the back foot Harrison defends. And Shoaib himself fields before he can get as far as Harry Kane. That's the end of the over, 156 for 6. McManus is 17, Harrison is 69. We've got about 25 minutes or so to go until lunch. What's on the menu today, Fletch? Have you?
I don't know. I know.
Had advance warning.
It will be burgers tomorrow. We got back to the proper burgers last home game. Magnificent they were too. After a slightly disappointing final day against Worcestershire, for so many reasons, but largely because of the burgers. Towards the end of last season, they tried to give us a chicken burger. It was a little bit damp. I think we should have a sweepstake, as Montgomery begins a new over to Lewis McManus, who just defends it straight back to the bowler, as to whether Middlesex will get the 117 runs they need to beat Lancashire at Old Trafford. It was just that would have been just slightly beyond Derbyshire, and I'm sure Lancashire will have that fresh in their minds.
84 all out. Crumbs.
Incredible. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by McManus, fielded by Jewell, who's in a short leg. Yeah, not sure. I mean, scores are supposed to get progressively lower, but it's a bit more than progressively, that, isn't it? This one's turned into the leg side by McManus. It's gone from 201 to 169 to 84.
Well, that's interesting. Navia Sharmil, I was very impressed with at Northampton. Hadn't seen him before. Young, quick bowler. He's picked up 4 wickets today, I see, as did Toby Rowland-Jones.
Warming up for next week, as that one's turned into the leg side by McManus for a single out towards Chapel.
Yes,
And again, Derbyshire will be playing another side who's had an extra day's rest.
Yes.
What's going on? It's like the whole thing's
Well, they
weighted.
might. They might.
I'm not sure. It's weighted against them this season. Montgomery bowls and is defended by Harrison.
Well, I hasten to add, I hope not, but from every point of view, but not just a partisan one, but...
Yeah, I think 14 wickets in 2 sessions and half an hour.
Well, it should be too much,
Yes,
but...
absolutely. Next delivery is defended again by Harrison. Pushed into the offside, fielded by Montgomery. 3 overs for 7. Matthew Montgomery now, 157 for 6.
But we thought the same last Sunday when Worcestershire were 1 down at tea on the 3rd day and proceeded to lose, well, Sanderson taking 6 for 7 in 29 balls, and they proceeded to lose the remaining 9 wickets in the final session. Game over at 7 o'clock. 157 for 6. Shawab Bashir will continue, starting his 16th over, his second from this racecourse end. Still a slip and a forward short leg, and they're just moving deep mid-wicket round to deep backward square. There's also a man on the 45.
Oh, Lewis Rees has found himself out there, really.
Oh, yes, he's having a little graze out on the boundary. There's Shoaib is in again. Bowls and forward goes McManus. Smothers what spin there is. Shoaib fields off his own bowling. I haven't seen the ice cream van today. It's here on the first day. It's not here today.
Snowed in at home.
Somewhere in the peaks. Shoaib is in. Bowls short of a length and chipped uppishly by McManus. And Harry came and Shoaib Bashir for a moment looked to be playing a sort of version of touch rugby. Came as he was trying to sort of tackle Shoaib Bashir as the ball looped out into the onside.
He pulls that towel out the back, that's when he's tackled, isn't it?
Yes. Here's Shoaib in and bowls to McManus, who ball a fuller length, and he's forward defending. Back down the pitch. Sonny's out at the moment. Shoaib Bashir just picking up just a blade of grass, maybe just to see which way the wind's going. He's in again and flights that one up nicely, but McManus is forward again in defence.
You could probably just look at the flags, couldn't you, really?
Well, there's that, but it's altogether too simple. And it lacks, as our colleague Richard Gibson had said yesterday, it lacks theatre.
Yes.
Here's Shoaib in again. Forward goes McManus defending. Back down the pitch, and there is no run. So it looks as though a few of the games might be struggling to go into Monday around the country.
We're ready, Kevin. We're ready.
Well, I think that's one of the ones that almost certainly will go into tomorrow. Nottinghamshire and Surrey. Here's Shoaib in bowls and turned into the ground by McManus. Bounces up to short leg, and that is the end of the over. 69 to Harrison, 18 to McManus, 157 for 6. Shoaib Bashir, 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 36. Leicestershire 29 for 1 in their second innings against Sussex down at Hove, so they're still, 73 runs behind. Warwickshire now 362 for 4 in their second innings against Yorkshire, 356 ahead. Runs all the way down the order, but Sam Hain is 83 not out there at Edgbaston. Pitch seems to have, as you say, very much changed character. Perhaps they're playing on the little ground next door, the old Portland Road ground.
Here comes Montgomery to begin a new over, and he drives at that one, Harrison. It comes off an outside edge and goes all the way down towards third man. Hayden is forced to chase it, and they take 2 runs. Perhaps a little sign of frustration from Calvin Harrison. He moves to 71, 159 for 6. Montgomery won't mind that too much. As he's in again, and that goes past the edge of his bat. Wayne Madsen hops in the air. Started off in delight and ended in frustration. Hayden warming up now at backward point. As Harrison is in, that one is defended by Harrison out towards Bashir. I was just looking up to see if Harry came, sure they did. Harry came and Lewis McManus overlapped at Hampshire. They will have done it. They'll know each other. I think most cricketers do, as this one is defended into the offside. I think Harry Kane's about 2 or 3 years younger than Lewis McManus. He's been at Derbyshire a good while now, of course. Montgomery bowls. Harrison defends straight back to him. He was at Hampshire from until 2020, joined Derbyshire in 2021. As that goes past the edge of Harrison's bat. Again, he was trying to force the ball away into the offside. I'm not sure that's the future.
Yeah, there was just a couple of false shots in that over from Calvin Harrison. Needs Lewis McManus to maybe just come down and remind him that there's only, 20 minutes or so to go till lunch, and Northamptonshire lose another one before lunch, then, and I have the official permission of Ben Sanderson to say this, they're through to the tail.
Well, if Ben Sanderson's a tail ender, I'm not entirely sure how to describe George and Harry.
Well,
I do hope we get to see. Well, we will get to see the bat
yes,
at some point. But
Harry is idiosyncratic, as he is
Perfect.
in every other aspect of his game.
Perfect.
George, George is George, isn't he? Really?
We need Bashir to.
Bashir to Conway would be absolute box office.
Yeah,
it would
we
be
need
superb.
That. We need that in our lives.
Well, I think there's every chance we might get it at some point. Well, from Northamptonshire's point of view, they will hope it's sometime later in the day. And we are going to have Rory Hayden back in the attack in place of Shoaib Bashir. So whether he's going to switch back to the other end or whether he's going to take a blow for now. Hayden, good opening spell from the far end, from the City end this morning. Wickets of Proctor and Zabe. And he's in and bowls full to McManus, who pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run. Harry Kane fields. Slip and, not really a gully, it's sort of like a slip and a fourth slip. Backward point. Extra cover on the drive. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Forward short leg and a long leg down in front of the boundary bar. Here's Hayden. In again to bowl to Lewis McManus on leg stump, turned out to mid-wicket by McManus, and there's no... Is that Mitch Wagstaff on it?
I'm just checking. Yes, it is Mitch Wagstaff.
Extra cover, a short extra. I thought it was him.
Good spot from you.
Well, I'm just wondering who's not. Who's gone off?
Martin Anderson has left.
Right.
I saw him go up the stairs, but I didn't see Mitch coming on. Wagstaff with a couple of centuries for the seconds this season so far.
Yeah, he was saying. Now, keeper standing up to Rory Hayden.
So the slips move closer together.
So So it's now like a proper first and second slip and a short leg. Keeper standing up, Hayden in and bowls to McManus, who cuts for 4. Little bit of width, little bit short, and like a starving man seeing a crust of bread, McManus pounced on it. Haven't been too many copper bottom scoring opportunities this morning, thanks to the quality of the bowling and I think the match situation getting into the batters' heads a bit, which is fair enough really. But McManus goes to 22, 163 for 6.
Not really quick enough to bowl that kind of delivery.
No.
Rory Hayden isn't his stock in trade, really.
Just stuck in the pitch a little bit, didn't it, and gave McManus the chance to put it away. Hayden in again, bowls to McManus this time. McManus defends out to Mitch Wagstaff on the drive at short extra, 163 for 6. It is still. Well, one way or another, Lancashire Middlesex, you would think, is not going to go too far into, well, the rest of today, really. It may well be over by tea. 108 more Middlesex need to win, all wickets standing. Can lightning strike twice?
Remarkable if it did.
Here's Hayden in, bowls and defended by McManus back down the pitch. So now they've gone back to, it's not quite a slip and a fourth slip, but it's a slip and a fifth slip now. I still don't think it's quite in the gully, but
it's one of those where you have to imagine where the rest of the slips will be standing to work out what number he is, and I think you're right. I think he's gone a little bit wider.
It's a little bit, it's almost like 4.5 at the moment, I think. Backward point in as well. Short extra still on the drive. And Rory Hayden running away from us to bowl to McManus, and McManus defends back down the pitch where Hayden fields 163 for 6. McManus is 22. Harrison is 71. Quarter of an hour or so to go until lunch. Batters confer. And unsurprisingly, because he seems to have had Calvin Harrison in a spot of bother in the last over or two, Matthew Montgomery will continue.
A brief sighting of Mitch Wagstaff is over. Martin Anderson back on the field. Here comes Montgomery to bowl to Harrison, who pushes it back down the pitch towards his former Nottinghamshire teammate, squad mate. They must have played together at some point. He's in again, and the one just keeps a bit low again. Pushed into the onside by Harrison towards Harry Kane. He's got a long on out on the boundary. That is Martin Anderson. And then the mid-off is at least halfway back. Lewis Rees, as Montgomery bowls, gives that one a bit of air. Pushed out to the offside by Harrison, straight to Bashir. We'll rattle, only be 10 overs or so after lunch before the second new ball becomes available as well. Because of all the spin we've seen, that one comes off an edge as he tries to defend it. And Hayden picks it up, having moved from backward point to third man to do the fielding. 164 for 6. Harrison moves on to 72. Lewis McManus back on strike. He's got 22. He's flying 22 off 56, and they're too short of the half-century partnership, as that one is turned into the leg side, but straight to the man back at square on the 45, who is Ben Aitchison. Just one more ball of the Montgomery over to go. It takes him no time at all to get through his overs. He's in and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side, and there'll be at least one there, if not two. There will be two as Zach Chappell gets there and picks up, and that is the half-century stand between Harrison and McManus. Of 111 deliveries, McManus moves on to 24. Harrison has 72. It's 166 for 6, and it's too cold for anybody to take their hands out of their pockets and applaud the half-century stand. Not a ripple.
I'm sure they were all itching to do so, but thought better of it.
Absolutely nothing.
thought better of it. No. 166 for 6.
That's one thing I noticed. You've been to Canterbury already, haven't you, this season? The generosity of the Canterbury crowd is incredible. Possibly the most generous
Yes,
away crowd I've watched cricket in front of.
and it's funny, and we'll come back to that after this ball from Rory Hayden, starting his 14th over, running into bowl to Harrison, who lets it go, and Brooke Guest standing up doesn't take it cleanly. They used to have a bit of a reputation, and I know Mike Brearley wrote about this, is the Kent crowd not sort of getting narky, but just fading away and just sort of drifting out of the ground and going a bit quiet. But this obviously was, we're going back into the 70s, I suppose, when they were.
When 4 of the 5,000 crowd left.
But it was no, they were certainly, yes, very, very, very generous. There's Hayden in bowls and Harrison defends.
There was 1,200 in on the opening day of the championship match that Derbyshire played last weekend, which was a very healthy crowd. Lots of people in their own chairs on the bank to the right and at the far end of the Nackington Road end. It was a terrific atmosphere.
It's always a ground I very, very much enjoy going to, for any number of reasons. Partly one of them being the fact that I think it's about the best coffee on the circuit. That little coffee shop on the ground. Here's Hayden in, bowls full, and again Harrison, rock-like in defence, pushes it up to mid-off, and there is no run. But no, very generous and love the game, and it's a nice place, I always think, to watch cricket, Canterbury. And it's particularly nice going there early part of the season and seeing the trees at the Nackington Road end actually in leaf, because you do go there sometimes at the start of the season and it's a bit bare at that far end. Here's Hayden in again, bowls back of a length this time, and Harrison defends out into the offside, and there is no run.
We were right behind the bowler's arm as well, which was a magnificent vantage point. Slightly unfortunate for one of our commentators who started dancing around and was told to sit down by Brooke Guest. But he'll get used to cricket one day, Dan. He'll understand how it works.
Here's Rory Hayden. Still the slip and the 5th slip in. And Harrison this time running it down to backward point. And there is no run. That was his 200th delivery, Calvin Harrison. Nobody can accuse him of selling his wicket cheaply.
By some distance, the longest innings of the match.
Yeah.
Lewis Rees is going a bit closer to the bat. They've got enough fielders around the bat, so he's gone in as a second mid-wicket. We've got 2 covers as well now, because Harry Kane's he's absolutely surrounded.
And again, it's the last ball of the over.
Yeah.
As you mentioned earlier. Oh dear, somebody's dropped a clanger. Here's Hayden in bowls, and Harrison, unfazed by the added company, pushes that solidly up to the straighter of the 2 extra covers. Harry came, and there is no run. End of the over, 166 for 6. Harrison 72, McManus 24. Just a bit concerned when you hear something like that and you think, is that our lunch that's gone from Burton? But it comes up from a different source, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So
That comes from our left.
Good.
The clang was definitely to the right. And that showing Bashir's back, look. From the city end. As Jane has just informed. She could almost go around and tell everybody individually, in all honesty. I'm not blaming anybody for not being here today.
No, it's a bit bleak, isn't it?
It's one of those days, I'm afraid. So Bashir to McManus. Partnership of 50, 166 for 6. And first ball is just defended in a very traditional kind of fashion, but Bashir thought it might have sneaked past the bat somehow. Had to have gone through the bat, I think. Here he comes again. Into the wind, and that one is keeping very low, and McManus does very well to keep it out. That one didn't bounce at all. And these batters, well, if they're minds aren't scrambled yet. They will be soon.
Yeah.
He did exceptionally well to keep that one out, Lewis McManus. Here comes Bashir again. This one is pushed out into the offside. Bashir suddenly realises that the whole point, or part of the point of him bowling, is to get through some overs quickly. But he was standing there with his arms in the air, suddenly turned and raced back to his mark. And here he comes once more. That one is defended again, this time into the offside, just slightly backward of square. Madsen fields, launches the ball down to Bashir. 2 balls left of the over. 6 minutes to go until lunch. They'll get a couple of overs in, I'm sure. That's Bashir once more. Very big stride in there from McManus. As big a stride as Lewis McManus can manage, certainly. Plays it straight back to Bashir, who's about to complete his 17th over. 1 for 36, his figures, as things stand. And he's in again and bowls, and that one is defended up towards Harry Kame, and everybody starts running hither and yon as the over comes to an end. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36 for Shoaib Bashir. And Rory Hayden will continue this very short spell from the race course end. They'll get 2 more in before lunch, I fancy.
Unless there's a lot of shenanigans going on,
They have to fetch the ball from a long way away because there's an awful lot of people sort of around the bat.
Yes.
It's not around the bat in the traditional sense.
No, it's an umbrella field in reverse, isn't it?
Down umbrella on the floor.
2 extra covers, 2 mid-wickets as Hayden comes in, bowls to Harrison, who plays it out to the squarer of the 2 extra covers. So there are 4, 2 on either side. In front of the wicket, there is also a slip. There is a 4th, 5th slip, if you like, and keeper is standing up. It's the 69th over of this ball. Hayden in and bowls to Harrison. Harrison again defends up to Harry Kame this time, the straighter of the 2 extra covers by way of variety.
Just watched his follow through there, Rory Hayden. He pretty much stopped dead and turned around. But he's got a shorter follow through than Shoaib Bashir. This is a good effort.
It's a long leg down to the boundary, in front of the boundary bar, mid wicket as well. As in comes Hayden and driven uppishly by Calvin Harrison. It clears the 2 men on the drive, but not by a great deal. It was a miscue from Harrison, but he gets away with it and he picks up 2 runs. He goes to 74, 168 for 6, and again, and we've seen it 2 or 3 times this morning, batters maybe just threw the shot a little bit early, which feeds into what Darren Lehman was saying earlier about the pitch sort of dying a bit. Here's Hayden in, bowls full, driven for 4. It was a full toss, and it got what it deserved, really. It was driven by Calvin Harrison. You can hear the rattle as it hits the picket fence down underneath us. Slotted down into the gap. There were obviously the 2 mid-wickets in there, and hit between the bowler and them, Lewis Rees being the straighter of the 2, and thus it's his job to go and retrieve the ball. It looks as though he's grateful for a bit of a run there. 78 to Harrison, 172 for 6. Hayden in again, bowls to Harrison. Harrison defends up to Kame on the drive, and there is no run. Now, by rights, with 1 ball left in the over, we should see a wholesale field change, but I don't think we're going to.
Well, they can't really do much more, can they? They could bring in the mid-wicket a bit closer. He's wandering in.
As the sort of the groundsman's little golf buggy hurtles around the ground. Here's Hayden in to finish the over, and tickled away down towards fine leg by Harrison. It should be just a single. There is a man down there. Did he get bat on it? No, he didn't. It's a leg by. Signalled by umpire Paul Baldwin, but 1 more onto the total, 173 for 6. The clock is showing 1 minute to 1. So I would imagine we're going to have another over because, yep, umpire Treadwell is in place before the digital clock ticked over to 1 o'clock. So we will have
33 overs in the morning.
amazing.
What is going on out here? Northamptonshire bowl their overs really quickly. Derbyshire bowling their overs really quickly.
You might be in for your carvery at 6:30 tonight.
It's like nobody wants to be out there. Short leg slip and slip for Shoaib Bashir to bowl to Calvin Harrison, who pushes the first ball of the over out into the offside. Rory Hayden fields, and there's no run. I don't think we'll see a big shot in this over. I'd be surprised.
I would be surprised.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the over 8 go to +4 after lunch. That's my latest guess. As Bashir comes in again, defended it once more with minimal foot movement by Calvin Harrison.
Well, your assessment yesterday was uncanny, uncannily accurate.
Amazing guesswork. Gives the ball a little polish, Bashir, before hopping into his approach. And forward goes Harrison and pushes it straight back to him. Not too demonstrative in this over so far, Shoaib Bashir. He's 18th of the innings, as it should be. And he's bringing the long on up to sort of halfway to the boundary. So Martin Anderson's a little bit closer to the rest of his team. As Bashir bowls, and that's... there we go. Pushed it to the offside. Bashir thought something was going to happen then. It didn't. But that isn't going to stop him thinking it. Can he finish the over before? I'm not sure we can, actually. It's going to be very tight, this, with the final update of the day.
What do you want me to do then? Last couple?
I'll do this one. Bashir bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump. Goes through to Brooke Guest. So I've got a minute before I'm due on, but...
At least it's not the Bee Gees.
No, it's Vicky the newsreader. Oh, now they're messing about. Over to you, brothers.
Right you are. Yes, well, the obligatory field change with 1 ball to go, and they're bringing the man across from extra cover into a straight silly mid-on. So a slip, leg slip, short leg, silly mid-on for the last ball of the session. Bowled by Bashir, defended by Calvin Harrison, and that is lunch on the 3rd day here at Derby. And Northamptonshire, who started the day on 98 for 4, slipped deeper into trouble at 116 for 6, but some good resilience shown here by Calvin Harrison and Lewis McManus. They put on an unbroken 57 for the 7th wicket. Calvin Harrison is 78 not out off 213 balls. I'm just wondering, I strongly suspect that may actually be his, in terms of balls, the longest innings of first-class cricket he's ever played. I wouldn't be surprised. Lewis McManus is 24 not out off 64. And the wicket takers this morning, Zach Chappell, who had James Sales, LBW for 46, one that kept a bit low, and Shoaib Bashir, who's been a constant threat, getting Bartlett caught in rather tame fashion at mid-wicket by Harry Kane for a single. So Chappell 13 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 17. Was very, very good this morning. Bashir 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 36. The 2 openers, Aitchison 16 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 40. Rory Hayden 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 51. And Matthew Montgomery, who actually bowled quite nicely and had Calvin Harrison in a spot of bother on his birthday, 5 overs, no wicket for 12. So 173 for 6. At lunch, we will be back after discovering what's in the box today for the start of the afternoon session at around about 20 minutes to 2. Please join us then. Enjoy your lunch. We shall enjoy ours.
And welcome back to the Central Co-op County Ground here in Derby, an overcast Derby, but there's still plenty of blue sky up above. Where Northamptonshire are 173 for 6 in their first innings, still trailing by 431. We're going to see Martin Anderson for the first time today. He only bowled 3 overs yesterday for 14 runs on Dave Fletcher, and this is Andrew Ragg.
Afternoon, Fletch. Good afternoon, everyone. And well, Karen Harrison, Northamptonshire will be hoping he can extend this vigil that's already extended to 213 balls, 78 off 213. Partnership worth 57, which at least has kept Northamptonshire afloat, but with the 3 bowlers to come, Northamptonshire really need this partnership to go on a good deal longer.
I think this is largely Martin Anderson coming on. No disrespect to me, bowled an absolute beauty to get rid of Zach Crawley down at Kent last week. Not that you have to bowl an absolute beauty to get rid of Zach Crawley at the moment, but yeah, it was a superb delivery.
Incidentally, could you tell me what's going to win the lottery next week? Because you've got it absolutely right on the over rate again, +4.
Magnificent.
Well done.
Here's Anderson. Into bowl to Lewis McManus down the leg side. Taken well by Brooke Guest. Good to see that Shoaib Bashir continues to warm up. I think we can safely say that we'll see him because the new ball is 10 overs. Second new ball's 10 overs away as we start this session. They bowled far too many overs this morning, Derbyshire, for their own good. So they don't break this partnership and they go along at the same kind of rate as Anderson comes in and bowls. That's pushed it down into the gully region. Nice stop there by Ben Aitchison, diving and then crawling along the floor to his right. But they do take a single. McManus moves to 25, 174 for 6.
Nice lunch today.
Very nice.
Very pleasant, yes.
I've never had broccoli cheese before, but
Oh yeah, we have it at home.
is that normal?
Well, I'd say it's normal, but we have it at home.
No, it's very good.
nice. Very good.
Burgers tomorrow. Here goes Anderson in and bowls, and that one is defended by Harrison,
Well-
perhaps unsurprisingly.
Let me go down and have a chat with Calvin Harrison and make clear that we do need to be here tomorrow.
Oh, we will be.
For the purposes
Certainly
of
until
burgers.
lunch.
That's
Until
fine.
lunch. After lunch, they can do what they like. His hands thrust deep into his pockets at the moment, showing Bashir. Everybody was of the opinion that we want to see Bashir bowling to Harry Conway.
Yes.
As Anderson bowls, and that one is pushed into the onside, where it's fielded by Matthew Montgomery. The problem is that if Derbyshire take the new ball and take some wickets, the chances are we won't see him bowling to Shoaib Bashir, to Harry Conway. I'm just looking forward to seeing Conway batting, let alone no matter who's bowling to him, really.
It's an experience.
Yeah.
It is an
I'm
experience.
looking forward to it. Anderson in and bowls pushed out into the offside. They think about a single. There might have been a sharp one there, but that's well fielded in the end by Ben Aitchison. Again, hitting the deck. 174 for 6, 430 behind. So they can even really allow Northamptonshire to get another 120 runs. And it'd still be a very tall order for the visitors. Not that they should be planning on doing that, as Anderson bowls a very full delivery that goes underneath Harrison's bat and misses the stumps down the leg side, I think, because of the way Brooke Guest took that. That was a very good delivery to finish the over off the attempted Yorker. Well, it was a Yorker. Unfortunately, it wasn't on the stumps. End of the over, 174 for 6, 78 to Harrison, 25 to McManus. We're going to see Shoaib Bashir, of course we are.
Yeah, to bowl in bright sunshine. It's a lovely afternoon now. Still a bit parky if you're outside, but we're all right, Jack. We're behind.
we are.
We're behind glass, so that's
The
fine.
youngsters on the cameras are...
Oh, yes, they were having a bit of a whinge, weren't they?
They were very cold when they came back in after 2 hours out there. So
Yes, that's, and they do a terrific job. The game at Old Trafford, which we mentioned before lunch, is unlikely to last too much longer. Middlesex needing 117 to win against Lancashire, after Lancashire collapsed to 84 all out this morning. Middlesex 57 for 2. Here is Shoaib Bashir with a slip and a forward short leg, bowling to McManus, who drives back down the pitch. Bashir fields into his 19th over, 1 for 36. 3 saving 1 on the offside, backward point, extra cover mid-off, then long on the boundary, mid-wicket, man on the 45. Bashir in bowls, and McManus again stretching forward to play defensively. Pushed out
57 for 2.
57 for 2.
Derbyshire were 52 for 3 in that pursuit of 138 and still managed to lose.
Well, it's not over yet. Here's Bashir, and again bowls, and again forward goes McManus, drops it out into the offside. Aitchison comes in from extra cover to field as Messrs Lehman and Chappell, Northamptonshire's head coach and senior assistant coach, start their post-prandial lap, anti-clockwise. Shoaib Bashir in, and McManus tries to sweep a ball outside the off stump, misses. Brooke Guest nips off the bails, but McManus hadn't moved his back foot. It's evident this morning that they don't want to be just rendered completely strokeless, but at the same time, such is the precarious nature of this position that Northamptonshire find themselves in, that they need these two to go on for a bit longer as McManus drops that next ball, wrists it down in front of short leg. You have 1 ball left in the over, which usually is a signal for a field change, but not this time, as Bashir is in, flights that up. McManus tries to drive, scuffs it into the ground, and immediately looks at the toe end of his bat as it rolls back down the pitch. Bowler fields, and the end of Shoaib Bashir's first over of the afternoon. Northamptonshire still 174 for 6. Harrison 78, McManus 25, and these two have put on 58 for the 7th wicket, coming together with the fall of George Bartlett for 1. That was 116 for 6 before that this morning. Northamptonshire losing James Sales, LBW to Zach Chappell for 46.
Martin Anderson's, excuse me, Martin Anderson's ready. Unfortunately, his skipper Wayne Madsen was having a chat with him. He has to go all the way down to the far end of the ground. Anderson bowling from the racecourse end here at Derby with, that's a slip and a gully now, I'm going gully. As Anderson is in, that's down the leg side, tries to flick it away. Harrison, it's taken by Brooke Guest as he fails to make contact.
Sorry.
Oh, no, you carry
No, I was going to say at Findon.
Nothing interesting.
No. I was just going to say the update from the women's match at Findon between Northamptonshire and Sussex. Sussex made 268 for 9 in their 50 overs, so strong recovery after losing a couple of wickets early on.
Anderson bowls to Harrison, who goes on the back foot, forces it up to Harry Kane at mid-off, and there's no run. Ella
Phillips picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 53 in 10. Bethan Robinson 2 for 46 in 9. And Gemma Marriott, the T20 captain, 2 for 44 off 7. So Northamptonshire need 269 to win there at lovely Findon Dolben.
And goes Anderson again. Harrison pushes it up towards mid-off again, and Harry Kane fields once more. I was merely going to say the women's pitch for the T20 International is looking shiny because it's been heavy rolled again.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
It's Matthew Montgomery's standing all over it at the moment, which will delight Neil Godrich, the head groundsman, I'm sure. I'm a little surprised they haven't covered it in a mat or something. They usually do that kind of thing. As he wants it exposed to the sun as Anderson bowls, clipped into the leg side out towards Bashir by Harrison. Of an inside-ish edge, and they go through for another single.
A couple of instances last year, I don't know if it was the same here, Fletch, but when it was really dry and quite warm, we saw at Northampton a few times, they got the covers on just to try and keep the sun off it, to stop it drying out completely.
Try to keep some moisture in it. I'm sure the Hover cover will go over it at the close of play tomorrow. As Anderson is in, it's guided down into the gully region. A slight misfield there from Ben Aitchison will allow them to get through for a single. McManus moves on to 26. Harrison has 79, 176 for 6.
Middlesex have lost another wicket. 63 for 3.
I told you.
Need another 54 to win. 7 wickets standing.
There's the Boy Anderson. I bet Boy Anderson's bowling and it'll tear through them. Panic will set in. If experience is anything to go by, Anderson bowls to Harrison, who dabs it backward of square and in fact down to the slip field away in Manson. And the over comes to an end at 176 for 6.
Anderson has bowled, but Mitch Stanley's picked up 2 wickets.
Sharp.
And George Balderson has got the other one.
Stanley was bowling 93 miles an hour against Derbyshire at Old Trafford earlier this season.
Well, he's nipped a couple out, so it's not quite settled yet.
Is Leas Deploy in now? Sorry, I keep
So,
asking. I could look at it myself.
No, it's fine. Leas Deploy is out.
Oh, he's already out, is he now? He was the mainstay in the first innings, I think, wasn't it? So
Ben Geddes is 30 not out. Robson, Holden and Deploy have all gone. So that's a good chunk of the batting. It must be certainly the experienced batting.
Late Kevin Hand will be panicking already, summoning up all the scenarios where they can possibly lose the game.
Here's Shoaib Bashir in and bowls and on driven by Lewis McManus out to long on. Caleb Jewell, he of the pristine white sun hat, fresh from its polythene wrapping yesterday, we think. One more to McManus, he goes to 27, 177 for 6, still a slip and a forward short leg. And now Bashir, I thought, was just motioning somebody, maybe the man on the fence a little bit straighter. That's short of a length and punched away into the offside by Calvin Harrison, fielded by Aitchison in there at extra cover. A backward point, extra cover, mid-off, and long on, mid-wicket, man on the 45 and a deep square. Bashir in again, and Harrison defends back down the pitch. And there is no run. The breeze coming pretty much over our right shoulder here at the racecourse ground end. Racecourse end. Here's Bashir, and he's gone for a big swing, Calvin Harrison, and it's landed in front of long on. They come through for a single, Caleb Jewell out there, but I suspect his heart would have been very much in his mouth. He's then rehearsing the sort of the slog sweep a la Malloy. He just got underneath that one. Fortunately for him, we're talking about long on being back. If he'd been up in a sort of mid-on, normal mid-on position, he might have been in business. He wasn't, so he wasn't. 178 for 6. Bashir in and turned reassuringly for Northamptonshire eyes by McManus, past short leg for a single. McManus to 28, 179 for 6. Mentioned McManus in that first game of the season faced 300 balls across the 2 innings, 188 in the first innings, 116 in the second, 304 in fact to be precise. Is Bashir in again, and this time Harrison tries something rather less flamboyant, punches it up to mid-on, and there is, or mid-wicket rather, and there is no run. End of the over, 80 to Harrison, 28 to McManus, 179 for 6. The partnership now worth 63 for the 7th wicket. The second new ball, 6 overs away.
So McManus faced more balls in one match than I faced in the entire career.
Yes, he was very. I mean, Bartlett, obviously George Bartlett, and rightly got most of the accolades there for his 95 not out off 197 to save the match. But McManus held them together in the first innings after they were 41 for 5, kept them in the game with 75 not out off 188, and then in the second innings, when again they were deep in the clart at 122 for 7. 27 off 116 balls in partnership with McManus, with Bartlett rather, to take it deep, and the tail in the end just managing to hang on with Bartlett. So McManus really did everything and more that would have been expected of him.
Martin Anderson's ready to bowl the next over. He's now got a wide-ish slip and a leg slip for Lewis McManus, who gets one bang on the stumps and turns it into the onside to Matthew Montgomery.
Middlesex, 64 for 4.
I told you. There will be mass panic now.
Second wicket for Balderson. That's Caleb Faulkner out for naught.
What will that do to Middlesex? The two teams, the inability to chase low totals meet at Lord's.
Might be like a slow bicycle race.
Yes. Yeah. After you. No, after you. 179 for 6. In goes Anderson again. 2 cover fielders now. That one is turned into the onside by McManus. Zach Chappell has moved in to the second. Oh no, he's out of there now. Yep, that makes more sense. Put Harry Kame in there, and Zach Chappell can go to mid off. He looked a little disappointed, but he had his moment of glory. Needs to come back a touch, which he's doing now as Anderson in bowls to McManus down the leg side.
Yeah, got a leg slip in now, haven't they?
Yeah. Manson's moved from slip to leg slip. It's a strange looking field. A slip who's very wide, a leg slip, 2 covers, a catching mid wicket. Mid off, mid on, square leg and a long leg.
Looks a bit like a Subbuteo field, wasn't it? That you used to
Yeah.
set with the little fielders with the catching cups.
Goes Anderson again. McManus defends. Straight back to him. Let's look at the ball. He polishes the ball for some reason. Doesn't seem to be much profit in that, really.
I think we had a ball inspection in one of the games this year when I think it was in the penultimate over before the new ball was due. And we
Did they
still
change it?
We still no, I don't think they did, but they still had to go through all the handcuffs and so on, rigmarole.
Anderson bowls, pushed out into the offside, quick single taken and taken comfortably in the end as McManus jogs down to the non-striker's end and moves to 29, 180, 4-6. The ball was fielded there by Ben Aitchison. Same field for Harrison with the 2 catching covers and the catching mid-wicket, but only one of them. Rory Hayden down there in the distance at long leg must be wondering what he's done wrong, as this next delivery is defended again by Harrison. Straight back to Martin Anderson, and the over comes to an end. He's now bowled 6 overs for 18, 180 for 6. Northamptonshire trailing by 424 runs.
No further alarms for Middlesex. 65 for 4 now, but they still need another 52 to win. And at the moment, you can imagine that will look a very, very long way away. There's the Northamptonshire Brains Trust. You can see if you're watching on the live stream. From right to left, Darren Lehman, head coach. Glenn Chappell, senior assistant coach and also bowling coach. And on the left, familiar figure to Derbyshire supporters, Greg Smith, who of course played here, and Essex back in his playing days. 180 for 6, Shoaib Bashir to start his 21st over, 1 for 39. Placing his field with meticulous care, and he's bringing deep square up about 10 yards off the boundary in front of the players' pavilion.
If it goes over Zach Chappell's head now, there'll be words.
Here is Bashir, flights that one up and driven by McManus, straight to short extra where Ben Aitchison is fielding. Just keeping himself loose, because presumably he'll have work to do with a new ball in the not too distant future. 4 overs away. Here's Sheeran again, and McManus pushing forward. He's hit on the pad. Manages to get bat out of harm's way. Still a slip in, Wayne Madsen, and forward short leg. And Shoaib Bashir in again bowls and McManus defends.
Marvellous.
And Shoaib Bashir, you can hear him exclaiming after every ball, can't quite believe that he hasn't picked up a wicket. As the sun returns, spreading across the ground from north to south. Bashir in again and edged by McManus. He was thinking about a single as Madsen tracked back from slip to field. Calvin Harrison was going nowhere, leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end. So there is no run. 180 for 6. Still 424 runs behind. Shoaib Bashir in again, defended by McManus. Out into the offside. Madsen comes round from slip to field.
The batter will eventually believe that it's doing all sorts, I think, after being browbeaten by Bash.
And he's in again. Last ball of the over. Bowls to McManus short, pulled by McManus, but straight to mid-wicket. And there is no run. End of the over. 180 for 6. Harrison is 80 off 227 balls. McManus is 29. And we have 4 overs to go until you would think the next really crucial phase of the innings and therefore the match when the second new ball is due. But obviously Derbyshire would dearly love to get another breakthrough before the new ball is due. And Shoaib Bashir and Lewis McManus just having a chat. I'm not quite sure if you classify it as a cosy chat or not, but there's an exchange of intellectual perspectives, let's say.
He does like a chat, as we've seen so many times. Here is Martin Anderson in and bowls to Harrison, who drives up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. And there is no run. Almost in a holding pattern at the moment. As you say, Radders, they'd dearly love another wicket, but if they can get through to the new ball, second new ball in, 3 overs and this over, with minimal damage on the score, board they will be happy, as Anderson is in and goes past the edge of Harrison's bat. That hasn't happened too often in recent times. Perhaps a shiny new ball will do it a bit more. Taken low down, it didn't bounce. Very low down by Brooke Guest. I'm told it is quite pleasant when the sun's out. But there are lots of people with hoods up, which would tell you otherwise. As Anderson is in once more, that's turned into the leg side. They can go through for a single as the ball is picked up by Lewis Rees, who holds on to it. Harrison goes up to 81. 181 for 6 now. He certainly deserves a century here, Calvin Harrison, no matter what happens in the rest of this innings. 19 runs away from it.
Yeah, he's worked hard, hasn't he?
Very. McManus on strike, defending the next ball out into the offside, where it's fielded by Harry Kame of a fashion. I did have a look. I couldn't work out who they were talking to.
No, I was wondering the same thing.
Is it a? I don't know who it is, but it's,
No,
it's a Northamptonshire Gilet.
I can tell you who it is. It is Dan Vernon, who is Northamptonshire's Chief Operating Officer.
Oh, okay. I'm quite pleased that's who it is, because I have no idea, but I'll have a look to see if I can tell who it was.
So they're having a chat too, the coaching team.
Anderson in and bowls. That was one of those slightly more flighted medium pace balls that Martin Anderson has in his armoury.
It's like a sort of cycling pursuit race at the moment, because you've got another Northamptonshire little group of Nathan McSweeney, Jack, strength and conditioning, and I think Lee Daggett, the physio, going around the ground, but they're sort of at opposite sides of the ground now, catching them up.
Anderson ball strikes the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, too high, and probably hit him outside the line actually. McManus unmoved, umpire unmoved, and 4 leg byes are signalled although the ball is in the hands of the slip, so it didn't go to the boundary. I was slightly surprised to see four-leg byes being signalled there. Paul Baldwin signals four-leg byes. The ball is in the hands of the slip fielder.
James Treadwell had to point out the fact that it wasn't a bad shout, you know. It was probably a little bit high, but it's, not a million miles away, to be honest.
It was the four-leg byes. Well, I didn't watch where the ball had gone, I have to
No,
admit.
I didn't. But
And what happened next was that Ben Aitchison held it above his head and said, well, I've got it here. Unless he took it out of his pocket, which would be a terrific trick, wouldn't it? There is a ball down by the boundary, but I've got this one in my hand here. It didn't go anywhere.
and it was and umpire James Treadwell at square leg then sort of pointed out the fact that the ball was in the fielder's hand. Anyway, 181 for 6, 3 to go before the new ball. And cut away the first ball of Bashir's next over by Harrison, but can't get it past Rory Hayden in there at backward point. Sunshine bathing the ground as Shoaib Bashir is in, bowls slightly quicker one. Forward comes Harrison, pushes it out into the offside. Fielded by Caleb Jewell. He's in there at extra cover. Still a slip and a silly point, short leg, which has been the case pretty much throughout Shoaib Bashir's bowling today, and he's now in his 22nd over. He's in and bowls, and again, forward goes Harrison, stamping down that left foot, get to the pitch of the ball. Madsen comes across from slip and just has a word with Ben Aitchison, who's...
But I think he was actually...
No, Martin Anderson,
he was
wasn't
concerned
he?
that Bashir was going to throw the ball. He was backing up.
And he's in again, bowls to Harrison, who pushes it up towards Harry Kame at mid-wicket, but Bashir, needless to say, decides that he will do the fielding, and does.
Yeah, Aitchison's left the field for his bowling boots, I think.
Yeah, he was just having a chat with Martin Anderson, wasn't he, about something or other. Perhaps it was about the carvery that Dave Griffin was about at lunchtime. Here's Shoaib Bashir in again. Forward goes Harrison, defends. Back down the pitch, and there is no run.
I think only gold card holders can afford those carveries.
Yes, he rather poo-pooed my suggestion, but yeah, I think we might be a little bit pricey what he was suggesting. Anyway, 181 for 6, 1 ball to go in the over. Round the wicket goes Bashir, who swings it away, and did it carry to Harry Kame at mid-wicket? First thought was it didn't, but Harrison coming out of his shell and whacking that one out to mid-wicket. Now, did it carry?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. If it did, it was very, very low. It barely carried, but I mean, I'm probably going a little bit on Shoaib Bashir's reaction, which is probably a daft thing to do, because I think
Not a good idea.
if it goes in the air in any direction, he's going to be looking crestfallen. Anyway, he's not out. 81 to Harrison, 29 to McManus, 181 for 6.
Martin Anderson's last over of this spell is about to start. From the racecourse centre, Lewis McManus, who drives down the ground. He'll pick up one. Nicely fielded by Lewis Rees. Gets in front of Nick Potts, who's on the field as a substitute. Keeps them down to a single. McManus moves to 30. 182 for 6. Jane peering down below us. There's nobody there. Here's Anderson. That one is clipped into the leg side by Harrison, but straight to Bashir, who hurls it to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Middlesex continue to inch their way to victory. They're now 42 shy, but still only 4 down. Derbyshire never got to the heights of 75 for 4 from memory. In goes Anderson, bowls, pushed into the offside. It'll be fielded by Jewell. No run for Harrison, who's now faced 238 deliveries for his 81. Definitely in vigil territory
Definitely.
innings. It's been painstaking and watchful. A couple of little flexes of his knees as he waits for Anderson to bowl to him, and that one is turned into the onside where it's fielded by Matthew Montgomery. Nick Potts' appearance out there doubles the total of sun hats to 2. It would have been awkward if him being out there doubled it to 4, of course. That wouldn't work at all.
Yeah.
He's a mid-off as Anderson goes in once more. And Harrison just pushes it straight back to him. 1 ball to go in this over and 1 more over. And then, well, who knows? We'll find out.
It's going to be the big.
I think so. It'll be half an hour to 3/4 of an hour's worth of cricket that will determine how this game moves on. Anderson in once more, driven but not timed at all by Harrison. And it's fielded by Lewis Rees, and the over comes to an end. Anderson 8 overs for 20, 182 for 6. Northamptonshire with Harrison on 81 and McManus on 30. They trail by 422, and back on the field is Ben Aitchison windmilling his arms, not making any secret of what's going to happen. Then it's a decision as to whether it's Zach Chappell, who bowled really nicely this morning, 6 overs, 1 for 9, or Rory Hayden, who's got 2 for 51. Will take the new ball at the City end.
Well, that's to come in a moment, presumably Shoaib Bashir doesn't get a wicket in this over. He's in again. He bowls wide outside the off stump and slapped by McManus out to extra cover. But there is no run, fielded by Ben Aitchison, who then, having fielded it, resumes his limbering up activities. Bashir in again, bowls, and McManus defends. Out towards the onside, short leg comes across to field, and there is no run. McManus goes for a little prowl into the offside and then takes his guard again. Bashir bowls to him, quicker ball, and he turns it away into the ground past. Is that Montgomery? Yes, it is. Yeah. Montgomery under the lid, and they pick up a single. McManus to 31, 183 for 6. He sounded as though he was in severe pain there, Shoaib Bashir. You may have wondered what the cry of anguish was. Well, it was a single. 183 for 6. 3 balls to go in the over. 3 balls to go, probably, with this ball. Bashir bringing another man across for Harrison. Short mid-wicket, and then a more conventional mid-wicket just back on the edge of the square as he bowls to Harrison, and Harrison pushes it out into the offside, and they go through for a single because the 2 men on the offside in front of square are fairly deep, and Bashir himself inevitably hairs across to cut it off, but they couldn't prevent the single. Harrison to 82. Northamptonshire to 184 for 6. Partnership now worth 68 between these two. And now for McManus, it's the same. Ben Aitchison had gone over to his fielding position at extra cover for McManus, but then Bashir decides he wants the same field as for Harrison. So short mid-wicket, fairly straight. Long on, and a more orthodox mid-wicket. Round the wicket comes Bashir, bowls, and now what did that take?
I think it's hit.
I think it's just hit the keeper
broadcast.
and gone for
Yeah.
a bye. It is. That is indeed the case. Bashir might have thought it had taken an edge. It didn't. It just ricocheted off probably the right pad of Brooke Guest pass slip, and they come through for a bye. 185 for 6. So 1 ball to go in the over, 1 ball to go of the 80th over. And Bashir is in. Quicker ball, worked into the leg side by Calvin Harrison. Out to the deeper and wider of the two mid-wickets, and they are through for a single, and that is the end of the 80th over. 186 for 6. Harrison is 83. McManus is 31. They've put on 70. Consultations all round. The umpires coming together. The batters coming together. Ben Aitchison is peeling off his sweater, which he will pass over to umpire Baldwin, and umpire Baldwin brandishes the new ball to the scorers, Jane and Terry, immediately to our right. And the new ball has been taken, and this now, as Fletch was saying, next half an hour, 3/4 of an hour, very, very important in how this match, if not ends, then certainly pans out for the rest of today.
Derbyshire has left the field for the moment. He's been replaced by Mitch Wagstaff. 2 slips and a gully for Ben Aitchison. Bowls to Harrison, who defends the first ball. Straight back to the Derbyshire opening bowler. Got a long leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Mid-off, cover, point, just slightly backward of square. Gully and 2 slips, who are Caleb Jewell and Wayne Madsen, alongside wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. 33 needed, Middlesex, still 4 down. In goes Aitchison, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Harrison.
Well, Harrison will be thinking that he came in the 3rd over. In fact, he faced the 17th ball of the innings in the 3rd over when Vasconcelos was out yesterday, just before tea.
New ball's no problem then,
So he faced the first new ball when it was pretty new, and he's now facing the second new ball when it's brand new, but he's been out there now for 77 overs.
Good effort.
Yep.
Aitchison bowls to him, and that one's defended. Up towards mid-off, Harry Kane will do the fielding on this occasion. If it was a pursuit race, then they've been caught.
Yes.
The Northamptonshire coaching team. And now there's an absolute gaggle of Northamptonshire folk over there by the dugout.
It's a coup.
As Aitchison is in, and that one is forced off the back foot out towards the cover boundary. Wagstaff is chasing it. He'll get there before it reaches the rope. They come back for a couple. And that is all they'll get, I'm fairly sure it is. Harrison moves on to 85, 188 for 6. And that's Mickey Arthur. The 3 times, really, that Derbyshire have had the foot on the throat of the opposition and let them score runs that ultimately meant that they couldn't win the game. Just bowl your best ball was his message. That's what you have to do. As Aitchison bowls, that's turned into the leg side by Harrison, fielded by Chappell. They did things which even he described as too funky. And sort of took their eyes off the ball. They can't do that again, surely. It'd be slightly alarming if they did. Not an easy pitch to take wickets on, though. 13 have fallen in total so far, I think. Yes. As in goes Aitchison once again, man out on the square leg boundary, pulls a very straight delivery, and it's defended back to him by Lewis McManus, and the over, first with the new ball, comes to an end. It is going to be Rory Hayden. It's interesting because, well, I say interesting, you will be the judge of that, obviously. He's bowled some overs over the course of the last couple of matches with boots with orange soles, and these are not boots with orange soles, and he did swap them. Was that in the first inning? Was that yesterday?
I think it was, yeah.
He's now got the non-orange soled boots, and he's looking at the sole of his left boot at the moment. But he did go off to change his boots, so I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
Well, it's going to be Rory Hayden He's got a couple of wickets already. Bowled well last night, bowled well again this morning. And he's now running in from the city end with 2 slips and a gully with the new ball to bowl to Lewis McManus. And McManus just turning that away on the onside in front of square. And they pick up a single, fielded there by Zach Chappell. McManus goes to 32, beg your pardon. Northamptonshire to 189 for 6. Very pleasant afternoon, sunshine but chilly if you happen to be sitting outside. Harrison just taking his time, his glove back on, and Hayden ready to run in and bowl to him. Bowls to Harrison, and Harrison steers it down to backward point where Matthew Montgomery, still with the shin pads on, he was in there at forward short leg to Shoaib Bashir. So he's still got his shin pads on. He fields now at backward point and sends in his return. 189 for 6, it stays. Partnership worth 73 in 203 balls. But it has been enthralling stuff to watch. Hayden is in, bowls, a little bit uppishly, punched away by Harrison. It was in the air for a while, but he's got it through the field and it's going to go away for 4. Only just, in fact, it just about had the legs to get to the boundary. Was a little bit uppish, but takes Harrison to 89, Northamptonshire to 193 for 6.
It was in the air for a long, long time, just to the left of Caleb Jewell at cover.
Well,
There'd have to have been Ben Dawkins on his shoulders to have caught that. 23 feet tall.
193 for 6, Hayden in and bowls to Harrison. That's a beauty. Goodness, that's a good ball. It bounces, just showing the effect that the new ball will have even on this fairly placid surface. And that has bounced more than Harrison had anticipated. I think it just seemed away from him as well. And we haven't seen too many go through at that height. I suspect we haven't seen any balls go through at that height today.
The next one is to keep low now.
Yes.
It absolutely does the batter.
That will just put so much doubt in the batter's mind. If he survives it, is Hayden in again? Well, no, it's back of a length and it's punched away nicely by Harrison. More runs for him here as it goes out towards the extra cover boundary. He's not going to get 4 this time, he's just going to get a couple. But it takes him into the 90s. Kelvin Harrison, 91 off 253 balls. 195 for 6. Northamptonshire needing a mere 260 more to avoid the follow-on.
You know, there's a pair of boots been brought to the boundary's edge.
Good spot, Fletch. Good spot.
But he went off to change his boots. Perhaps he went off and forgot what it happens to me all the time. Forgot what he'd gone off for.
Here's Hayden. In and bowls to Harrison, and Harrison defends up to mid-off. And there is no run. That's the end of Rory Hayden's first over with the second new ball. 195 for 6. With Harrison on 91 and McManus on 32. The partnership worth 79. We have 51 overs left in the day.
And he's changed his boots for the orange-soled boots. I'm having an absolute blinder today.
You are, I tell you what, it's Mystic Meg, Mystic Fletch.
Uncanny.
Well, I say, if you could cast your mind to the next lottery draw, or even the 3:30 at Kempton Park, it might be a start. Pay for a carvery.
Yeah, just about.
Griff's suggestion.
Middlesex need a further 22 to win now. They're 95 for 4 in pursuit of 117. It looks like they're going to win at Old Trafford, which will be some victory for them.
Well, it throws the table even wider open.
Probably good news for Derbyshire, who are already playing catch-up after 4 games. Here's Ben Aitchison with his new boots. Bowls and is driven into the offside by McManus. might not go all the way. It's been chased. Oh, it will go all the way. It was being chased by Matthew Montgomery in his fielding pads, and that's not an ideal situation. And McManus picks up a boundary, moves to 36, 199 for 6 now. Northamptonshire on the brink of 200, only another 50, and they'll get another bonus point. Could make all the difference come the end of the season if the table's tight.
Oh, absolutely.
It won't. We're in the 83rd over of the innings. In comes Aitchison again and bowls. That's defended by McManus up towards Lewis Rees at mid-on. Picks up the ball, looks at it and starts getting to work on one side. There's a big red mark on the front of his Derbyshire sleeveless sweater. He does a lot of polishing. Aitchison gives it a cursory polish and turns with the 2 slips and a gully and bowls to McManus, who defends this straight back to him. And there is no run. Sun disappears momentarily. The wind is coming more from the west now than the north. I'm not sure if that'll warm things up at all, but
Subtropical air here in Derby.
definitely changing direction again. As Aitchison goes in and bowls, driven down the ground by McManus, giving chases Lewis Rees. The ball will win that race, and it's 4 more to McManus, who moves on to 40 now. And the 200 is up for Northamptonshire. 203 for 6. Nice shot.
I was just waiting for the pitch invasion, but it didn't happen.
Nor did any applause. Oh, there we are.
That's probably just from Dan Vernon, Northamptonshire's Chief Operating Officer. I can't see where he's gone. I think he must be sitting in the pavilion. Sensible.
Aitchison balls to McManus, who turns this one off his pads down towards deep backward square leg. They've run 1. They'll come back for a second as Hayden gets there to throw the ball back in. 2 more to McManus, who goes under 42. It's 205 for 6. Just to say, Drew, I have seen your message and I acknowledge it. He sent me a message yesterday, and this latest message just backed it up. But I'm not really willing to. I think he's right, but
That's intriguing.
I won't read it out. In goes Aitchison, and those goes past the edge of McManus's bat, and into the hands of Brooke Guest. End of the over, 205 for 6, now trailing by just 399.
At Findon, in the women's match, Northamptonshire needing 269 to win against Sussex. They are 17 for 1 in the 4th over, having lost the wicket of Chloe Hill, one of their top batters, has gone very early on for 2. That's Amelia Kemp and Meg Austin. And Meg Austin did make 100, of course, in the first game of the season in that competition. So Northamptonshire will be hoping for great things from her. That's at Findon Dolben this afternoon, the Women's 50 Over Cup. Here, Rory Hayden is running into bowl to Calvin Harrison, who again hits it a little bit uppishly, but this time he really has timed that gorgeously, and it's raced away from Harry Kame, who's pretty quick across the ground. Over to the Monarch stand for 4. 95 to Calvin Harrison off 255 balls. He's been in there now over 5 hours. Nearly 5 1/4 hours.
Lost the gully. He's gone into extra cover.
Which is fair enough, considering he has put 2 in the air through there. Here's Hayden in again, bowls to Harrison. This time he's absolutely spanked that through extra cover for 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries for Calvin Harrison. He goes to 99. And Northamptonshire to 213 for 6. And Lewis McManus comes down and has a word. Well, that second one was a cracking shot.
It certainly was.
It's probably one of the best shots he's played. So, Harrison, after 5 hours and 6 minutes, 7 minutes, I think. He's on 99. Hayden bowls to him, and he notches it up towards mid-on. There's an awful mix-up there. He was setting off for the single. It didn't look like a single from here. And Lewis McManus had come a little way down, and it was Lewis Rees, the fielder, and very, very nearly that would have been the most awful way to break this partnership, but McManus was a little way down, had to dive to get back in. As Lewis Rees fielded at mid-on. Harrison still on 99 as Hayden bowls to him, and that is a century as he dabs it down to backward point, half stopped, but he reaches a century and just allows himself a very small fist bump. But my goodness, he has worked hard for this. 100 off 258 balls for Calvin Harrison. Came in the third over when Vasconcelos was out yesterday. He's still there in the 84th over. And a century in 5 hours, 7 minutes off 258 balls. His second of the season, his third in first-class cricket as Hayden bowls to McManus, who plays it up to mid-on. And there is no run. And the first one of them isn't against Kent, because his first two championship centuries were both against Kent at Canterbury. One last year, one this year. But, well, this is an innings that has answered a few people who were wondering if he was really a number 3. But he's given, I think, a pretty good answer to that question here. 214 for 6. McManus on strike, facing Hayden, and McManus drives up towards mid-off. Intercepted by the man on the drive, Martin Anderson, and that is the end of Rory Hayden's over. 214 for 6. Harrison is 100. McManus is 42. The partnership is worth 98. Slowest hundreds are difficult because, of course, for many years balls were not recorded. Northamptonshire have nobody in the list of those that have reached 100 in 300 or more balls. But Billy Denton, one of the two Denton twins, obviously two Denton twins, both of them, Jack and Billy, who both play for Northamptonshire, from Rushden, where I live. He made a 7-hour century for Northamptonshire back in 1914, which is generally reckoned to be Northamptonshire's slowest, but of course there's no the number of balls were not recorded. But one can imagine there probably would have been quite a few. But anyway, let's just say this has been an outstanding innings from Calvin Harrison as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Just the level of resilience that the coach wants to see, but he's still got a job to do.
Yeah, still 390 behind as Aitchison is in and bowls to Harrison, who pushes this up to Lewis Rees.
And guess what?
Let me know. What?
That 7-hour century was on this very ground.
Was it?
June 1914.
Value for money.
Northamptonshire against Derbyshire, 102 in 430 minutes with 4 fours.
4 fours?
Yes, from Billy Denton.
11 fours and a 6 for Harrison. And goes Aitchison, bowls, and Harrison pushes this out into the offside. Bashir does the filling. That would have been probably over somewhere near where the hotel is now.
In contrast, Bob Haywood, who came in at number 3 for Northamptonshire, made it 100 in 2 hours on the nail, 120 minutes with 10 fours. So a bit of contrast there.
Wasn't the pitch then?
No, it wasn't the pitch. Well, no, because Derbyshire had racked up 458 in that particular match.
Aitchison bowls to Harrison, who turns this into the leg side. It'll get 1 here. He might think about a second. They are going to think about the second as Lewis Rees tracks down the ball and picks it up. Harrison moves to 102, 216 for 6.
Northamptonshire responded with 370 all out, and Derbyshire were 121 for 6 in their second innings, match drawn. And for Derbyshire, Leonard Oliver, opening the batting, made 124.
In 47 minutes. Aitchison bowls, that's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, does Harrison, but makes no contact.
And on the first day of this match, if you remember, we were having a conversation with Dave
This
Griffin.
match, not that match.
No, well,
Yeah.
yes, we were both obviously doing that game back in 1914. But the first day of this particular match, we were talking to Dave Griffin, and he mentioned whether Fanny Walden was going to get a mention.
No, he's going to get a mention, is he?
He is, because he was
Excellent.
playing. He batted
Excellent.
number 9, and made 19. So, good old Fanny.
Absolutely. Here is Aitchison in and bowls to Harrison, who turns it into the leg side. It's fielded by Zach Chappell. And there's no run. Only one man further away than Zach Chappell in the entire field. He's at mid-wicket. And that's the long leg, Rory Hayden, in front of the bar. Plenty of encouragement for Aitchison. His 19th over, the final ball of his 19th over indeed. 2 for 54 so far. And inside edge into the ground and down towards that man on the long leg boundary. Rory Hayden picks up a single. Harrison keeps the strike as well, moves to 103. 217 for 6 at the end of the over. Northamptonshire 387 runs in arrears still.
And the Denton family, remarkable family. They two twin brothers who played, and one of their younger brothers, Don Denton, also played for Northamptonshire just before the First World War and played after the war with an artificial limb because he lost part of his leg in the war.
He wasn't a twin, though, presumably.
No.
Just the one of him.
Just the one of him.
Yeah.
And played a few matches with an artificial leg and one of his brothers to run. Hayden is driven again by Calvin Harrison through extra cover for 4.
Should put somebody on the extra cover behind
Well,
almost.
the new ball, as often happens, and we talk about it a lot, can come on and just be a little bit easier to hit. And the first one of those 3 boundaries was a little bit uppish. The last 2 have been absolutely all along the carpet, and that has raced away for extra cover for 4. Takes Harrison to 107. Northamptonshire to 221 for 6, and the partnership now worth 105 for the 7th wicket. Just a slip in, but a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover as Hayden is in and bowls to Harrison. Harrison defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. But the Denton twins, Jack and Billy, they were identical twins. And for a bit of devilry, captains were known to put them into open together because apparently they were very, very hard to tell apart. And supposedly the only bloke that could tell them apart by their footwork when they were batting, hold that thought, as Hayden comes in and bowls and Harrison defends up to mid-off and there's no run, was Herbert Chapman, who later, of course, was one of Arsenal's legendary managers, but he was then manager of Northampton Town.
Before he went to Huddersfield.
And
then Arsenal.
And he scored occasionally when Leo Bullimer was doing other things. And apparently he could tell them apart by their footwork. So I've read.
3 titles at Huddersfield Town.
Here's Hayden in, bowls and dropped down into the offside, down to backward point by Harrison, but can't get it past Matthew Montgomery. Yes, well, because he took the Cobblers to their first Southern League title, I think it was, around about 1909. But it's not often you get to talk about the Denton twins in the course of a day's county cricket, but I bet that innings of Billy's was worth watching there. 107 hours, marvellous. Here's Hayden to bowl to Calvin Harrison. He's bowled him. Middle stump knocked out of the ground. And Calvin Harrison's long innings, it's another one that I think kept a little bit low, but the middle stump is flattened, and Rory Hayden has removed Calvin Harrison, bowled for 107, and Northamptonshire 221 for 7. still 383 runs behind.
He has a knack, Rory Hayden. He has a knack. That's too bold in his 3 wickets now. He bowled Luke Proctor for 20.
With a beauty, that was an absolute beauty.
Absolutely, and he got a bonus wicket from Save, but that was another absolute beauty. Middle stump out of the ground. This applause for Calvin Harrison. Thoroughly deserved. It's been a superb innings. He will be disappointed it's over, no question about it. Middlesex need 1 run, incidentally, with 6 wickets in hand. And that is the breakthrough that Derbyshire have been looking for since about 11:30 this morning.
Yeah, 269 balls for Calvin Harrison. 317 minutes, so 5¼ hours, 1 6 and 12 fours. We're watching the replay of that dismissal now, and yeah, it may be did keep a little bit low, but we'll see perhaps a better shot of it now.
Oh, slow motion one, Phoebes.
Oh, goes forward.
No, it's sort of there.
Yeah, middle stump knocked out of the ground and immediately goes down on one knee, and it's a sort of supplicant's pose to can't quite believe what's happened, but nevertheless, well, he's done his bit. He may have to do it again in the second innings later on, but anyway, 221 for 7, and Ben Sanderson comes out at number 9.
105 for the 7th wicket with Lewis McManus. Oh, we're all up now. And Middlesex have won by 6 wickets at Old Trafford. 117 for 4. That's how you chase a load. Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. That's how you do it, though.
Once more with feeling.
Oh, dear. It'll haunt me all season.
Here is Hayden bowling to the new batter, Ben Sanderson, and Sanderson is off the mark straight away, pushing a single. They're obviously very happy to give him the single because that was the last ball of the over, but I don't think Ben Sanderson requires protection. I think maybe the last 2 might, Conway and Scrimshaw, but Ben Sanderson famously hit that, well, astonishing maiden half-century against Lancashire last year, 50 off 22 balls, which was one of the more remarkable innings I've seen for Northamptonshire. 222 for 7 anyway at the end of the over. Sanderson is 1, McManus is 42, and Rory Hayden, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 72.
At the same time as Middlesex completed their 6th wicket win, Romania have beaten Bulgaria by 30 runs in a T20.
The big one.
Well, local derby, I think. If I knew my geography, I'd be able to back that up. Mostly Eastern European. Here's Ben Aitchison to bowl to Ben Sanderson, who defends the first ball he faces.
The Battle of the Balkans.
Yeah.
Well, Malloy is working with Croatia at the moment because he's been in Dubrovnik the last few days.
No, they're not playing today. As far as I can tell, anyway. I can't find them on here, so they mustn't be playing. This covers all sorts of things. Sanderson taps his bat twice, waits, and Aitchison bowls to him. Edged and caught at second slip by Caleb Jewell. Ben Sanderson goes for 1. Northamptonshire now 222 for 8. 1 does indeed bring 2. And Derbyshire, well, they're all over it at the moment. Northamptonshire still trailing by 382.
Yeah, as you say, it was always the possibility with the 3 bowlers to come that once that Harrison-McManus partnership had been broken, then the end could come fairly swiftly. Well, obviously, I'm sure Harry Conway and George Scrimshaw will have something to say about that, but you do at least get your wish, Fletch, because I'm not absolutely sure who's going to be coming in next. Whether it'll be
Doesn't look tall enough to be George.
No, I think you find probably Conway would bat at 10. He has a bit of previous this year in that he and Lewis McManus put on 60 odd, That's a good catch by George, just watching
Yes.
that away to his right. But he and Lewis McManus put on 60 for the last wicket in the first game against Lancashire. That is George.
Scrimshaw.
That is Scrimmy. Gosh. Wow.
It doesn't say much about, with the greatest of respect to George,
Well,
it doesn't say much
yeah.
about Harry Conway's
Well,
batting.
as I say, Harry Conway has he's hung around this year. So in that first game of the season against Lancashire, he and Lewis McManus put on 60 for the last wicket to avoid the follow-on, which in the context of the game proved to be...
That'd be a good effort now.
Yeah, well, yes. There's just a few more than that required here. So, yeah, 4 not out against Middlesex. And of course, George Scrimshaw has not played Championship cricket this year until now.
He's going to face his first ball from Ben Aitchison, and he defends it perfectly adequately into the onside.
Got some hazy memory of him hanging around a bit against Leicestershire last year, George.
Almost the last time I saw him bat in the county championship was down at home in that game where he took 5 wickets, but they were going for it, Derbyshire, and as soon as he came out to bat, they stopped going for it. Here is Aitchison again, bowls and goes past the edge of George Scrimshaw's bat. He just sort of put it in an area and the ball goes past. Any practices are very nice. He's too tall to bat, really, George, I always think. It doesn't seem fair. It's a bit like that bat that Peter Kirsten had that we were talking about yesterday that had bits sawn off it. He needs the bits that were sawn off Peter Kirsten's bat sticking on the bottom of it. He's got to bend down an enormous distance. It's like the stick cricket batter turns this one into the leg side. He fancies a single there. I'm not sure there was one. Chappell does the fielding. Aitchison now 3 for 55. Hayden 3 for 72, which will have dented his bowling average a touch. It's around 17 now for the 13 wickets he's taken so far this season, and he's also challenging Ben Aitchison at the top of the Derbyshire. Not quite. That's not strictly correct. Aitchison has 18 and Hayden has 13, but in goes Aitchison again. That's defended once more by Scrimshaw. And Aitchison's 20th over comes to an end. It was a maiden, his 7th. What's that, 21? 26 maidens in the 87 overs that Derbyshire have bowled, which is a terrific effort, good percentage. I'll be on to Griff at T to find out if it's a new record. He was trying to suggest it was interesting how many players had been out in the 90s for Derbyshire this morning. I had to gently leave. Well, I left the room.
Well, the match I was thinking about with George Scrimshaw's batting, he faced 15 balls, so it probably gives you an idea of... It stuck in my mind that he was in for even that long.
Lengthy vigil.
Against Leicestershire. I think probably the reason it did stick in my mind is that he was batting with Stuart van der Merwe last game of last season, when van der Merwe was reaching a century off first-class debut, and I think he was in with him for a bit then, so it probably just stuck in the memory a bit more than it would have done otherwise. Anyway, he's at the non-strikers end because McManus is facing Rory Hayden, and McManus defends up to... goes past mid-wicket, Ben Aitchison there, who could have fielded it easily, but of course he's going to leave it because they're desperate to try and get McManus off strike. It went up to mid-on, but there's no way that McManus is going to take a single at this stage, and I think we are now into that into that business of counting to 4, counting to 5. When are they going to? How many balls are they going to?
The good news is they've kept a man catching on each side of the pitch, haven't they? So
Hayden is in, bowls to McManus down the leg side, and taken by Brooke Guest.
They've just stuck everybody out on the boundary and said to take the single. We have another 10 overs of absolute nonsense.
So the pattern has been repeated today, because we had that partnership of 77 for the 5th wicket between Harrison and Sales. Sales went, and then another wicket went more or less straight away. Then we had another long partnership between Harrison and McManus. That ended, and then another wicket fell Again, straight away, Hayden is in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by McManus. So Northamptonshire, well, 28 runs would give them a batting point. Plenty of time in which to do it, but whether they have the personnel to do it, Lewis McManus accepted, is possibly open to debate. 2-2-2 for 8. Double.
Nothing I've seen from George yet suggests that might be the case.
Here's Hayden. In and bowls to McManus, who again defends. Back down the pitch, fielded by Hayden, and now fielders encroach from all over the shop. Zach Chappell coming in from third man. Matthew Montgomery coming in from deep cover. Caleb Jewell coming in from deep square. And now they have a one-saving field to try and keep Lewis McManus at that end. Also a slip, short extra and a short mid-wicket as Hayden is in bowls and McManus defends up to short extra, fielded by Anderson, so they have one ball for McManus to try and get a single if he can. Otherwise, George Scrimshaw will be exposed.
Landmark, apparently, David Griffith tells us. Ben Aitchison knows 150 all-format wickets for Derbyshire. It's interesting that it was Ben Sanderson who it was, who's got thousands of wickets. There we go.
Here's Hayden then. Last ball of the over. Bowls to McManus, who tried to fashion something, try and lay a bat on it and cut it away down past backward point. Doesn't make contact. And that's the end of the over. 222 for 8. McManus is 42. George Scrimshaw yet to get off the mark. Northamptonshire still 382 runs behind. We have 45 overs left in the day.
So 13 until tea. We might actually bowl them before tea.
But of course we may have the 9 wickets down. And
Griff's on the phone. Look on the screen. Griff's on the phone, everybody. I don't know who he's talking to. He's not talking to us.
Buy steel.
Yeah, I shall
sell coal.
I shall be asking him later who he was talking to while he was on the stream.
Perhaps he's booking his table at the carvering.
I want to know how he tweets all these landmarks while he's sitting out on the grandstand, but still on the phone. He needs to sort himself out. Here's Aitchison bowling to Scrimshaw, who is struck on the pad. In fact, he's been bowled off stump. I thought he was struck on the pad. Aitchison gets his 4th. I apologise to Ben Aitchison. George Scrimshaw goes for a 5-ball duck. Aitchison picks up his 4th wicket, 4 for 55, and it's 222 for 9 now.
Yeah, Derbyshire have picked up the last 3 wickets for 1 run, following the demise of Calvin Harrison. Well, now by a process of elimination, of course, we do have Harry Conway.
Well, it's not Harry Conway. Something's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Horribly
There's
wrong.
been an injury replacement while we haven't been paying attention.
How would you go like for like?
Well, you just
with an extravagant and flamboyant Australian, you'd have to fly one in.
Yes.
Surely. Look at him walk. Look at him stretching as he comes on.
I'll tell you what, he'll mean business. He will mean business. He actually went through 7 innings last season for Northamptonshire. Played 4 games, and was batted 7 times and was never dismissed.
Wow.
So it was only this season when he was actually out for the first time in the county championship. As I mentioned, he had a big role to play in that first game against Lancashire.
Scrimshaw's only just got to the top of the stairs.
He's channeling his inner Ricardo Vasconcelos and taking forever to get off.
Incredible.
Conway 20-5 against Lancashire, which again doesn't really tell the story. Didn't bat against Kent, 4 not out against Middlesex, didn't bat against Worcestershire. So he's taking guard.
Even the way he takes guard is extravagant. Remarkable.
There we go.
Ben Aitchison with a chance of a 5 for here. He's got 5 deliveries, potentially, at the Australian. He's taking his time. He's just practicing a few shots. 4 slips in place. And he's ready now, and he flexes his knees, taps his bat twice, and Aitchison comes in and bowls to him. Oh, and that one keeps low, and he keeps it out. And then plays a very fine-looking defensive shot with a big stride that he didn't get in that time because he was too busy worried about getting his bat down in time to stop it from the ball crashing into his pads. Brooke Guest has called for the helmet. Do you think he's going to charge Ben Aitchison? I hope he does. 222 for 9. Conway waits. Aitchison bowls to him, and he pushes that out into the offside where it's fielded by Shoaib Bashir, and that's about as close as we're going to get to Conway and Bashir being involved in the same delivery, I'm afraid.
Second innings.
Well, that would be good fun. 382 the deficit. Ben Aitchison looking for a fifer. 4 for 55. He's on his way in and bowls to Conway, who edges this into the ground. It's stopped at third, slip by Martin Anderson. It had bounced a long way in front of him, mind you.
His first-class batting, this is his 75th innings in first-class cricket. He's scored 335 runs at an average slightly north of 10.
Well, that makes him better than Bashir and Mohamed Abbas. They're both in single figures. As Aitchison is in. And strikes him in front. No, says umpire Baldwin. Conway's just telling everybody that he's not going anywhere. And then says, yeah, it was outside the line, lads. Yeah, fairly obviously. Thank you very much. Good decision, umpire. 222 for 9. It remains marvellous.
It's good entertainment value, isn't it? It really is.
But Aitchison has only taken 5 wickets in an innings once in his career. He's taken 4 wickets in an innings, which isn't a statistic, but it is on this particular website 3 times, so now 4 times, because that doesn't update. And he's on his way in to bowl to Conway, who keeps that one out as well, and he has survived the remainder of a wicket maiden for Ben Aitchison, his 8th maiden. 4 for 55, his figures. And while he'll want Rory Hayden to get his 4th wicket, I'm sure he'll rather be hoping he doesn't. 222 for 9, 42 to McManus. I'm not sure what McManus does in this situation, really, because it's a long way from the follow-on being avoided. And I think the plan has to be keep these 2 opening bowlers as long into their spells as they can, because they'll almost certainly open the bowling next time around, and therefore the spells won't be as long. But
put a few more overs in their legs, as they say.
Absolutely. They've bowled Aitchison 21, Hayden 19.
Well, we're going to see a change, and we're going to see a bit of twirl. We're going to see Shoaib Bashir.
I think that might be to preserve Rory Hayden's legs for the start of the second innings, so that suggests the follow-on would be enforced.
Oh, I think that.
I'd be disappointed if it wasn't.
Well, especially with, although the forecast, as you say, is a bit better for tomorrow than we were thinking yesterday, it's still not a risk, I would think, that Wayne Madsen would want to take.
We might see Bashir against Conway then.
We might.
Oh, come on.
We might. Well, yes, if they take a single.
Give him a single. Let him hit it anywhere.
Well, there are, needless to say, many gaps where McManus could go for a single. There's a slip and a leg slip, a short mid-wicket, and other than that, plenty of opportunities for singles. There's an extra cover and a short mid-wicket. Bashir, starting his 24th over, bowls to McManus, loops off the pad. Caught by Montgomery at leg slip, but no bat involved. Not even, rather disappointingly, not even Shoaib Bashir goes up for that one.
I don't know what he's thinking of.
He's slipping. Sun out as Bashir comes in, bowls to McManus, who tries to nudge it round the corner past leg slip. Doesn't manage to make contact, taken by Brooke Guest. Zach Chappell is limbering up down on the third man boundary.
I might deny Aitchison at 5. I think you find it's Madsen who's slipping.
Very good.
Okay.
Here's Shoaib Bashir in and worked into the onside by Lewis McManus. Easy single if they wanted it, but they don't.
Come on, play the game. Play the game.
Denying Dave Fletcher what he wants to see most. Well, I think to see all of us.
All I want to see
would
now.
be great fun. Great fun. Well, Harry Conway is just his hand telling him when it's turning. Or
I think that'll help Conway.
no, I don't think it will. Here's Bashir in, swept by McManus. Now this time they are going to take a single. They jog through for a single down to deep backward square. So here we go. 2 balls of Shoaib Bashir to Harry Conway. Showman to showman. 223 for 9. McManus is 43.
And those of you who decided to stay away today because it's too cold, I think you'll be regretting that decision in the next 3 or 4 minutes, personally.
Well, as you would expect, there's a certain amount of discussion about the field on the basis, I suppose, that if Harry Conway doesn't know where it's going to go, then it's rather difficult for anybody else to know. But
I think he'll survive these 2 balls and then raise his bat.
well, nothing would surprise us. Conway is surrounded by slip leg, slip forward, short leg. 2 balls to face in the over. Shoaib Bashir in, bowls to him, and he nudges it into the ground in front of forward short leg, making a gesture as though he thought somebody was moving behind the arm, but clearly they're not. And here is Shoaib Bashir, bowls to Harry Conway, who just manages to stab the bat onto it. One that again didn't bounce a great deal. He grounds his bat at the striker's end, and well, at length that over is completed. 223 for 9. Conway 0 off 7. McManus 43 off 113. So another doughty innings from Northamptonshire's keeper. 223 for 9. We have 43 overs left in the day, although that probably will be reduced.
Now, Zach Chappell was going to, he's already removed his cap and his sweater, and then Lewis Rees had a word with Wayne Madsen, and it's going to be Ben Aitchison to continue, so he has got the opportunity to get his 5. I think it's fair on Ben Aitchison, perhaps say, right, if you get one in this over, excellent. If you don't, then we'll bring Zach Chappell on and keep you for the Northamptonshire's second innings, but I think that makes...
Yeah,
I think that's very fair indeed, and Ben Aitchison will know exactly. He's got a couple of wickets in quick succession, of course, so he will know if he gets a third, then he'll get his 5. He's bowling initially to Lewis McManus, which will be considerably harder, you'd have thought, than Harry Conway, and that one is defended out into the offside, just backward of square, picked up by Martin Anderson. Matthew Montgomery, who'd been sent a long way out into the deep, has been brought a long way in, and he's now fielding at short cover, really. He's got the fielding pads on, no helmet. He's not close enough to have to wear a helmet. 2 slips and a gully. Aitchison is in. That one is driven into the offside, and there is Montgomery to do the fielding. I've never heard him called H.O. H.E. all the time, but H.O. I'm not sure Lewis Rees has read the script.
I think Lewis writes his own, doesn't he?
Yes.
Writes all his own material.
223 for 9. And goes Aitchison again and bowls. Oh, and it goes straight through along the ground, pretty much. Lewis McManus, and well, this is music to the. Would it be music to the eyes? A sight for sore eyes. Let's put it that way for the Derbyshire bowlers, because this pitch has misbehaved more today than we've seen any pitch misbehave here at Derby for a long, long time. Played the first 2 games on hybrids, which didn't misbehave at all. As Aitchison bowls, and that's driven very pleasantly up to Harry Kane, but it's only the 3rd ball of the over, so no run is taken. Now they're closing in. Shoaib Bashir comes in off the point boundary. Zach Chappell comes in off the mid-wicket boundary. Lewis Rees just goes up from a deepish mid-on to orthodox. The only man out now is Rory Hayden down on the Long leg boundary. In comes Aitchison again. And bowls, and that goes past the edge of McManus's bat. So, still doing a bit. The ball doesn't tend to do... I don't know. Yes, you're right, Stephen. A pleasing sight would have done.
Well, you've got to try and get a single off this ball, otherwise it's the show of Bashir and Harry Conway show.
I think if
Available for private parties.
Lewis McManus has got anything about him, he'll defend this delivery. In goes Aitchison and bowls, and he does do exactly that. Well done, Lewis McManus. A round of applause from me, certainly, no question about it. And it means we will see Shoaib Bashir against Harry Conway again. And I'm absolutely delighted by that.
2:23 for 9. Quick scan at what's happening.
Not that it's all about me, you understand. It's got absolutely nothing to do with it.
At Chelmsford, Hampshire have been bowled out for 214 in their second innings. It means Essex need 177 to win. Simon Harmer picking up 4 wickets there. Sam Cook 3. At Cardiff, Somerset bowled out for 157 in their second innings, which isn't too bad considering they were, 51 for 7 first thing this morning. Glamorgan need 283 to win. 44 for no wicket. Now, Shoaib Bashir bowling to Harry Conway. Slip leg, slip, forward short leg. He's in, bowls, and Conway leaves it. Clips the pad on the way through, I think. Not out, says umpire Treadwell. One off spinner to another. Harry Conway's holding the pose, which I'm not entirely sure is all that wise. And Shoaib Bashir's just having a chuckle with umpire Treadwell. He goes back past him.
He lets down there.
Here's Shoaib in again, bowls to Conway, who looked as though he was winding up to do a touch of the Victor Trumpers, and in the end just stabs it out into the offside. And Shoaib Bashir himself goes out into the offside to field. There is a backward point and a mid-off come extra cover, as Shoaib Bashir is in again outside the off stump, left alone by Harry Conway. 3 men around the bat plus the keeper. He's safely negotiated 10 balls now, Harry Conway. Here's Shoaib Bashir in, and Conway drives up to mid-off. But there's not a run there.
It's a bit like watching Blair Ticknerbat.
Oh, yes.
He's quite extravagant as well. I noticed he's in the New Zealand touring party for the Test series, which is excellent news for Blair.
Shoaib Bashir in, bowls to Conway, who's going to get a run. Well, he's going to go for 4, is it? No, it's not. Not now, they say. Oh, and it's just back-heeled back by Zach Chappell. And there was a sort of seminar going on out into the middle.
It's a dot ball.
As to whether they should run or not. Because I mean, they if they'd gone straight away, they were 2 easily. But in the end, there was so much indecision that they decided not to run, and it's a dot ball.
It's the best dot ball I've ever seen.
To one that Zach Chappell just back-heeled right on the rope. Bashir in, outside the off stump, left alone by Harry Conway. As Shoaib Bashir auditions for RADA to see if he can get a part in King Lear or something with his pained expressions. End of the over, 2-2-3 for 9. Conway, 0 not out off 13. McManus, 43. Northamptonshire, 381 runs behind. And I think Zach Chappell, he of the long chase, is going to have a bowl.
Yeah, he was going to come on the previous over, but they gave Ben Aitchison the opportunity to try to complete his fifer. Zach Chappell 1 for 17 from 13 overs, bowled beautifully this morning, 6 overs, 1 for 9. Miserly figures for the big man. 223 for 9, 381 the deficit, which in itself would have been a good first innings run chase if if indeed it's called a run chase, which it probably isn't. Stephen sent me the what would have sufficed, but probably because Aston Villa are only drawing at Burnley, he's probably in a bad mood.
Was he Villa? Is he a Villa fan?
Well, you say fan, you know, he sort of follows them.
Enthusiast.
Yeah. It's Zach Chappell into bowl to McManus, who gets one very much wide of the off stump and lets it go through to the keeper. Everton, however, are winning, which is excellent news. I've no interest in the Premier League, everybody knows that, but I just like Everton.
Yeah.
Much prefer them to Liverpool. As the two Liverpool clubs vie for the best team on Merseyside with the proper team on the Wirral.
I was going to say, everybody knows it's Tranmere, don't they?
Absolutely. More Cheshire, though, I was thinking. Here's the next delivery from Chappell. Again, wide of the off stump. And through to the keeper. Alexander, well, where have you been? Alexander Guthrie watching from America. I don't think I've heard from you this season. Oh, dear. Weather beautiful. Here he's in Maryland. Enjoying the cricket, but sadly Derbyshire are in the fight for the bottom of the table. Come on. He said, one day Derbyshire will win and get promoted. Well, we'll just go for the win first of all, shall we? Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Alexander. Good to hear from you, Matt. Good to hear from you.
Well, they've got a decent chance here.
McManus waits, and this next delivery is turned into the leg side. They just once, for old time's sake, and in memory of Bob Hunt, I can't even say it. What is it?
SU.
Yes.
SU.
The runner. He always used to say that. I was very impressed. Dear old Bob.
We'll miss him.
Absolutely. I mean, I like Ed, but he's not Bob. He's good fun as well, though, Ed Seaborn.
Yes, we shall be together at Bristol on Friday.
Comes Chappell and bowls, and McManus pushes this one out into the offside, where it's fielded by Matthew Montgomery. There's no run.
Boiling up nicely, actually, at Bristol this game at the moment. Gloucestershire 113 for 4 in their second innings against Kent, so they're 111 runs ahead with 6 wickets standing. I think they needed to be setting Kent, I don't know, what, 250, something like that?
I think so, wouldn't you? Worcestershire doing their best Derbyshire impersonation as Chappell goes in, and that one's left alone. That one really does go through.
Yeah, Worcestershire 88 for 6 in their second innings against Durham. And, well, Gareth Roderick, as he did against Northamptonshire last week, playing pretty much a lone hand. He's 13 not out at number 3, and he's in danger of running out of partners. There's been a huge clatter of wickets in the middle of the innings. Callum Parkinson has picked up 3 for 7 in 5 overs. 88 for 6 now, Worcestershire.
Chappell in again and bowls. That one is pushed into up to mid-on by McManus. It's another maiden over, I think, for Zach Chappell. 14 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 17, and it means that Bashir and Conway can resume combat. So he's done his job. Zach Chappell takes his sweater. He literally takes his sweater. He isn't figuratively taking it from umpire Baldwin. And we will see Shoaib Bashir against Harry Conway again.
So Worcestershire are 128 runs ahead with 4 wickets standing against the Division 2 leaders.
I keep looking to make sure that Middlesex have still won.
Make sure it's not a mirage. 2-2-3 for 9. Conway to face Shoaib Bashir again. Forward he goes. Did I hit him on the helmet? He's gone.
I have no. If it
Well,
has,
if it has, then they've got to have.
shade up off his pad.
Then we've got to go through the protocol. Brooke Guest, I think, is trying not to laugh.
I can't remember. He must have.
Ben Aitchison, I think, is. Yeah, he is. He's absolutely killing himself
Did it go
laughing.
up off his back? There we go. There's a replay here. We can't really see from that end.
I think it
I think he's got...
played forward.
Dear,
He played forward to the off spinner, and I think it came off. I think it came off his pad or whatever. But he's down on the ground. He's laughing.
It's hit him on the chin.
It might just have hit the little chin strap. Justin Broad has gone out with a drink for Lewis McManus, and the physio, Lee Daggett, is now out there.
He's asking him to take his helmet off. He's got a very natty blue headband underneath there. He's checking out the helmet.
Well, I still don't know how it got there, to be perfectly honest. And it's obviously slightly problematic because he's got his back to us, and we're slightly obscured by keeper and slip. But how that managed to hit him on the helmet, I've absolutely no idea. But it clearly has.
The helmet goes back on anyway,
Well,
so he's
the good
obviously
news is he's
passed
okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's
Passed
okay.
Any protocols that he may have gone through there. Who's the Prime Minister? No idea. What country are you in? What day is it? That's the answer to what country it is, not two questions.
Well, he's now leaning very nonchalantly on his bat, Harry Conway. He's faced 14 balls somehow, and he's now going to be facing Shoaib Bashir once again, and he pushes that out into the covers and suggests that he could play it with a stick of rhubarb. 2-2-3 for 9. Bright sunshine, beautiful afternoon now here in Derby, if a little bit parky. Shoaib Bashir in again, quicker ball, and Conway just managing to, almost playing French cricket there because he was facing Shoaib Bashir by the time he'd played it, but he managed to get bat on it. Slip, leg slip, short leg. Shoaib Bashir in and bowls to Conway, who again plays French cricket and somehow manages to get a bat on it, then practices a little push away past short leg. 2 balls left in the over. Shoaib Bashir is in, bowls to Conway, and again it doesn't bounce. This time, fortunately for Conway, it was wide outside the off stump, and he just laid a bat on it, rolls down to Zach Chappell at backward point.
He's seen batters walk to square leg, so he's just done that, but then he tapped down a bit of, like he was gardening on the pitch 2 to the left.
There's no rationalising with Harry.
It's great, this is great.
Well,
in fairness to him yesterday, and I saw him as he was leaving, he was stopping to have his picture taken with anybody who asked yesterday.
He's
so
absolutely great.
Yeah, no, you get some who might have walked past, but not Harry Conway.
Now 2 slips in as he goes round the wicket, and again this rather unusual defensive stroke, and he is indeed going and batting down an imaginary spot in the crease, 2 strips to the left. But anyway, somehow he's managed to survive the over. 2-2-3 for 9. And it's going to be Chappell, whose figures are remarkable. 14 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 17. To resume the attack against Lewis McManus. The batters confer. And Lewis McManus is now having the same issue that some of us have whenever we have to interview Harry Conway. Because he is so tall that when you... The only sort of long interview I've done with him this year, I managed to do with both of us sitting down, which was fine. But if you do it, as we often do, close of play just in front of the dressing room or whatever, and you have to hold the old microphone up so he can be heard, you get arm ache very quickly.
Zach Chappell and 2 slips in the gully, 2 cover fielders, and a close-ish mid-wicket. Bowls to McManus, who leaves this one, which is wide of the off stump, alone to go through to the keeper. The partnership is worth 1. I can't remember it, but it was worth 1. They could have had 2 additional runs to that if they run 2, but they waited to see if the ball was going to cross the boundary rope first, and it didn't. Which is why poor old Harry Conway is yet to get off the mark, despite facing 3 overs worth of deliveries. Chappell runs in again and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by McManus. Might just have nipped back a touch the way Chappell reacted to that with one arm in the air. He's slightly less demonstrative than others. 1 for 17 from 14 overs and 2 balls is a terrific effort from Zach Chappell, who I'm delighted to say hasn't been asked to bowl one of his 4 over halfway down the pitch spells in this match. There's nothing more dispiriting than watching that, really. As Chappell goes in again and bowls. That's almost chopped on by McManus. He played an indeterminate looking shot, and it went off the under edge of the bat, and in between him and the leg stump. It was retrieved by Brooke Guest. But the sole purpose was to keep the 2 Derbyshire opening bowlers out there into their spells. That has now come to an end. They're currently resting. They're still out there, but they're currently resting. I think they're both out there. As in goes Chappell, bowls and past the edge of McManus's bat. They've sort of got up for a catch. When I say sort of, the ball was thrown in the air by Brooke Guest. Everybody else started to join in, and it was almost like a ripple effect. And it eventually got back to Zach Chappell, who turned around and put his arms in the air with absolutely no conviction whatsoever. I think Rory Hayden might actually be off the field at the moment. I'm fairly sure. Well, unless that's Caleb Jewell down at long leg, it could be. Strange place for him to be fielding. Could be Hayden away to the left, in fact. On the point boundary as in comes Chappell again and bowls. That goes past the edge of the bat as well. Through to Brooke Guest, which is all very good for when eventually Derbyshire take this 10th wicket. They just want to do it sooner rather than later. 6 overs until tea, so if they took the wicket now, there would be 4 overs until tea.
But of course, with 9 down,
tea might go on
tea
forever.
Might go on forever. May still be here when
It's
Griff's third Yorkshire pudding is being dished on his plate.
4 overs, additional overs they could have. As he bowls, that comes off a pad and goes down a fine leg, which is slightly disappointing because it was the final ball of the over, and he looks disappointed himself. As leg by is signalled by umpire Baldwin, 224 for 9. The score moves on to, and it means that Bashir will be bowling to McManus. Now there's people milling about again. There's a conversation going on between Lewis Rees and Wayne Madsen. And then there's another one between Martin Anderson, Harry Kame, and another, who I think is Rory Hayden. It is. Trying to work out where he should be. He's just come off the point boundary, and now he's going right the way across the other side of the field. He's going in at extra cover, which isn't really Rory Hayden territory.
Shoaib Bashir it will be, then to continue the attack against Lewis McManus. 43 off 131 balls. Lewis McManus. So he and Calvin Harrison producing the required level of defiance today. But, well, looking around them and the scorecard, as we mentioned earlier, just a few softish dismissals, really. 2-2-4 for 9. Here is Shoaib Bashir, starting his 27th over, bowls back of a length, and McManus drops it down in front of Montgomery at short leg, and there's no run. McManus has now been batting 3 hours. 131 balls he's faced. Here's Shoaib Bashir in again, and McManus plays it up to Anderson at mid-wicket. There is no run. The rain, just looking at the weather app again, and it is, as you mentioned earlier, due, I think, to come in sort of overnight and first thing tomorrow morning. So by the time assuming we're still here, by the time we're looking to start, then it should be clearing up, or indeed have cleared up.
Just delay the warm-ups a touch. Yeah, it's come even earlier than 10 o'clock. It's due to clear now. It was going into the afternoon at one point.
Here's Derbyshire in and bowls to McManus, who defends. Be interested when we get a little break, perhaps at the end of this run of championship matches, to see in terms of the number of balls that batters have faced, because McManus mentioned he faced 304 balls in the match against Lancashire. Another 134 here. Swept away by McManus, and that will pick up 4 runs. A rare boundary for McManus. He goes to 47, Northamptonshire to 228 for 9. Doesn't lack application, I think it's fair to say, Lewis McManus. Was extraordinary when he got 100 in the previous game against Worcestershire, when you realise he's had a decade in county cricket, obviously first with Hampshire and now with Northamptonshire, and it was only his third. I think he's a better player than that. Made 1 for Hampshire, and then his next one was, 8 years later for Northamptonshire down at Cardiff. Derbyshire in again, he swings it and he's gone. Caught at short leg, and the innings is over, and McManus has perished. And Bashir picks up his wicket, and Northamptonshire are all out for 228. I was just delaying before confirming that because it flew to short leg.
That's the second one of those he's taken this season. I mean, their catches that,
and it was very well taken.
Yeah, they're just either
stick or they don't.
Yeah,
and
no question.
And that one did, and it ends Lewis McManus's long stay at the crease. Northamptonshire 228 all out, so they are 376 behind on first innings. Now we'll wait until we get all the confirmation from the scorers. There should be, I think, 35 overs left, and he was indeed.
And
That is tea. So we won't lose overs.
Here's the replay on the big screen for everybody to enjoy, and it was smacked at him, and he's sort of reacted. It's hit his left shoulder, left pec. Might get another good shot of it here from side on. Straight in, and he's caught
straight
it.
in.
McManus can barely believe it, can he? That's a very, very unlucky for Lewis McManus. Tea will be taken then, which means we'll still have 37 overs to go, of course.
That's right.
We will not lose any overs. Ben Aitchison 4 for 55, 3 for 72, Rory Hayden. Bashir 2 for 47, Chappell 1 for 17, Martin Anderson 8 overs for 20, and Matthew Montgomery 5 overs for 12. Just 5 extras.
Well, and no balls or wides.
No, remarkably. Just 5 extras. Congratulations to Calvin Harrison on a magnificent innings. Good effort as well from Lewis McManus. The key, getting rid of James Sales quite early on today. George Bartlett didn't hang around for too long, nor did Ben Sanderson or George Scrimshaw. And Harry Conway, hats off to him. 0 not out off 19 balls. With it being tea, I think that's it from us for 15 minutes or so, perhaps a little bit longer than that. The umpire is waving furiously. They're going to have the heavy roller of Joy of Joys before we get the second innings underway. I assume they've enforced the follow. What's all that pointing at? He was either doing that or he was doing the Saturday Night Fever dance. James Treadwell. He's sending a message now. I think we can almost take it as read that they've enforced the follow.
I'd be amazed if they don't.
Yes. If they haven't, and we come back in 20 minutes and Derbyshire are batting, well, we might as well all go home. But we'll let you know as soon as it happens. I'm sure Derbyshire will let you know, even before we can, on the social media platforms, and we'll see you in just over 15 minutes. Welcome back. Where were we? 20 minutes ago, we suggested that Derbyshire would almost certainly enforce the follow-on. Well, they have enforced the follow-on with Northamptonshire still trailing by 376.
Go on, you can do it.
376 runs after being bowled out for 228 first time around. 4 wickets. 4 Ben Aitchison, 3 for Rory Hayden, 2 for Shoaib Bashir, and we also saw the finest dot ball you're ever likely to see. We've seen just about everything in this game. What we're not going to see again, possibly, is Harry Conway bowl again, which is disappointing, but we might well see him bat again. Did you hear what actually happened when he had to have the concussion check?
No, go on then.
Oh, I'll tell you. Rory Hayden around the wicket to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who just about pulls the bat inside the line of that one as it goes through to Brooke Guest. He hit his helmet with his own bat.
Well, we said we couldn't see how the ball could possibly
Remarkable.
hit his helmet.
Yeah. He hit the peak of his helmet, I think, with his own bat, and then started staggering around. Good effort. I think he's currently at the bottom of the steps chatting to some people, which is really nice to see as well. That looks like him there. As Hayden is into Vasconcelos, who defends this out into the offside. And there's no run. We're speaking to Ben Aitchison, he'll be thrilled at the close of play tonight. Well, he's got to chat to Ben. He's just stretching out his thigh muscles. I think they're the quads, but I'm not sure. So I hope he's seen his message. He hasn't got to dash off. No, he's good value. Ben Aitchison. 37 overs in this session. Incidentally, didn't lose any overs, of course, because they called for tea as Hayden bowls. Why did they off stump Vasconcelos? Lets it go through to the keeper, Brooke Guest, and there's no run. Must be going to tea at various other places around the country as well. Round about now, you would have thought Worcestershire in all sorts. 102 for 9, leading by 142 at New Road against Durham. As Hayden around the wicket to Vasconcelos again, and again he leaves it alone outside the off stump to go through to Guest.
And I'm assuming Durham win that one, which I mean they think they ought to. With Lancashire losing to Middlesex, it puts a certain amount of clear water between them and the rest. After 5 rounds.
It'll be insufferable.
Northamptonshire up there, middle of June. It's the second round of matches in between the T20. So, trundling up the A1.
In comes Hayden again and bowls. That's defended into the offside square by Vasconcelos. He's still got the fielding pads on, Matthew Montgomery, which rather suggests that we will see Shoaib Bashir in this session. I don't think there's any doubt that we'll see Shoaib Bashir in this session. And Middlesex have moved up to 68 points. Just 3 behind Durham, who, of course, their points haven't been added on. Northamptonshire on 65. If they hold on here, that's a big ask. They would get 9 as Hayden is in. That was turned into the leg side aerially, just to the left, not just to the left, about 5 yards to the left of Shoaib Bashir, and they come back for 2 runs, equally as important as not getting out. And the first over comes to an end at 2 without loss. And Lancashire have got 63. They've now played those 5 matches. Their extra game has been added in. And Derbyshire, if, should, and when, would move up to 53, so they're not a million miles away, despite the disastrous start to the season that they've had with those 3 defeats in a row.
It's just very, very tight, isn't it? Which is what we thought, really. Oh, Jack Chappell is going to take the new ball from this racecourse end. So 2 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is off a pair. not looking terribly rosy for Northamptonshire's women this afternoon, chasing 269 to beat Sussex at Findon. Just after halfway, they're 122 for 5. Beth Ascot is still there, 17 not out. Lenny Sims on 8. And here is Chappell with 2 slips and a gully, bowling to Proctor down the leg side. And the Northamptonshire captain just watches it pass into the gloves of Brooke Guest. Proctor 20 in the first innings before he was one of those, I think, that was got out by a very good ball from Rory Hayden that knocked his off stump flying. And as we said yesterday, a batter who is renowned for his powers of concentration and a number of adhesive innings he's played over the years, first for Lancashire and then for Northamptonshire, and he's off the mark, turning second ball from Zach Chappell down to long leg for 1. Northamptonshire 3 for no wicket.
Have you checked out Edgbaston? I haven't looked at it for a long time.
No, I haven't looked at it for a bit.
Remarkable.
Well, the last time I looked, Warwickshire were yes, they've moved on a bit. 553 for 6 in their second innings after the 2 first innings, 147 and 152. Chappell bowls to Vasconcelos, who pushes it out into the covers. Caleb Jewell fields.
Ed Barnard went and biffed 60 off 46 balls with 6 fours and 3 sixes. Zen Malik, no longer in one direction, of course, 57 off 89. Jordan Thompson's got 23, just under a run a ball, all being held together by Sam Haynes, 164 of 319 deliveries. I think they've probably got enough.
Well, Yorkshire are going to be chasing a
Well, they're not
lot.
going to
No, they're
chasing
not.
anything, are they?
No.
Unbelievable.
Here's Chappell, in and bowls to Vasconcelos outside the off stump, left alone, through to Brooke Guest. Leicestershire in the toils a bit, down at Hove, 136 for 4 in their second innings, so they're just 34 runs ahead with 6 wickets remaining, so need a few more, I think quite a few more in fact. Johnny Tattersall is 40 not out, but wicket for Ollie Robinson, wicket for Finn Hudson-Prentice shared around, but Sussex very much on top down at Hove. Here's Zach Chappell into bowl to Vasconcelos, who is, I think, just struck on the thigh pad. It rolls out into the onside. Brooke Guest takes responsibility to tidy up, and a leg bye is signalled by umpire. James Treadwell, one more of the total, 4 for no wicket. At Trent Bridge, Surrey 409 for 8 against Nottinghamshire, so they're just 6 runs behind. Century there for Dan Lawrence. Jordan Clark, who always seems to contribute something, made 54 down the order. Here's Chappell in and bowls to Proctor, and Proctor defends. Back down the pitch. And that's the end of Zach Chappell's first over. Northamptonshire are 4 for no wicket. And I see Ollie Pope is batting down at number 10, so I'm assuming must have been injured or off the field or something. And he's batting down the order. He's batting with Dan Worrell at the moment.
Mentioned the ball off the thigh pad there of Vasconcelos. Tawanda Muyeye was bowled in the game at Kent that Derbyshire were playing last week when the ball hit the bottom of his thigh pad and went onto the stumps. We couldn't work out how on earth a ball going down leg was crashing into middle stump, but he was bowled off his thigh pad. Hayden into Vasconcelos, who pushes this one out into the offside.
Well, the great D.S. Steele, formerly of both these clubs, he wouldn't have worried about that because he just used to pick a towel out of the basket and stick that down his trousers to act as a thigh pad.
Get it taped on.
Saved a few bob, didn't it?
Well,
Didn't have to buy one.
Yeah, and these, I mean, they're like 3 and 4 inches thick now, aren't they? So the ball actually just hit the underside of it and completely changed direction. It was bizarre. It didn't do Kent any harm in the long run. There is Hayden bowling. It strikes him in front. Is he outside the line? I think that's the only thing it can be. He looks like he might be from here. He's held the pose a long, long time, has Vasconcelos. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. I can't imagine it's anything else really, unless he got a little inside edge. I don't think the Derbyshire players thought there was an inside edge.
No, I think it could only have been
wrong end. He's outside the line.
Yeah, good decision.
Yeah. Hold on, Phoebes, carry on. My mistake. That's the perfect angle. Here comes Hayden again to Vasconcelos, who gets an inside edge into the onside, where it's fielded by Jewell. 2 slips and a gully-ish. 1, 2 and 5 as well, possibly. And at point, that's Matthew Montgomery. Harry Kame at mid-off, Lewis Rees at mid-on, Caleb Jewell at mid-wicket, Derbyshire at square leg, and Zach Chappell down at long leg, away to our right in front of the marquee. Madsen and Aitchison, the slips. As Hayden is in, and that one's gone past the edge of the bat. That's a really good delivery from Rory Hayden. Meets with the approval of his teammates. If Aitchison suddenly realised that the ball doesn't do a huge amount for the first 6, 7, 8 overs.
Until the lacquer just goes a little bit,
They
doesn't
can
it?
just get to work on one side of the ball, and then it starts to do a bit more. Because you'd have thought he'd have been prime candidate. I thought that this morning, so what do I know?
Well, yeah, Zach Chappell bowled. It was a bit of a surprise, first thing, but he bowled a beautiful spell early on.
I'm not questioning anybody. Hayden bowls, that's driven, but straight to Harry Kame, who just moved slightly to his left to do the fielding. Struck it pretty well. Did Ricardo Vasconcelos, who is still one of the players who gave me one of my favourite T20 memories. I haven't got many favourite T20 memories, in all honesty, covering Derbyshire, but when he was knocked off his feet by oh God, I shouldn't have started that sentence then. Lockie Ferguson, absolutely all over the place. It was brilliant. And then, as Hayden bowls and he drives again, that is a good stop by Harry Kame, diving away to his left, prevents any runs from being scored, and it's 4 without loss after 3 overs. When I went across to do the post-day's play or post-match interviews in the case of the T20, a pair of them were having a good laugh about it at the top of the stairs, which I thought was excellent.
Yeah, that's what it should be all about. Well, he's feeling the cold a bit, Ricardo Vasconcelos, because Justin Broad has just come out with a long-sleeved sweater for him. So
Needs to run about a bit.
well, he hasn't had too many opportunities so far. Such has been the quality of the new ball bowling. Zach Chappell will continue. And he conceded 1 whole run from his first over. Profligate, 15 overs, 1 for 17 in the first innings. Wicket of James Sales, which was a crucial wicket, one that kept a little bit low, but Sales trapped LBW. And that just started, I was going to say opened up an end. It didn't really for a bit, because we had that partnership, long partnership between Harrison and McManus, but it broke that overnight stand, in which Northamptonshire's a lot of their hopes were pinned. Here's Chappell in outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor, and there is no run. So all my research about the last Northamptonshire player to score 3 championship hundreds in a row, complete waste of time, but anyway, it's filed away for future reference.
Next time, next time.
Usman Afzal was the last one to do it back in 2005, back into the season.
Worcestershire all out for 102, so Durham will need 143 to win.
Here's Chappell round the wicket, bowling to Proctor, who looks to drive. He gets a thick inside edge into his pad and rolls out into the offside for Caleb Jewell to field. See, that's his lucky hat now, Caleb Jewell, after being out there in the field and Derbyshire enforcing the follow-on with a huge first innings lead. He's not going to put that back in the bag for a while.
I was wearing his cap and they enforced the follow-on against Worcestershire, though. So, yeah.
Oh, perhaps you can
He's going through his entire collection of headgear before he decides which one's the luckiest.
Here's Zach Chappell running in and bowls, and outside the off stump, good carry, a little bit of bounce from Chappell, as you'd expect. Big tall man with a new ball, and Proctor gets everything out of harm's way. Thanks to Martin, who's been in touch and was intrigued, I think, by the buzzing that we had early on a couple of times. He said it sounded as though one of us was cleaning our teeth with an electric toothbrush. Well, it wasn't that. I've no idea what it was, but we can rule that out. Sun behind a cloud at the moment, but lots of blue sky around as Chappell is in and bowls to Proctor, who is taken on the pad as he aims to clip that away through the leg side. It will be a leg bye as Montgomery fields just behind square on the leg side. One more on to the total, 5 for no wicket. Northamptonshire 371 runs behind, having been bowled out in their first innings for 228. There's a bit of a mention the extras just as the players were coming off. Just the 5 extras in the innings. No bowling extras, as it were. No balls or wides, which is a bit of a contrast to Northamptonshire. Here's Chappell outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. 7 no balls, yielding 14 to the total, and a couple of wides as well. So,
yes, they soon got into double figures, didn't they? Which was very exciting at the time. Indeed, if Derbyshire carried on batting, who knows what might have happened with.
Well, the binary club did quite well for Northamptonshire because they had 3 ducks and 3 ones and an ought not out. Here's Chappell in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. That's the end of the over. 5 for no wicket, 2 to Vasconcelos, 1 to Proctor. In fact, in Northamptonshire's 228 all out, there are only 4 players to get into double figures. Luke Proctor made 20. James Sales 46, Lewis McManus 47, and of course 1 in 3 figures. Calvin Harrison with 107, but a bit of a patchy scorecard, I think, is the kindest description.
Yes. Brooke Guest just had quite a lengthy conversation with Zach Chappell, raced from behind the stumps at the far end to impart some information that may or may not be useful. Proctor will be on strike for the start of Rory Hayden's 3rd over. David Griffin's been working overtime again with his statistics, which I will...
He's off the phone now, is he?
Yeah, I've never asked him. I meant to ask about it. We'll have a chat with him at tea as well. Here is Hayden in to bowl to Proctor, who drives down the ground, and it's 4 runs because the dive from Lewis Rees wasn't particularly close to the ball, and it races away to complete silence. The first boundary of the Northamptonshire 2nd innings. Proctor on to 5, 9 without loss. So David Griffin informs everybody, and I will therefore pass it on to you, that the follow-on has only been enforced by Derbyshire at Derby twice in the same season on 3 occasions.
Gosh.
This year, 2002 when it was Northamptonshire and Glamorgan, and 1898 against Leicestershire and Hampshire. In comes Hayden and bowls. That's defended by Proctor into the onside, and there's no run. And the lead of 376 after the first innings is the 9th largest first innings lead in first-class matches for Derbyshire. Well done, Griff.
That's all good stuff. Thanks, Griff.
It'll still be squirreling away, I'm sure.
Very impressive, as always.
9 without loss after 4 overs and 2 balls. In comes Hayden from the City end, bowls to Proctor, who leaves that one alone. There's a bit of extra bounce there, so he just had to lift the bat even further than he initially expected, so as not to touch the handle. Shoaib Bashir is not warming up at the moment. I think it's quite newsworthy. He's at square leg, standing next to umpire Treadwell. The umpires have swapped ends, of course, and he is standing at the racecourse end with umpire Baldwin now at the City end. As Hayden is in again, and that one is defended by Proctor back towards Hayden. He tries to pick it up, but merely deflects it. And Harry Kane does the rest.
They're saving him for Conway, I think.
It's about 5 o'clock tomorrow. Warwickshire have declared 553 for 6. That means Yorkshire will require, well, they won't, 549 to win. That's a good game to lose from there. That's Hayden in again. That one is pushed out into the offside. They go through for a quick single. Montgomery does the fielding at cover. Proctor moves on to 6-10 without loss. Brooke Guest has a little glance up at the big scoreboard away to our right, which we can't see, which is why we had this screen put in for us by the club. Of course, now we can see the other big scoreboard, the new one, as Hayden bowls. That's turned into the leg side. 2 Derbyshire by Ricardo Vasconcelos. There is no run. 10 without loss.
What is particularly useful about having the one in the box, though, is that you can see all the bowling figures,
Yes.
which are extremely useful to have to hand. Chappell it will be, marching purposefully towards the end of his run. Just to recap, if you're joining us this afternoon for the first time, that we have had one result today in Division 2 of the County Championship, with Middlesex beating Lancashire by 6 wickets. Extraordinary goings on at Old Trafford. Here's Chappell round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. It's a fielder in hot pursuit. Harry came, but he couldn't get anywhere close to that, and it takes Proctor into double figures. He goes to 10 and Northamptonshire to 14 for no wicket. Lancashire bowled out for 84 in their second innings. Middlesex knocking off for 117 runs for victory, not entirely without a few alarms when they lost 4 fairly easily, fairly early on in the innings, but got there in the end. So Lancashire, who were third in the table, have been beaten by Middlesex, who move up as a result. Is Chappell in, bowls on the hip of Proctor, who turns it away behind square on the leg side. There'll just be a single. Matthew Montgomery fielding. Proctor to 11, Northamptonshire to 15 for no wicket. Elsewhere in Division 2, Worcestershire all out for 102 against Durham at New Road. So Durham need 143 to win. That could be over tonight, but more likely, I would think, probably just to linger into tomorrow. Gloucestershire 143 for 4 in their second innings against Kent, as Chappell is in, bowls and beats Vasconcelos with another beauty, and really good carry from Chappell as well, taken by Brooke Guest, head height. Gloucestershire 143 for 4. That's T at Bristol, so they lead Kent by 141 with 6 wickets standing. Could be an interesting last day there tomorrow.
Kevin Helms has picked the worst game.
Well, yes.
To base himself out.
Nottinghamshire 415 all out, Surrey 410 for 8. Chappell is in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who cuts that away. First time he's really had any width to work with, and was able to free his arms and cut it away for 4 through point. Takes Vasconcelos to 6 and Northamptonshire to 19 for no wicket. So, yes, I mean, that's going to be hard, you would think, to get a result out of that one, given that it's very unlikely that there's going to be anything quixotic in terms of declarations or anything. Oh, they've lost the ball.
In the sheets, is it?
Yeah, it
it's
looks
in the
like it.
sheets.
So they're having a little rummage there at the moment. The spectator is helpfully going to
Might have gone through, I
aid.
suppose.
Yeah, it might. I thought it was. Oh, he is. Yes,
I think it's gone through.
it has.
Oh no, he's bending down to have a look. They've got it.
Well done. Well done.
There's a Caleb Jules input there after Derbyshire. I had no idea where it was.
Leicestershire 145 for 4 in their second innings at T against Sussex. So they're 43 runs ahead, 4 wickets down. Glamorgan needing 283 to win against Somerset at Cardiff. Are 81 for no wicket. That'd be a good win for Glamorgan. They could close that one out. Here's Chappell bowls and lovely looking square drive from Vasconcelos, but can't get it past the aforementioned Shoaib Bashir at point, and there is no run. And at Chelmsford, Essex 30 for 1, needing 177 to beat Hampshire. In the women's ODI up at Chester Street, New Zealand were all out for 210, didn't quite bat the Rovers, but all out in the 49th. Here's Chappell in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. That's the end of the over, 19 for no wicket, 11 to Proctor. Vasconcelos is 6. So the victory target for England is 211, and they're 71 rather for 3 in the 19th over, having lost the wickets of who was first to go. Jodie Grewcock, Heather Knight and Emma Lamb all gone. They were 42 for 3. So that's game on. And of course, they will be playing here in a T20 game a week on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And we'll be playing at Northampton in an ODI on Wednesday.
And Rory Hayden is going to bowl from the City end. His 4th over of this Northamptonshire second innings. Up goes Luke Proctor, pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run. Boreham Wood leading Rochdale in the National League playoff final. Rochdale finished in excess of 100 points behind York City. They won't want to lose that one, but they are losing it. All 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League ended in draws. Even Aston Villa couldn't beat Burnley, for goodness sake. What kind of team's that? Here comes Hayden in and bowls, and that one is played with bat and pad close together out into the offside, where Montgomery does the fielding. In a game, one of 2 games that will decide where else Burton Albion will be going next season. Salford lead Grimsby 2-1. Salford will be okay, it's not far from my house. Chesterfield, north of Derbyshire, take on Notts County in the first leg of their semi-final at 6 o'clock this evening. We'll look to the spy rights in that one. As the next delivery from Hayden is turned into the leg side by Proctor. They've run the first one really quickly. They're going to turn and come back for the second as the ball is thrown in by Zach Chappell, and they get back nicely. Good running. 2 more to the total. Proctor moves on to 13-21 without loss. Pakistan they've been batting today, which is why I've taken little notice of it. But they were bowled up 386, so they had a deficit of 27 runs against Bangladesh in Mirpur. Bangladesh 7 without loss in their second innings as Hayden bowls, and it's defended by Proctor. Mohamed Abbas taking 5 wickets in the first innings, yet to take a wicket in the second. Bowled 0.5 of an over before they went off, presumably for either rain or bad light, but it doesn't say here.
I think I saw it was raining. We're talking, sorry, Mirpur, aren't we?
Yeah.
I think I saw it. I think I saw earlier that they had some rain there. Well, Durham have lost an early wicket against Worcestershire. 143 target. They're 4 for 1. Alex Lees is out.
Hayden in and bowls. Proctor turns that one into the leg side, where it's fielded by Caleb Jewell. Yes, I think it was getting dark, and light had deteriorated significantly according to this, and the light meter was out. So it did rain. The ground staff managed to get them back out there, and then it got dark. Sham Rasood, of course, captaining Pakistan, had a stellar season with Derbyshire. And then went to Yorkshire and disappeared as this next one, played for Leicestershire last season, goes past the edge of Luke Proctor's bat into the hands of Brooke Guest, end of the over, 21 without loss after 5, Northamptonshire. And I thought we were going to see Ben Aitchison, but we're not, although Zach Chappell is going to have a lengthy conversation here with Wayne Madsen before he bowls his 4th over. Not being asked to bang it in halfway down.
Well, it's not looking particularly marvellous for Northamptonshire's women still down at, it is down at Findon, isn't it? 160 for 7. Northamptonshire needing 269 to win against Sussex. And they've lost both Beth Ascot, has gone for 38, and Lenny Sims for 20. So Ella Phillips and Mabel Reid in at the moment, but they need another 109 off 16 with 3 wickets in hand, which you would think looks a bit of a tough ask, but we shall see. Here's Chappell, round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos. Vasconcelos defends. Out into the covers, Caleb Jewell comes in and fields, and there's no run. Luke Proctor is waving to the dressing room, wanting a new bat. Presumably that one not giving every satisfaction. Shoaib Bashir is limbering up at backward point, but as Fletch has made clear in this game, that doesn't necessarily signify anything very much.
Just a mild warm-up at the moment.
Here's Chappell, in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who pushes it out towards Harry Kane, coming round from mid-off, and there is no run. So, yeah, Middlesex, 68 points. 3 points behind where Durham were going into this match. But of course, if they do, as we mentioned earlier, if they do get a win this afternoon, Durham, then that will give them a pretty solid lead at the top of the Division 2 table. Here's Chappell, bowls to Vasconcelos, good ball, homing in on off stump. Vasconcelos defends. Out into the offside, fielded by Caleb Jewell. But it is just very, very tight in this table. I think Durham probably started the season as favourites. Would think to go straight back up.
I always felt that Lancashire couldn't be as poor at the start of this season as they were at the start of last season, because they were very ordinary last season at the start,
Yes,
weren't they?
they were
In disarray at one point. Got their act together eventually.
Chappell bowls to Vasconcelos. It gets really big on him, and Vasconcelos somehow manages to manoeuvre the ball wide of the slip cord and down to third man for 4. But that
Nasty.
was a nasty ball that followed him. It was from round the wicket. It was short of a length. Vasconcelos is not the tallest, as we know, and it followed him, and he just managed to get bat on it and did well to get enough bat on it to take it wide of the slips down to the boundary. It was a boundary, but a somewhat involuntary one from Vasconcelos, who goes to 10, 25 for no wicket.
A very unpleasant delivery to deal with, and he did really well.
But Chappell has been getting some life with this new ball. He's in again, bowls to Vasconcelos. That's full and wide outside the off stump of Vasconcelos. Leaves well alone. It goes through to Brooke Guest. We have 29 overs left after this one, so it's not going to be too late.
No.
Not too much after 6 o'clock. It's a pity there aren't a few more people in, but as we were saying earlier, there's always various things to do, and it has been cold today. Glad I got the fleece in for the post-match. Here's Chappell in bowls, and Vasconcelos does attempt to drive at this ball, which is full length, and it beats the outside edge, goes through to Brooke Guest, end of the over. 25 for no wicket, Vasconcelos 10, Proctor 13, but Vasconcelos in particular is having a slightly hairy time out there at the moment. Proctor, meanwhile, is examining various bats brought out by Justin Broad. He has found one that gives, well, he feels more comfortable with anyway. Dispatches Broad back to the pavilion with the others. 25 for no wicket.
Don't get it mixed up. You want to use that one again? Put a little mark on it or something.
Especially if there's a dirty great crack in it at the bottom.
So Rory Hayden, 4 overs for 9. Having picked up 3 wickets in the first innings for 72. Taking his wickets this season at 17. He's on his way in now. Bowls one that just leaves Luke Proctor. He was leaving it anyway. The ball just goes away from him. 13 wickets at 18 actually, not 17. 5 wickets in an innings twice. This is only the 4th innings he's bowled. Aitchison's average has been improved no end. He's got 19 wickets at 27. Going in the right direction. Looking more like the numbers he should have as Hayden is in and bowls. That one's left alone by Proctor to go through to Guest.
We were talking earlier when Calvin Harrison was batting about slow centuries and the fact that obviously it's sometimes a bit difficult with the fact that going back years, the number of balls faced was not routinely recorded. Of those where the number of balls has been recorded, the slowest championship century, 368 balls, Tom Sibley, Surrey against Kent at Canterbury 3 years ago.
Hayden in, that was tucked away into the leg side and fielded by the body of Bashir, who just lets everybody know that it almost knocked his teeth out.
The slowest in terms of balls in all first-class cricket, unsurprisingly in a test match, indeed most of the slowest ones are in test matches. 535 balls to get to 100. Colin Cowdrey, famous partnership with Peter May against the West Indies at Edgbaston in 57.
Hayden bowls, Proctor leaves alone. Late decision, but good decision in the end.
And they put on 411 for the 4th wicket and just kept kicking Sonny Ramadin away.
Yeah.
Also well up there, 480 balls. Was Alan Watkins for England against India in Delhi back in 51-52, and well known to generations of Oundle school pupils because he was cricket pro at Oundle for many years. With his wife Molly up on the site.
Hayden bowls to Proctor, who pushes this one up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. And there's no run.
Slowest in terms of time for a century, 557 minutes. So that's what, 9 hours and 17. Madassan Azhar for Pakistan against England at Lahore on the 77-78 tour.
Next delivery from Hayden is clipped nicely into the leg side by Proctor. There's a chase on here for Bashir. They've run 2. Will they risk coming back for a 3rd? They're thinking about it. Vasconcelos wants one. Proctor didn't. And they take 2. Proctor moves to 15. 27 without loss at the end of the over. Madassan Azhar, I have a vague recollection of seeing him play for Cheshire in a Gillette Cup match.
Yes, I think he did.
At Oxton in the 1970s. There was no advertising boards or anything like that. It was just a rope, and we all just sat on the boundary's edge. It's the only time I've seen Cheshire.
I remember watching the first round of the NatWest in '88, which was the year after Northamptonshire got to the final. Change of bowling here, by the way. Ben Aitchison is coming into the attack to replace Zach Chappell from the racecourse end. At Bourton Hall in Chester. And Cheshire beat Northamptonshire by 1 wicket. It was one of the most ill-tempered games I think I've ever seen. Here's Aitchison starts off with the ball outside the off-stump that Vasconcelos leaves alone. Aitchison excellent in the first innings, 4 for 55 from 22. Particularly impressive the way he wrapped up Ben Sanderson and George Scrimshaw in short order to bring Harry Conway to the crease, and we have that entertaining little partnership. It was a little partnership as well, they only put on 6. But terms of entertainment value, it was fairly high. Aitchison in again outside the off stump, again left alone by Vasconcelos through to Brooke Guest. Captaining Cheshire that day was again someone well known to Derbyshire listeners and viewers, Barry Wood. And it all got a bit niggly, and there were supporters really laying into some of the Northamptonshire fielders and getting in their way down on the boundary, and it was great fun.
Nothing wrong with that.
Here's Aitchison in bowls, and Vasconcelos pushes forward. It runs down to point where Bashir fields, and there is no run. And I seem to remember Alan Walker, then playing for Northamptonshire, of course, subsequently with Durham, and now still involved on the coaching staff up at Durham, having an altercation with a spectator, and yeah, it wasn't a day that I remember with any great fondness. Apart from, come back to that in a second, as Aitchison bowls, Vasconcelos defends out into the offside, Montgomery fields out in the covers. Apart from the fact that being just about the only journalist, there were two of us there, I think, that had come up from Northamptonshire, and of course it was a shock of the round. And so lots of national newspapers decided they wanted some words on it, so it turned out to be quite a lucrative day, but as a Northamptonshire follower, it wasn't great fun. Bright sunshine again as Aitchison runs away from us to bowl to Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos this time in behind it, plays it back down the pitch for Aitchison to field, and there is no run. I always thought that was probably my favourite day of the season, the first round of the NatWest, when all the minor counties, now national counties, were involved, and you looked to see all the players that you knew from club cricket, and that was great fun. And there'd always be somebody that would make a name for themselves, get a test player out or something, and would make headlines next day. Here's Aitchison in, bowls to Vasconcelos on his hip, and he turns it away down to long leg, and he will pick up a single, takes Vasconcelos to 11. And Northamptonshire to 28 for no wicket at the end of the over, still 348 behind. I remember Matt White bowling for Bedfordshire, I think, and he got Brian Lara out, and they played Warwickshire at Edgbaston. And I seem to remember he was on the front cover of the League Handbook next year for this with his celebration. And similarly, when Buckinghamshire beat Somerset at High Wycombe in '87, a pair of Wolverton bowlers, as they were then, Steve Edwards, steady, and Chris Bouden were the heroes for Buckinghamshire, and they were all over the place. It was terrific. I think it's something that's really gone out of the county season.
Absolutely, no question about it in my mind. No question about it in my mind. It was good fun. Cheshire played Yorkshire. They played Surrey as well, but Madassan Azhar wasn't playing. So it must be the game against Yorkshire that they lost by 10 wickets. Boycott and Moxon seeing the Yorkshire home. Madassan Azhar was dismissed for 1. That wasn't in the Ian Cobain was playing for Cheshire. Anyway, it's of no consequence. Shoaib Bashir into the attack very early from the city end, bowling to Vasconcelos, who turns the first ball into the leg side. There's no run. Two left-handers, of course, which has perhaps prompted Wayne Madsen to bring the England Test spinner into the attack early.
Only one other left-hander, safe Zabe.
Get himself out. This next delivery is just tickled away. Fine. There isn't a fine leg, so they're going to come back for 2. It was off a thigh pad, in fact, I think. The ball is picked up by Ben Aitchison down below us. They do go through for 2 leg byes, 30 without loss.
Yes, I have to say, from a Northamptonshire point of view, he did get himself out in the first innings.
Little bit. I'd be surprised if he played the same shot second time around. Slightly dismayed as well. As Vasconcelos waits, and that one is pushed into the offside. It's picked up by Harry Kame. Nick Potts sporting a fine moustache. think it was Nick, goes around to give Ben Aitchison a drink. He's a deep backward square leg. There is a short leg in place. Wayne Madsen at slip. Bashir bowls, and that one is driven without any kind of timing by Vasconcelos. Back to Bashir. And there is no run. Jack Birkinshaw was one of the umpires at Oxton.
Leicestershire president.
Yeah. Very visible. This next one is tickled away down towards fine leg again. That's going to go all the way for 4, in fact. And Bashir has a bit of a moan about something. Not happy with that, but it was off the full blade of the bat. Vasconcelos moves to 15-34 without loss.
The game's a slightly different one to that, but not being a national county, but back in 2001 when it was the C&G, the Cheltenham and Gloucester trophy.
Bashir in again. That one is pushed into the onside by Vasconcelos. Picked up by Martin Anderson, and the first over of off-spin comes to an end with Northamptonshire on 34 without loss. Both Vasconcelos and Proctor have 15.
And the draw sent the Northamptonshire cricket board 11. Do you remember the old 38 county competition?
Yeah, Derbyshire's county board were at home to Derbyshire in
Well,
one year.
that was what happened there. Northamptonshire cricket board were at home to Northamptonshire, and they
played it here.
They played it at Wantage Road, and they got a decent score. David Painter, who's now heavily involved in sports footwear, but and a great grandson, I think, of Eddie, of Lancashire and England fame. He got 100, and for a while, David Capel was captaining the board 11. For a while, he thought this might be interesting, but in fact, I think Mal Lloyd got 100, and it was not that much of a contest in the end, but it was fun while it lasted. Here's Aitchison bowls full, and Proctor driving, just coming across it slightly. He played the shot he intended to play, which is up through mid-off, and it ended up going through mid-on, or to mid-on. And there is no run. Sun behind a cloud at the moment. There is a little bit more cloud around than there was earlier on, but I don't think there's any rain in the offing. Here's Aitchison in bowls, and that little distinctive shuffle and nudge of Proctor pushes it out into the offside. And there is no run. Of course, I always associate the first round of the old knockout with CFAX, because you'd be doing a match probably, and you'd be going through all the scores on CFAX to see who was doing what before the days of the internet. Proctor defends the next ball from Aitchison out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
The days before the internet.
Well, yes, but for the benefit of younger listeners and viewers, the teletext was the service like a text service that you used to get on your telly. BBC's was CFAX, wasn't it? And I think the ITV one was teletext. And
you had to be at home to access
yes.
it. You couldn't carry it around.
No, absolutely. Here's Aitchison in bowls, and Proctor playing slightly across that one. It goes out into the covers where Bashir fields. And there is no run. Testing again from Aitchison. So good in the first innings and making a really good start in his second over of the second innings. And sometimes you had to wait for the pages to flick over. The suspense of it.
Then if you looked away and it flicked again, and you had to wait for it to go around 32 pages, you could hold a page.
That's right. Oh dear, happy days. Here's Aitchison in bowls outside the off stump, and again good carry, as we've seen from this end, particularly from Chappell early on, but left alone by Luke Proctor.
They did have the heavy roller on at tee, so perhaps that's just lost a bit of the variable bounce that we saw in the afternoon session and a bit this morning as well. It'll be back.
like the Terminator.
Oracle as well, ITV.
Oracle, that was, wasn't it?
Thank you, Ed.
Yes.
Well, good shout from you.
Defended out into the offside by Proctor, down into the gully, and that's the end of Ben Acheson's over. 34 for no wicket, Northamptonshire. Acheson, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1. Vasconcelos is 15, Proctor is 15. 34 for no wicket. Yes, it was Oracle, wasn't it? Where have I got tele?
I think the whole thing was called
To teletext,
but it
yeah.
might have changed to teletext when ITV went all less regional. I don't know.
Well, CFAX was certainly the
Yes,
3-4-0 was the cricket.
That's where Ed started his, I say career. In fairness, he has called it a job. So, from Little Acorns, etc. 3 paragraphs. Words had to be the right length, otherwise you can't have one going into the next line. Here's Shoaib Bashir bowling to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Full delivery that he pushes back towards Bashir. And there's a no run. Somebody's tapping out a tune on a glass bottle. Like the start of Test Match Special. Here is Bashir again. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who goes back and pushes it out into the offside.
Was there a band somewhere here last night, Fletch? Because
There was some kind of do.
When I was packing up, I could hear like a...
in the marquee.
Yeah, that's right. I heard a band sort of tuning up. And
Well, tuning what would have been quite useful. Here's Bashir. That one is giving a bit more air, and Vasconcelos again pushes it out into the offside to Harry Kane. Yes, yeah, they were. I think they were practicing when I was finishing off doing whatever it was I had to do. They'd asked the question what would have happened if the play had gone on till 6:30, because we have had that once before. The music starts while they're still playing as Bashir bowls. Another full delivery with a bit more air, and Vasconcelos pushes it back to Bashir.
was it Scarborough where they used to have a brass band playing during the match in the old Scarborough Festival until eventually somebody complained about it?
Understandably so. I'm not sure. In comes Bashir, and that is pushed into the onside by Vasconcelos and fielded by Martin Anderson.
I think they also used to have a band at the Canterbury Festival back in the old days.
I remember a band at Scarborough, but in the park, is it Peace Home Park?
Peace Home Park,
behind the media, I was going to call it a media centre, but that would be over-egging it, as this next delivery is cut away off the back foot by Vasconcelos to ruin a potential maiden. Fielded out there by Rory Hayden. Single to Vasconcelos, who moves on to 16 and pinches the strike. Proctor has 15. Northamptonshire 35 without loss, trailing by 341.
It's where they have the naval battle, isn't it? The,
Yes,
the miniature battleships in Peace Home Park.
Did they do Trafalgar in there?
I got it to my mind. It might have been Jutland, but I'm not.
No, you could be right.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
It's water-based.
It used to wake people up anyway. It's suddenly having a little doze off after lunch, and not least in the press box, and suddenly this fusillade of naval gunfire came from the other side of the fence, and people looking up with a start. 2 slips and a gully. Acheson running away from us to bowl to Vasconcelos, who defends up to Harry Kane at mid-off, and there's no run. My favourite CFAX story, I think, was Northamptonshire were playing Nottinghamshire at Wellingborough School. I think it might actually have been the last time they played there, a championship match. And it was one of those that looked as though it was just going to sort of play through the last session on the Saturday evening, and we come back and resume on Monday because they've got the game on the Sunday. Forced off the back foot by Vasconcelos. Thought about a single, but Matthew Montgomery quickly to the ball in the covers and snuffs out that possibility. And Northamptonshire absolutely made a serious Horlicks of the last session on the Saturday and were bowled out. Andy Pick and I can't remember who else was bowling, but I do remember Andy Pick. They lost by an innings and 1 run, and so the game was over. And a very dear colleague of mine, here's Acheson in outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos. Sadly, no longer with us, he was supposed to be covering the match, and he got various things to do. So he said, I'm just going to head off and do other things. Just fill me in at the end of the day, just what's happened, and I'll write it up. So yeah, absolutely no problem. So I rang him up at the end and I said, "Oh, by the way, the game's over." Yeah, of course it is. No, it is. Game is over. Northamptonshire have lost. Aitchison running in to bowl to Vasconcelos outside the off stump again, left alone. And his response was, this is, I won't mention the name, but this is a colleague of ours who by then was working for CFAX. He's having a joke, isn't he? And I said, well, it's a hell of a practical joke if he's going to fool the entire nation into thinking that the game is over. I said, I was there. I can assure you it is over. Here's Aitchison pushed up to mid-off by Vasconcelos, where Harry Kane fields and there's no run. But his first slightly panic-stricken response to the fact that he had missed the denouement of the match was to think that it was one of our erstwhile colleagues who was
Just having a laugh.
Who was just having a bit of a giggle.
I mean, we could report back to the breakfast show tomorrow and say anything, and they'd believe us.
What? Yes, that's true. That's another good ball from Aitchison that really hits the splice of Vasconcelos' back. Plays it well, but there's really good stuff from Chappell and from Aitchison, from this end in particular. Just the odd one getting a little bit big on the batters with the new ball. And Northamptonshire, well, openers have had their wits about them so far. 16 to Vasconcelos, 15 to Proctor. They are 35 for no wicket, still 341 adrift, with 23 overs left in the day. So that's probably, what, about an hour and a half?
Yeah, I thought so. 6:15-ish. It's raining in Hove.
Yeah, I was just looking actually, there's a bit of rain sort of south of London.
I'm going along nicely at 29 for 37 for one, I beg your pardon, needing another 106 to win at New Road. They'll try to do that tonight, you would have thought, if they've got as much time left as we have here. Bashir into bowl, and that one is defended by Proctor.
Of course, they've also, I suppose, potentially got the extra 8 overs they could claim, couldn't they? So they may get it finished tonight.
It doesn't go gloomy.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's the other thing, isn't it?
First class headquarters with no lights. Never will have them. As Bashir is in, and that one is defended again by Proctor, back to the bowler. Gloucestershire 5 down, leading by 150 against Kent. Sorry. Bowled out for 449, a lead of 34 at Trent Bridge. Bashir bowls, defended again by Proctor. Big stride in. 2 wickets down now. Glamorgan 96 for 2, chasing 283 to beat Somerset at Sophia Gardens. A bit of work to do there.
Is Asia Tribe still in there, Fletch? Sorry.
No, I will tell you. As Bashir bowls and Proctor, yes he is. Proctor turns that into the leg side. He's on 37. Ben Kellaway has joined him now.
The reason I asked was I was just looking at some of the stuff coming out of that, and they were saying that they wondered if dropping Tribe early on might prove costly. So somebody's put him down.
The Jersey International. As Bashir bowls, it's cut by Proctor, but straight to Zach Chappell at backward point. Yorkshire chasing 549 to beat Warwickshire, who made 553 for 6 declared in their second innings, a 14 for 2.
Ah, okay.
Might put a bit of a dampener on their victory charge. Not having the best of seasons. This next delivery from Bashir is punched up towards mid-off, almost beaten by the bounce off the surface there. Caleb Julep bounced awkwardly, but he kept his eye on the ball. And the over comes to an end. 3 overs for 5. Showing Bashir. 3 overs for 1. Ben Aitchison, who will continue from the racecourse end, and Northamptonshire 35 without loss, 16 to Vasconcelos, 15 to Proctor, trailing by 341.
I doff my cap to those that have stuck it out throughout the day, out in the open. There aren't that many, but there were a few, and well done you, because it's decidedly parky out there. But if you're a Derbyshire supporter, you've had another good day. Here's Aitchison in and bowls very full, driven by Vasconcelos up to Lewis Rees at mid-on, and there's no run. Of course, it'll be a better day for you and for Derbyshire if they can nip a 2 or 3 out tonight.
I think trying to get 10 in a day will be tricky, but
Except 6 or 7 maybe, 7 or 8.
yes, they needed 9 on the last day against Worcestershire and got 6.
2 slips in the gully. Aitchison round the wicket, bowls to Vasconcelos, who leaves it alone. And it goes through to Brooke Guest. Well, I mean, from a Northamptonshire point of view, you're looking at which particular straw to clutch at the moment. And I think back to the Lancashire game, let's say that first match of the season, when Northamptonshire were 50 for 6, having been set a nominal 320, which they were never going to get. They just in and again, bowls short, and Vasconcelos tries to cut, doesn't time it. Again, I think the ball was on to him a little bit slower than he was expecting, and he's rehearsing the stroke. It goes up to Cayman, extra cover, and there's no run. And the fact that they managed to then bat through the rest of the day, that was 50 for 6 just before lunch, and managed to hang on against Anderson and co. Aitchison into Vasconcelos, leaves it alone outside the off stump. You talk to Luke Proctor, to Darren Lehman, to I think most of the players, and they will say that was a big statement. It was a big result, although they were outplayed for a good part of the game and only just clung on for the draw. And if Ben Sanderson had been caught in the slips, as he should have been with 7 overs to go, they'd have lost. But they didn't lose. And Northamptonshire sides the last few years, it's not hard to believe that they probably would have crumbled. That is short again and cut away by Vasconcelos. This time he does get hold of it, and it goes down through backward point for 4. He goes to 20 and Northamptonshire to 39 for no wicket. And they've all said that the team took a huge amount of heart from that and thought, we have this resilience. We're not going to be, the sort of team that sends everybody home at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, having just, capitulated. So I'm hoping, from a Northamptonshire point of view, that mindset will still be there, and they'll think, well, okay, we get something out of this if we manage to bat all day tomorrow. Is Aitchison in bowls to Vasconcelos, just nips back in a touch, and he gets an inside edge. If he hadn't got an inside edge, I suspect Ben Aitchison might have asked the question. But he did, so he didn't. End of the over, 20 to Vasconcelos, 15 to Proctor. And Northamptonshire 39 for no wicket. It is a beautiful evening here in Derby, and we have 21 overs left.
Looks like we're going to see a change of bowling here. Possibly. No, unless Shoaib has just come. No, he's going to carry on. He's come all the way down to the racecourse end of the ground for the chat with Wayne Madsen, who's basically standing in his crease as a left-hander and saying this is where the field should be, and that's the field you should bowl to. Now he goes back up to the racecourse end and removes his cap. Does Bashir. 3 overs for 5. That boundary to Vasconcelos off Aitchison was the first boundary Aitchison had conceded in his 4 overs. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 5. 4 bowlers used by Derbyshire in the first 16. Northamptonshire 39 without loss, 337 behind.
Northamptonshire's women have lost by 78 runs against Sussex at Findon, all out for 192, needing 269 to win.
Derbyshire women not in action until next week, and I think they play Suffolk. The T20 knockout at Denby. Bashir begins a new over, bowling to Luke Proctor, who goes forward, pushes it into the offside. There is no run.
Ascot made 38, Amelia Kemp 32, Meg Austin 23, Lenny Sims 20, and not much else.
Here comes Bashir again, bowls, and that's defended again by Proctor, out into the offside. Derbyshire, in fact, play Cumbria next week at Denby. My apologies. And the T20 knockout. Bashir is in, defended again into the offside by Proctor.
Be a nice away trip if it was in Cumbria.
They've already played at Canterbury, which is quite the trek for a one-day game.
No, absolutely.
Bashir bowls, gives this one a bit more air. It was a bit too full though. And Proctor pushes it into the offside. He hairs after it. Bashir. After it had gone past Anderson, who's fielding at cover. Short leg and a slip for Bashir. Next delivery is played back by Proctor, just pushes it to sort of gully point area where Wayne Madsen comes around to do the fielding. I think somebody's misquoting me here.
Surely not.
I'll have to have a word. Next one is cut away. That'll be 4 runs out to the backward point region by Luke Proctor. Final ball of the over as well, which is slightly disappointing. And Proctor moves on to 19 and Northamptonshire to 43 without loss.
I see Gus Atkinson is out of the Not Surrey match with a concussion. He was hit a couple of times in the space of 2 overs by Josh Tongue, and I suppose he could say, well, they're either going to be teammates or possibly even rivals for an international place. But he's out of the match as a result. Reece Topley has come in as his replacement. And we are going to see a change of bowling. We're going to see a bit of Martin Anderson coming on from the racecourse end. Now, might it be Aitchison changing ends? Because he only hasn't bowled much, has he? 4 overs. Or maybe they think they're just going to, with the 5 seamers, they can just rotate them and get Bashir to do the role that Calvin Harrison has played quite a bit for Northamptonshire part of this season, a good part of last season, just basically block up an end. 43 for no wicket. Glorious evening sunshine here in Derby. Clock ticking round towards 5 o'clock local time. 20 overs remaining in the day, so as we were saying, a little bit after 6 o'clock, but not too much. 2 slips in as Anderson over the wicket bowls to Vasconcelos, who defends. Back down the pitch, and there is no run.
Bungalow Billy has, I think I've been slightly misquoted. He says, so if we don't take wickets tonight, we'll need 10 tomorrow, so according to you, we can't win. I don't think I said Derbyshire can't win. I said it'd be a lot harder to take 10 wickets.
As Northamptonshire found last Sunday against Worcestershire, you can take 9 in a session. Here's Anderson, in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who defends, pushes it out into the covers. Caleb Jewell leans down to field, and no run.
As far as the weather's concerned, Anthony says, just to reassure you both, that it's actually quite swelterous in the stands when the sun is out, but when it clouds over, it's colder than Jane's voice when there are spectators stood on the outfield at the end of the tea interval.
Oh, wonderful. Great line. Thank you.
Hoping for a couple of wickets.
Here's Anderson. In and bowls to Vasconcelos, who turns it away down to long leg. He will pick up a single. He goes to 21. Northamptonshire to 44 for no wicket.
If you have a clever phone, you can get CFAX on your phone.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yeah, thank you to Mick.
Oh, that's
With all the latest cricket scores on there.
a taste of, I was going to say childhood. In my case, it's not actually childhood. It's sort of
Middle age.
early manhood.
Telescore, it's called.
Oh, wonderful. I'll have a look at that
Thank you,
later. Yes, thank you very much for sharing that. Turned away on the leg side by Proctor. He'll pick up another single as Anderson strays onto Proctor's pads. He goes to 20, 45 for no wicket. But it's hard to convey to somebody that, was too young to remember CFAX, the excitement of waiting for the page to tick over
Yes.
and thinking, have we got another wicket? Because you couldn't just access it like you can now, either hear us or have it on the interweb. Vasconcelos attempts to drive, and again he's looking for that gap through extra cover, and it finishes up going off an inside edge back down the pitch. And there's no run. But when it said 1 of 2 or something, and you just wait for it to tick over, and yes, we got another one out, or yes, somebody's got 50. Fantastic. Now, they are moving Matthew Montgomery in a bit closer at short mid-wicket, catching position. Anderson in, bowls and turned away off a mixture of bat and pad down behind square on the leg side. They will pick up another single, so the third single of the over. Takes Vasconcelos to 22. He keeps the bowling. Proctor is 20. Northamptonshire 46 for no wicket. Still 330 runs behind.
18 gone, 19 to go tonight. They would dearly love a wicket. Derbyshire in conversation with Brooke Guest now, and then Wayne Madsen joins in holding the 2 fielding helmets. There's a lot of milling about going on again.
Oh, yes. Shouldn't we have a drinks break about now? Have a look at the ball or something.
I think we probably should, but she is going to continue from the city end.
Haven't been anything like enough interruptions this afternoon.
No. The longest interruption was when poor old Harry Conway hit himself in the head with his bat.
Oh, wonderful.
Which might have been on somebody's bingo card, in all honesty.
Yes, well, if Harry's batting, anything is distinctly possible.
Around the wicket, Bashir to Ricardo Vasconcelos. And he comes, gives that some flight, and is pushed out into the offside by Vasconcelos towards Martin Anderson, who's fielding at cover. Extra cover, really. Short leg and a slip, the close catches, as this next one is wide of the off stump and goes wider and left alone quite correctly by Vasconcelos to go through to Brooke Guest. Familiar hop at the start of his run-up, and then a ball that is defended into the offside by Vasconcelos again to Martin Anderson. Backward point. Cover and an extra cover, and a man on the cover boundary as well. Mid-off is a little bit more than halfway back. Mid-on is halfway back, and there's a man down at deep backward square leg. As in comes Bashir once again. Bowls, and that one's left alone. One that goes on with the arm would be useful in those circumstances, but Vasconcelos spotted the spin. Turned away from the left-hander, of course, by the off-spinner. As Bashir bowls, and that's smothered by Vasconcelos and played back to Bashir. Last ball of his over, the last ball of the previous over, went for 4. Vasconcelos on 22, Proctor on 20. Here comes Bashir again and bowls, and he's driven, and it hasn't got past the cover, who is Harry Kame. And it's a maiden over for Shoaib Bashir, his second 5 overs for 9.46 without loss. Northamptonshire with 18 overs to go. Vasconcelos 22, Proctor 20. They trail by 330.
2 spectators, I noticed, possibly deciding to give it best. The gentleman walking down the steps, stand at the far end of the ground as it goes past 5 o'clock. So in years gone by, it would have been going home to listen to Down Your Way with Brian Johnston at 5:15 on a Sunday afternoon, as we used to do. But I suspect it's not that now.
Unlikely, I would have thought.
Yes, for any number of reasons.
Yes.
Anderson will continue. There is a certain amount of sort of little discussions and consultations going on. The field's starting to head a little bit into funky territory with a leg gully. Short mid-wicket. As Anderson is in, bowls outside the off-stump to Proctor, who lets it go. It's always a question of whether teams decide for Proctor to have a leg slip or a leg gully. Derbyshire have gone here with a leg gully. They have 2 slips, and again, as we saw this morning, it's a sort of first slip and then a 4th or 5th slip. Here's Anderson. In and bowls to Proctor outside the off stump. Proctor leaves alone. Ben Smith having a walk round the boundary. Derbyshire's batting coach, formerly Northamptonshire's batting coach, formerly coach at Oundle Town. Used to do quite a bit of summarising for us on BBC Radio Northampton way back. Northamptonshire born, of course, in Corby. Here's Anderson down the leg side and left alone by Proctor, taken by Brooke Guest, skipping to his right. For a while there was a bit of a tussle as to which of the 2 Northamptonshire born players, Mal Loy or Ben Smith, would score the most first class hundreds. They were tended to be neck and neck for quite a long while. I think probably Mal went ahead in the end, but 2 fine players. Taken on the pad as he pushes forward Luke Proctor, but I would imagine it pitched outside the leg stump, with Anderson coming over the wicket to the left-handed Proctor.
Ben's walking around with Alex Hughes, Derbyshire analyst, former player.
I was going to say, I remember him offie, wasn't he? Off spinner.
Sort of medium pace stuff. Yes, I think possibly the best way to describe yours.
On leg stump and turned away by Proctor to the man. I say leg gully, he's probably gone a little bit deeper than that, really. He's almost like a backward square leg. Just roughly between the batsman and the square leg umpire.
Hughes, one of the few players who knows what it's like to play for Derbyshire at finals. They won 11 of them, in fact.
Here's Anderson in and turned again by Proctor straight to the man at backward square or deep leg gully or whatever you want to call it. End of the over. Proctor is 20, Vasconcelos is 22 and Northamptonshire 46 for no wicket with 17 overs remaining, but Northamptonshire still 330 runs behind. So, as you mentioned earlier, Fletch, they're going to have to bat all day tomorrow, assuming we get a full day in, because even if they bat all day, they might just about wipe off the arrears, but if they have a very good day, but it's going to have to be Brigadier Block all the way.
That teletext on your phone is very, very accurate, because it currently says Northamptonshire are 46 without loss, and that's exactly what they are. Good effort. Anyway, Bashir on his way in to bowl to Vasconcelos, who's thrusting forward, hits his front pad. Just for a moment there was a water bottle lying on the outfield because Ben Aitchison's taken a huge drink but hadn't quite finished drinking it before Bashir came into bowl, so we just dropped it behind him. That's got to be 5 penalty runs
Yeah,
if it
would be,
hits it.
wouldn't it? Yes. Every little helps.
As Bashir is in again, this one is defended by Vasconcelos. Yes, I quite like that very teletext.
Just to see that tight
Okay,
face again, it
yeah,
would be
very good.
little things that make a difference to your life.
Yeah.
That's super. Thank you for sharing that.
Pitiful, really. Here's Bashir, bowls to Vasconcelos, who pushes this one out with the bottom of his bat into the offside towards Harry Kame, who gets to work on the ball.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Fletcher, of course. But
What a game at Wembley, by the way. Rochdale.
who are they playing?
Well, Rochdale are playing Boreham Wood. Boreham Wood, the only team in the playoffs who hasn't actually played in the Football League before. As Bashir is on his way in. Oof, that one does turn and it's left alone by Vasconcelos. Rochdale were 2-0 down, came back and scored a last-minute equaliser. They're into extra time, and of course Rochdale went ahead in injury time against York City in the game. If they won, they'd get automatic promotion, and York equalised in the 117th minute or something. 100 and something like that. Ridiculous it was. As this next one is flicked into the leg side nicely by Vasconcelos for a single. Out towards Ben Aitchison. 23 to Vasconcelos, 47 without loss. Silly mid-off, no. Short leg. Changed his mind. Matthew Montgomery already taken one blinding catch that has been slightly ridiculed by no context county championship cricket, as that one is pushed back by Luke Proctor.
Why?
Well, I did find it. I only saw it because Derbyshire quite correctly replied to it. The original no context county cricket said bizarre dismissal off the bowling of Bashir. To which Derbyshire replied, "It's called bowling to your field." Caught it at short leg. It sort of hit his upper chest on the left-hand side and nestled into his hands.
Well, it's like you say, that's what you've got to fielder
That's why the short leg's there.
in for. There's an element of fortune if they, as
yeah.
we said, if they stick or they don't. But that the fielder is there for a reason.
Yeah,
Strange one. Oh well.
it's not like it bounced off his helmet or
No,
anything.
perhaps there's not much happening today. Now,
There might be at Trent Bridge.
yes, trying to keep their eyes open. Now, Martin Anderson has had a long conversation with Caleb Jewell about something or other.
She's had a long conversation with Wayne Madsen at the same time about something, so they are looking for a couple of wickets today, no question. Last 16 overs.
Anderson it will be, starting his third over, conceded just 3 runs so far. Round the wicket to Vasconcelos, who defends. Out into the offside, Caleb Jewell trots in from extra cover to field. So Northamptonshire have given a full day tomorrow. What, another 111, 112 overs to bat as a minimum. Of course, they're conceivable. Derbyshire may bowl more. But it's not impossible, but it is, as Fletch said, a big ask. Here's Anderson round the wicket. Played up to, again, Jewell at extra cover, and there's no run.
Any time you ask a team to follow on, it's asking a lot, isn't it? Well, the first innings lasted for 95 overs, and they'll have to bowl the thick end of 230 overs in a row if he goes to the end of the match.
2 slips as Anderson in bowls short, and noticeable that when Chappell and Aitchison were operating from this end with the new ball, they did manage to get, even on a surface that's fairly placid, a bit of little bit of extra bounce that unsettled both batters. That really died in the pitch, that short ball from Anderson.
More promising.
He's round the wicket. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who steers it into the slip cordon. Smartly fielded by second slip, and there is no run. Second slip, I say, he's the second slip fielder, but he's actually in it fourth, fifth slip, even four and a half, let's say. Split the difference. 47 for no wicket. In the 22nd over of the innings, here's Anderson in bowls, edged, and it's gone down. It was what Anderson was bowling for. It's gone to first slip, and it's been dropped. I think it carried.
Oh, yes.
I think it does say my roomy old eyes didn't deceive me. Vasconcelos dropped on 23. Saw a drop in the first innings. James Sales on 11, which I suppose did prove costly in that he made 46, but it wasn't fatal to Derbyshire's hopes of winning the match, nor, I dare say, will that be, but it's one that's gone down. Short, pulled away by Vasconcelos just to annoy the bowler even more. It goes down to deep square, and they jog through for a single. 24 to Vasconcelos, 48 for no wicket. That is the end of the over, so Vasconcelos keeps the bowling, but it means, in effect, Derbyshire have got to take 11 wickets.
Yes.
The bowlers will look at it that way anyway. 48 for no wicket, 24 to Vasconcelos, 20 to Proctor, 15 to go.
Wayne Madsen unable to cling on to that one. Flung himself to his left. And a bit to catch it. It's 2 drops in the match, though. It's not a huge amount. It's just when they happen, isn't it, really? The lift that would give everybody out there. First of 10 required. Now back to still 10 required, and Shoaib Bashir with a silly mid-off rather than a short leg. Vasconcelos, who turns that one into the leg side where the short leg would have been, and goes through for a single out towards Aitchison. Vasconcelos moves on to 25, 49 without loss. Bashi is getting a lot of support out there.
Naturally.
As Bashir is in, again gives that one a bit of air, and he plays it straight to short leg, does Proctor, who throws it towards the stumps. He might have been out of his ground. It didn't hit the stumps anyway. That is very much immaterial. Or as Joey and friends would say, a moo point. Here comes Bashir, gives that some air. It's pushed out into the offside by Luke Proctor.
Is that Lewis Rees giving
yes.
voice? Yes, thought it was.
Yeah, definitely Lewis Rees.
These pom-poms.
Yeah. He's at mid-on, halfway back, perhaps a bit less than halfway. Bashir comes in and bowls. Proctor plays it straight into the silly mid-off, Montgomery.
It does get warm in here, doesn't it?
Yes,
When the sun,
very.
when the sun starts to come around.
Yeah, why do you think I'm sitting on this side? Years of experience.
Yes, it's schoolboy error on my
It
part.
just doesn't quite cover us the television gantry above us. As this next one is left alone by Proctor. Turns away from him. He knew it was going to, and therefore he left it alone quite correctly. Trying to work out who's gone off over there on the far side. Looks like it might be Hayden. As Bashir is in again and bowls, and that one is defended again by Proctor. Even Shoaib Bashir's gone a bit quiet. 7 overs for 11 he's bowled now. 25 to Vasconcelos, 20 to Proctor, 49 without loss, trailing by 327. Restricting runs is important because it means they will have all day tomorrow. They've got to score 100 runs a session.
Yeah.
And when they're going at 2 and a bit, they're unlikely to do that. Northamptonshire, so we'll pretty much have all day.
Well, Anderson will continue, having done his part absolutely to perfection in the previous over. Found the edge.
We're
but-
still on.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, goodness, for that.
But the catch going down. Here's Anderson trying again. Bowls to Vasconcelos, but he's in behind that. Playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. So, for Northamptonshire, as we said, almost this time last night when Sales was dropped, it's a case of making sure that it proves as costly as possible. Vasconcelos, a couple of hundreds this year already. Round the wicket, short, and Vasconcelos pulls down to deep backward square. There is a man guarding the boundary down in front of the T20 dugouts. A single takes Vasco to 26 and brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire. Greeted with a claim around the ground. Now for Proctor, we're back in the territory of leg gully, backward square. It is a catching position as Anderson bowls outside the off stump and Proctor lets it go through to the keeper. Vasconcelos had a difficult couple of years, really, some would say, since he was appointed captain back in 2022, and it didn't take long for him to decide it wasn't really for him, and he handed it over in mid-season. But he was telling me during the previous game, as Anderson is in bowls, a big appeal for Obido, that was close and it's out. Well, we could give that from here. Proctor pushing half forward but didn't get a stride in, and well, Anderson was denied a wicket in the previous over, but he's got one now, and he's got Luke Proctor, who for the second time in the match is out for 20, and Northamptonshire one down, 50 for 1. Proctor goes LBW to Martin Anderson for 20.
Yeah, just reward for Martin Anderson, who did create an opportunity in the previous over that Derbyshire couldn't hold on to. Now he picks up the first one, and that will just lift them ahead of the final 13 overs or so that remain today. You would have thought they're all getting around now and having a drink and geeing each other up.
It's interesting with Luke Proctor. We were saying about the, as you were talking about Martin Anderson and the fact that one big innings is sort of doing the heavy lifting a bit in terms of his average. Well, Proctor this year for Northamptonshire obviously had the 261 not out down at Canterbury. But other than that, 0, 13, 13, 21, 20, 20. So he's got a few starts,
Yes.
but 20 seems to be the sort of the danger score a bit for the captain at the moment. 50 for 1. It brings...
Well, look who it is.
Yes. Well, doesn't seem 5 minutes since he was
But he's
out
thrilled,
there.
thrilled to be coming out to bat again.
Well, at least he's not out quite as early as he was yesterday when he had to come out in the third over.
Just sort of replay, potentially outside the line.
Really? I mean, it
It looked good.
it looked good from
Yeah,
here,
the naked eye was good,
but we're not absolutely behind the line. Well, we'll have a little look at that at some point. But you've got it there, Fletch. So-
that was a 4. I'll get there in the end.
Well, Harrison having a briefing from Ricardo Vasconcelos, but Calvin Harrison could say with some justification, it's all right, sunshine, I was out there for 5.25 hours in the first innings, so I've got a reasonable idea of what's going on.
I seem to have stopped doing them on this particular website. I've got a Lewis McMahon. I know what no, that shouldn't make any difference, should it?
Well, Anderson to bowl his first ball to Calvin Harrison, and Calvin Harrison, my goodness, there's no short leg. If there had been, he would have been in business, because that just got a little bit big on Harrison. As we've said, a few from this end have, and it just popped up off the splice of the bat. Might just have dropped safe, but Forward short leg might have felt they were in business if they'd been really tight in there. But there isn't one in. 50 for 1. Important little spell this. Last 13 overs of the day as Anderson is in bowls and Harrison defends up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. And that's the end of a successful over for Martin Anderson. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. Northamptonshire 50 for 1. Vasconcelos is 26. Harrison yet to get off the mark. Now, if these two are still there at the close, Northamptonshire will think, yeah, okay, we've got a chance. If they lose one, probably just about live with that. If they lose a couple tonight, then I think Derbyshire would very, very much fancy their chances tomorrow. Of course, the other fun thing to bear in mind is that we may, at some point in the next hour, be heading into night watchman territory.
Yes.
Which will almost certainly
be Harry Conway, hasn't
well,
it?
it will almost certainly be Harry Conway. Yes,
Here we go.
done it a time or two this year. So
Marvellous. If he's recovered from the blow to the head.
self-inflicted
It
wound.
must be very difficult to give him a concussion test and start asking him questions. Rory Hayden's back. 5 overs for 11 at the start of the innings. City end. He's on his way in now to bowl to Vasconcelos, who pushes this one out into the offside, where it's fielded by Mitch Wagstaff, who's on the field in place of Caleb Jewell, who's just making his way around to the dugout to have a little sit down before he comes on at the end of the over. Last 45, that's how long Lewis Rees thinks we're going to be here. 12 overs and 5 balls remaining. He probably won't be too far short. There's Hayden with 2 slips. He's in, and that one is defended by Vasconcelos straight back down the ground. And there is no run. Yeah, the website that usually has the in-play clips does not have the in-play clips of the second innings.
Ah, I've got it here.
Oh,
Let's
have
have a
you?
look.
Excellent. I'll leave it to your judgment.
Marginal, but I think just about.
Yeah,
It was close to hitting outside the line, but I think umpire's call.
Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Vasconcelos. Yeah,
It was definitely hitting. It's a question of whether he, as you say, whether he just managed to get himself outside the line. Maybe. Proctor was just having a little look before he tore himself away from the crease just to see where he'd got. And it was tight. It was closer to being outside the line than I must have been. I thought it was with the naked eye, but I think might have reviewed it. Might have been umpire's call as it was given out on the field.
Next delivery is defended by Vasconcelos. Looking at it, I don't know if I can see the stump there, I'm not sure. But anyway.
It's very tight.
Very, very tight. We'll take it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll have that one.
But as you say, with Anderson having had a catch dropped in the previous over, it's hard to begrudge him a bit of success.
Rory Hayden to produce one of those magical deliveries that he has in his armoury. He's on his way in around the wicket to Vasconcelos, who drives, and it's nicely fielded by Mitch Wagstaff, moving to his left at cover. Bashir thought that was going to be slightly more than just a routine stop, moving to his left by the look of his slipping his hands on his head now. Just simply can't help himself. Showing the ball to the umpire. They might have to snip something off it by the look of it. A little bit of string come away. Probably the time at which I always say, playing village cricket, I used to love a cubed cricket ball. Pick up some good wickets with those.
If you don't know what it's going to do.
Well, the pros don't seem to like it, do they?
No.
Hayden bowls, and that's defended by Vasconcelos. It's the onside this time, up towards Lewis Rees. Final ball of a maiden over, his second. 50 for 1 it remains. Vasconcelos on 26, and Calvin Harrison yet to get off the mark, having faced just 2 deliveries. Northamptonshire trailed by 326.
At Chelmsford, Essex needing 177 to win to beat Hampshire, and 94 for 3. So, again, you would say Essex strongish favourites. They were in a spot of bother early on. Kyle Abbott nipped out the first 3, and they were 40 for 3, but Allison and Critchley, Pat Critchley, of course, formerly of this parish, have dug in. Anderson down the leg side and taken by Brooke Guest. Calvin Harrison has a cursory swish at it, doesn't get very close to it. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 124 for 2, needing another 159 to win. Against Somerset, that would be a serious feather in Glamorgan's cap if they can get there. Mesa Tribe just gone to his 50, 51 not out, having been, it appears, dropped.
Not much of a birthday for
Early
Anthony,
on.
is it?
No, it's not so far. Forward goes Harrison, plays it up to mid-on, where Lewis Rees fields and there's no run.
I would love to hear the conversation down in Wales with the 2 elder statesmen of county cricket. Edward Bevan and Anthony Gibson. That would be just sit there and listen to them.
Wouldn't it be wonderful? Come on to doings at Trent Bridge in a moment as Anderson bowls, and Harrison was trying to play at that one down the leg side, and I don't think he was very far away from it. They've got a leg slip in, so that clearly is the plan, and it very nearly came good, because it was dangerously close, I would suggest, to Calvin Harrison's gloves. Anderson in again to bowl to Harrison this time. Solid in defence, plays it back down the pitch and there's no run. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 31 for 1 in their second innings, so they're still a handful of runs behind Surrey. Hasib Hamid wasn't a great game, out for 12. Off for rain at Hove, as you mentioned. Leicestershire 154 for 4 in their second innings against Sussex. 52 runs ahead.
There are worse places for it to rain.
True. Cut away by Harrison. That ball is a little bit short from Anderson. It's going out towards the boundary. It won't get there, and they'll settle for a couple. They've really run hard. They might have got 3, but they didn't. 2 to Harrison, 52 for 1. At Edgbaston, Yorkshire set 449 to win, are 51 for 3. So they have rallied a little bit. Here's Anderson. Bowls to Harrison, and Harrison pushes it up to extra cover, where Harry Kame fields, and that's the end of the over. 52 for 1. Vasconcelos 26. Harrison is 2. Northamptonshire have lost Luke Proctor, LBW, to Anderson for 20. They are still 324 runs behind, and we have 11 overs remaining. At Bristol, Gloucestershire 208 for 6 in their second innings against Kent, 206 runs ahead. Cameron Bancroft, who opened, is still there, 79 not out. But wickets have been falling at the other end. Durham 87 for 1, just need another 56 to win against Worcestershire at New Road with 9 wickets in hand. So just a question whether that finishes tonight or goes a little bit into tomorrow.
If you're staying in Worcester, you'd want it to go into tomorrow.
Indeed.
Here comes Rory Hayden from the City end, bowling to Vasconcelos, who defends that ball straight back to the bowler. They can't work out how to throw it to polish. He gives it to Caleb Jewell.
Yeah, nice spot. We should be there in the T20 second round of matches on the Sunday. Double header. Women's and men's teams playing.
We're definitely there, but I can't remember when. In the championship, I think it might be one of the games in September.
I was going to bow down to the statue of Elgar, of course, in the city centre. Seriously.
Next delivery is defended by, funnily enough, I've never spotted it. Vasconcelos plays that one up to mid-on.
Well, Mrs. Rad's coming with me to the game this year. She's never been to Worcester, so I've said it's a gorgeous place to visit, particularly to watch cricket. So she's going to come along and have a look.
Last game of the season, Derbyshire, there. Title decider.
It could be. We're there back end.
Here comes Hayden, some ball to Ricardo Vasconcelos once more. That defends it again back to the bowler. This time he tosses it to Harry Kane. I was happy with the way that Caleb Jewell had polished it, so he's given Harry Kane the responsibility. He gives it to Lewis Rees, who's generally the polisher.
Second week in September.
Yeah, not long before us.
Away to Worcestershire, and the following week home to Derbyshire, Montage Road, and then finishing up away to Middlesex at Lords.
Hayden in again. That one is clipped into the leg side by Vasconcelos to Harry Kane this time. There's 3 of Derbyshire's last 4 matches are away from home, including the last 2 as they get to work on the outfield here.
Well, Darren Lehman was telling me for the interview that will be going out the cricket show about the fact that he had plans when Northamptonshire do go to Middlesex in September to make sure that the younger players are in the squad, even if it's an extended squad, so they get the chance to see what Lords is like.
Hayden bowls left alone by Vasconcelos. Good leave by the look of Wayne Madson's reaction.
He said they may not play,
No, it's
but he wants them there to get a taste of playing at the home of cricket.
Not even if the bowlers just have a go out on the on the pitch in the
Yeah.
morning, just to accustom themselves to the ridiculous slope, which I had no idea was as big as it is until I walked across the outfield, nearly fell over. Although the slope at Canterbury is slightly larger.
Yes, it is.
Comes Hayden again, bowls, that's left alone again by Vasconcelos. Couldn't get his bat further away from his body if he tried. Hayden completes his 3rd maiden, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 11, 52 for 1 Northamptonshire. 10 overs to go. Vasconcelos has 26, Harrison has 2. They trail by 324.
Tight game in the women's ODI up at Chesterley Street. New Zealand all out for 210. England are 100 and, just wait for that to tick round. They just lost another wicket. 168 for 7 in the 38th, so they need 43 off 12 overs and 5 balls. So that, face of it, shouldn't be that much of an issue, just over 3 and over. But they've only got 3 wickets in hand and 2 lower order batters in as started a fresh over to Anderson, and it's steered away by Calvin Harrison down towards the 3rd man boundary. Again, it's not quite going to go. It's reeled in just in front of the members' pavilion, and they come back for a couple. Harrison to 4. Northamptonshire to 54 for 1. Harrison was excellent in Northamptonshire's first innings, 107 in 5 1/4 hours. 269 balls. Now facing Martin Anderson over the wicket down the leg side. The leg slipper's gone, but again Harrison trying to just get a little tickle on it, down to fine leg, but doesn't get anything on it. Vasconcelos 26 off 95 balls in the game when he got 100 against Worcestershire, 50 off 106 and 100 off 195 balls, and had a chat with him afterwards about that. Here's Anderson in bowls and Harrison defends up towards mid-on. Jewell comes across from mid-wicket to field because Vasconcelos, as we know, likes to get after the bowling, and I asked him if he'd ever got a 106 ball 50 before, and he said, well, no, probably not, but it's time. One thing that he's picked up from Darren Lehman, you have to park your ego and go team first, and that's what he did then, and that's what I'm sure he's trying to do now. Again down the leg side, again Harrison trying to get something on it, again he doesn't, and again Brooke Guest takes 54 for 1. But Vasconcelos was saying, and was quoted around, that he was in a happy place now. We were saying earlier he has had a bit of a rough time the last 2 or 3 seasons, but he said he's enjoying his cricket sort of domestically. He's enjoying life, and which is good to hear. Driven a little bit uppishly by Harrison. He's going to get 4 runs for it, I think, as he spanks it back past the bowler. It is 4. It was in the air for I don't know, 2 or 3 yards probably, maybe a touch more, but it didn't carry to Anderson in his follow through, and Harrison picks up 4 runs. He goes to 8, 58 for 1. Anderson ready to go again. 1 ball left in the over. He's in and bowls to Harrison, and Harrison defends up to Rees at mid-on, end of the over. 58 for 1, 26 to Vasconcelos, 8 to Harrison. And Northamptonshire have 9 overs to negotiate today. And as we predicted some time ago, that's going to take us to round about 6:15, 6:20, something like that.
That might be the end of Martin Anderson. We've got Zach Chappell going through all his various stretches. Mid-off, Rory Hayden to continue from the City end. Anderson's bowled 6 overs, 1 made and 1 for 13 in this spell. And having said that, Bashir's also warming up now.
Sensing his opportunity. Well, he'll be saying, the sun's gone behind a cloud, we'll be off bad light if I don't bowl.
Here comes Hayden to bowl to Vasconcelos, who defends it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Caleb Jewell, who did actually bowl the ball back to a teammate when he was getting it back round to Martin Anderson before. It would be something if Caleb Jewell bowls. I don't think he's ever bowled in first-class cricket. Harry Kane's bowled 12 deliveries, I think. Wayne Madsen no longer bowls. And Hayden is on his way in again. Vasconcelos pushes it again to Caleb Jewell, who picks it up and hurls it to Brooke Guest, who gives it straight back to him.
Ben McKinney and Emilio Gay look to be taking Durham close to victory at a bit of a canter. 113 for 1. They only had 20 overs. And they need just another 30 to win against Worcestershire at New Road. So they may have to talk themselves onto another night in Worcester.
Emilio Gay, who plays for the team that's currently run by the new chairman of selectors to be, and the England captain, as this one is defended by Vasconcelos out into the offside to Caleb Jewell again.
Yeah, I asked Darren Neiman about that, and he thought it was a decent appointment. He said not least because he has the experience of having played for, I think, is it 6 counties?
He's played for a lot of them. Yeah.
So he had no qualms about that particular appointment.
Just looked up to the sky there. Reminded me I must watch The Simpsons again. Here comes Hayden in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who turns that one into the leg side. I'm not sure he's got the legs to get all the way to the boundary. Harry Kane is giving chase. Gets to it now, puts the slide in as they so often do, and keeps them down to a couple. Nice work from Harry Kane, 60 for 1.
Unfortunately, I've spent a good part of the afternoon thinking about Dave Griffin's pie that he was talking about at lunchtime.
Yes. Yes.
It's a thought, isn't it?
And it just... In comes Hayden again. That one's played straight back to him by Vasconcelos. And as a consequence, there is no run. Yes, David Griffin was telling us he's having pie for tea.
With all the trimmings.
Well,
Not sure what that constitutes
what
exactly.
trimmings you get with a pie.
No, that's what I was wondering. But knowing Griff, it'll be something substantial.
Oh, yes. And no, he won't be hungry for an hour or two after that, I wouldn't have thought. 60 for 1. Hayden into Vasconcelos. Flips it into the leg side, and that is a drop. From Shoaib Bashir, a backward square leg. It did carry, and he's looking to the heavens now. Vasconcelos is living a charmed life. It's the second time he's been dropped. This time by Bashir. And he's made a further 5 runs since the last time he was dropped.
Yeah, 23 and 28. Well, maybe you might be thinking by now it's his day. Having gone out for naught in the first innings. And we're going to see the return of Zach Chappell. Bowled 4 overs for 14, having shared the new ball with Rory Hayden. And he's going to bowl from the racecourse end as the sun returns. Comes out from behind a cloud. Lewis Rees, hands in pockets down in front of us at mid-on. 2 slips and a gully, so more conventional slip cordon.
Bashir's been banished to deep backward square leg.
crumbs.
Off you go. Go away and think about your actions.
You haven't just let us down, you've let yourself down. 60 for 1. Harrison facing Zach Chappell, and that again gets a little bit big on Harrison, but he plays it pretty well. Off the back foot out to Jewel at deep point. Gets a single. 9 to Harrison, 61 for 1, and already Chappell, as we saw in that opening spell, just putting it in, putting the effort in. And you were saying earlier, actually not unknown to have one of those little spells when he's digging it in. I'm not suggesting at all that that's what he's bowling now, but he did get it with the ball. That obviously was new when he opened up. It's getting a few to bounce a little bit.
To move Martin Anderson. That's left hand, right hand. That's why they've moved around. Forget that. Carry on.
Well, they're moving. Yeah, they're moving in Caleb Jewell into the position where Shoaib Bashir dropped him during the previous over down at backward square. Slip in the gully. Chappell in. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who defends. Up to Harry Kane coming round from mid-off. 46 balls left in the day's play. I think we shall get them all in because it's sunshine at the moment. Again, we've been very lucky with the weather. The first 3 days of this game, and the forecast was not great, and it may be that we get a full day tomorrow as well. Here's Chappell in, bowls to Vasconcelos, who defends back down the pitch, or as much of tomorrow as is necessary. Which, from a Northamptonshire perspective, I hope is 96 overs, but Derbyshire, of course, will have very different ideas.
It's definitely got Worcestershire flashbacks. Worcestershire was 68 for 1 going into the final day.
Northamptonshire 61 for 1, 7 and a bit overs to go. Chappell in bowls, and Vasconcelos again defends up to Harry Kane coming in from mid-off, who the second ball running sends in a throw to Brooke Guest, just to keep things busy and energetic out there, which is never particularly easy at this stage of the day. Chappell. First innings was so accurate, 15 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 17. The wicket of James Sales first thing this morning. Chappell in bowl short, pulled away by Vasconcelos. Down on the bounce to Caleb Jewell at deep backward square. Down in front of the dugouts. And it's another run to Vasconcelos. He goes to 29. Northamptonshire to 62 for 1. Sounds like a typewriter, didn't it? It sounded like about flashbacks. It took me back to the old days of the press box.
With the video printer on.
I believe the racket that there used to be in the old press boxes, was it, when everybody was typing at this time of the day. Here's Chappell in, bowls to Harrison, who gets his head over the ball again, plays defensively back down the pitch. Chapel Fields, end of the over. 62 for 1, 29 to Vasconcelos, who's been dropped twice, 9 to Harrison. We have 7 overs left in the day's play.
So Derbyshire now need 12 wickets. Just makes it that bit harder. Wasn't an easy chance for Shoaib Bashir. He had to sort of dive forward, but he got there. As a result, you would expect he'd take the catch, but couldn't quite hold on. Bit of milling about going on again. Madson's had a word with Zach Chappell about something, and now he's having a long-range discussion with Rory Hayden, who's going to continue from the City end. Is he having a penalty shootout for the right to play in the Football League? That's what it's come down to at Wembley.
Crikey.
As Hayden is in, that one's defended by Vasconcelos out into the offside, where Caleb Jewell will pick it up once it reaches him.
That Rochdale and Boreham Wood.
Yeah, would have missed their first one. Rochdale have scored. Obviously, if there's a League Cup tie, I'd much prefer to go to Rochdale than Boreham Wood. I was there with Burton this season. I mean, it finished gloriously in a 5-0 FA Cup win to set up the game against West Ham. I wouldn't miss it if I never went back again. Wayne Madson's doing some pointing now, and nobody is moving. He's pointing to the other side, and nobody's moving. And now he's moving closer, because this conversation is happening at 50 yards. And he eventually brings Matthew Montgomery from point to mid-wicket. Everybody needs to go round one. He's being very precise with his field placings here, is Wayne Madsen.
Leg trap.
Yeah, well, yes.
Like Fred Root.
Backward. Well, it's a leg gully, square leg. This one is defended by Vasconcelos. Man close in at catching mid-wicket. Couple of slips as well. And Bash, who was told to move round a bit, has moved round a bit. It's deep backward square leg, but he's nearly 20 yards in off the boundary as it stands. Boreham would have missed another penalty. This is good news. And here comes Hayden again. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who defends this into the leg side, along the floor, picked up by Kame and running in from mid-wicket.
Well, Boreham Wood, I suppose, is probably the nearest football club to Merchant Taylor's School, I
Yes, not far.
suspect, not too far
not
away.
far away at all. Yeah.
Well, you could kill two birds with one stone there.
I'd rather not go to either. If it's entirely necessary. Here comes Hayden again, bowls. Vasconcelos turns this one into the leg side to the square leg.
Yes, as I've mentioned before, when the fixtures came out, because we always look at, particular fixtures that you want to see when they are or where they are. Both the head coach and I separately, first thing we looked at was where are we playing Middlesex away? Have we got a fourth successive year at Merchant Taylor's School? And the answer, thankfully, was no. We go to Lords for the first time in 8 years.
Well, one of your former players sorts the fixtures out. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Vasconcelos towards Harry Kame.
Come on, Forders, give us a break.
Supercomputer.
No, it's no disrespect at all to Merchant Taylor's School, but it is nice to play at Lords, obviously, and Northamptonshire haven't been there for a while, so looking forward to it.
2 helmets brought on now, just to slow things down a touch. Still 6 overs to go, and this is the final ball of the over. So we have to have 2 helmets brought out. One of them is for Matthew Montgomery. And the other one is going to be put behind Brook Guest.
Well, at the moment, Derbyshire is fielding directly behind Montgomery at
I'm not sure what
forward
he's doing
short
there,
leg.
really.
No, he's
Sure
he's not. Oh dear, it's an expression that says, "Where am I supposed to be?"
Hayden bowls, defended by Vasconcelos, end of the over. Another maiden over for Rory Hayden. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 13. 62 for 1, Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos 29, Harrison 9. Northamptonshire trailing by 314. Rochdale have won that game on penalties. A very poor shootout, I think it's fair to say, by 3 penalties to 1. Boreham Wood only managed to convert 1 of their 4 penalties that they took, and Rochdale had a 100% record. So welcome back to the Football League, Rochdale, along with York City.
Was I reading somewhere that National League North next year, with which of course Brackley are in, they've been relegated from the National League to National League North, Brackley being in South Northamptonshire. They are in North, and it involves trips right up to the northeast. And
Carlisle as well, northwest.
I think Oxford City
Yes,
are also
they were in it this year.
Yeah, in National League North. So some
absolute madness. The
serious
North.
trips there. Here's Chappell, starting a fresh over, short to Harrison, who ducks underneath it. 2 slips and a gully, forward short leg. Harrison just doing a bit of bending and stretching. He'll need to soak in a bath, I should think, tonight. He's been out there for a good chunk of the day. In innings lasting 5 hours, 17 minutes, 269 balls for his 107, one of the slower championship centuries for Northamptonshire, although I say, because of the state of the record's a bit difficult to say with any great certainty. That next ball finds him on the back foot, punching it up to extra cover, and there is no run.
You thought about your victim for this evening?
Well, I mean, I have thought that Harrison was the obvious one to do. Whether
If he's not out, that's
but if he's not out, no. Well, I'd rather not do it if he's not out.
No,
So
I don't like speaking to not out, but unless it made 100.
yeah, I might, as I did last night, leave it to the coach. And we had Lewis, and Lewis McManus, who spoke very well, as he always does. Here's Chappell in, bowls and flashed away by Harrison, sensing a bit of width at last, but he cracks it straight to Caleb Jewell at point, and there is no run. A couple of yards either side. He probably would have had a boundary. So yeah, we'll see what we get. James Sales, perhaps.
Yes.
Batting coach, Greg Smith. There's possibilities. Here's Chappell in bowls and defended back down the pitch by Calvin Harrison. I just need to be here early tomorrow because I've got another interview to do for the cricket show tomorrow night. And
Well, you say early.
well, I know it's all relative because you and Griff are renowned for being here
I've
early.
beaten him twice this week,
Gosh, well done.
which is unheard of. I think he might be getting under his skin a bit.
Well, I've also got a live piece to do at 9:30. I should be into the breakfast programme tomorrow morning. Here's Chappell bowls short and Harrison ducks underneath it. Taken by Brook Guest. And at least we will be here tomorrow. Which,
No question.
well, yeah, I mean, I think it was always odds against it finishing today, but if they'd collapsed in a heap this morning and been bowled out before lunch, then I suppose we left Derbyshire with 2 sessions to try and bowl them out again, and they might have fancied the chances of doing that, but just 1 wicket down at the moment in Northamptonshire second innings. 62 for 1. Chappell in and bowls to Harrison. Harrison defends back past the non-striker Vasconcelos up to mid-on where Lewis Rees fields. And another over is chalked off. 5 to go. 62 for 1. 29 to Vasconcelos and 9 to Calvin Harrison.
At this rate, Derbyshire will need 9 wickets tomorrow, as they did against Worcestershire. You can see Shoaib Bashir return from the City end. 7 overs for 11 already in this innings. Chapel 6 overs for 16. Aitchison 4 overs for 5 has been used sparingly. Martin Anderson 6 overs 1 for 13. Rory Hayden 9 overs for 13. Each of the bowlers already has a maiden to their name. 13 of the 32 overs have been maidens. And Bashir will be bowling to Ricardo Vasconcelos with a slip and a short leg. Gives it a bit of air. Oh, he's back. The bash is back.
Of course.
Just seemed to keep a little bit low, that one, on Vasconcelos, who is probably best equipped to deal with the low delivery. He waits now as Bashir bowls to him. He turns that one into the leg side along the floor. Try to ignore the extraneous noise from Shoaib Bashir, which is good fun, but if you're not watching as well, you probably think all sorts is happening. It isn't really. As he comes in again around the wicket, gives that one a bit of air, and Vasconcelos defends it. Bashir races forward to pick it up. Walks slowly back to his mark. Ten people in the seat unique stand now on the far end of the ground. Here comes Bashir and bowls. That's defended off the back foot by Vasconcelos. He just goes for a little walk towards square leg. There's a lot of room there because there is a short leg as well.
Those that are still in the seat unique stadium at the far stand at the far end, they are the hardcore.
Yes.
Good for them.
I imagine it's quite chilly in there. Here comes Bashir again. That one is played a little uncertainly into the leg side this time by Vasconcelos. Every egg a bird. Bashir settles himself and now trots towards us, bowls a foolish delivery to Vasconcelos, who's able to negate any potential spin by playing it on the half volley, and the over comes to an end. Third maiden for Bashir, 62 for 1.
That women's ODI at Chester Street is really boiling up because England are, I think, might be just about favourites now. They're 190. The target's 211. They're 195 for 7 with 6 overs and 3 balls to go. Charlie Dean and Lauren Bell have put together a really handy partnership. And
Burton Borg, Charlie Dean.
Ah, well, there you go.
Well, yeah, but I can't find any kind of connection. It always says in all the everywhere you look that Charlie Dean was born in Burton, but I think they must have been just passing through.
Here's Zach Chappell in bowls and hits Calvin Harrison high up on the thigh pad, maybe a bit of inside edge as well. Either way, they didn't appeal. I don't think Ben Smith had a great connection with Corby, to be honest, but I suppose it's quite obviously the family lived, I believe, in one of the villages just on the border there, and there's some lovely places on that out towards Market Harbour that way. Beautiful.
Must have lived there for a while. Her dad played for Staffordshire.
Okay. Here's Chappell. Bowls to Harrison, who covers up, pushes it up to Rory Hayden at mid-on, and there is no run.
She was educated at Portsmouth Grammar School and took 5 wickets on their debut for the boys' first 11 in 2017. I bet that went down a storm.
Oh yes, I bet that was a few remarks there. 62 for 1. 3 overs and 4 balls remaining. Bright sunshine, shadows lengthening. Chappell in bowls to Calvin Harrison, who goes onto the back foot, defends back down the pitch. The shadow of the floodlight pylon immediately to our right, just next to the main scoreboard, is almost stretching as far as the umpire at the bowler's end. Here's Chappell. In again, Bowles, and Harrison once again defends back past the bowler. And there is no run, 62 for 1. Well, Lewis Rees doing his best to get everybody up and energetic for these last few deliveries of the day. Chappell is in, Bowles, and defended again by Calvin Harrison. And there is no run, back to the bowler. So, I mentioned about Lewis McManus having faced, 304 balls in the game against Lancashire, first game of the season. Well, Harrison's now faced 296 balls in this game. Chappell is in, Bowles, and he drives pleasantly, but only as far as Harry came at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 29 to Vasconcelos, 9 to Harrison. And Northamptonshire 62 for 1 with 3 overs to go. They are still 314 runs behind.
Can they get one more? Durham have beaten Worcestershire by 9 wickets.
It looked as though they were on the charge there.
Extend their lead at the top for the time being. Well, they only got 268 runs in their first innings. Their bonus points won't be as good as some, but the victory points will make a huge difference. And Madsen has a chat with Derbyshire before he begins the next over.
Durham now on 91 points from 5 matches.
Been seasons when Derbyshire have only been on 91 points. Bashir in and holds. That one is defended by Vasconcelos.
So at the moment they lead Middlesex by 23. Middlesex up to second on 68 from 5 games. Northamptonshire obviously depends what happens here. Were they to get away with it tomorrow, 9 points would put them on 74, so they would be back up to second place. Lancashire 4th on 63, Worcestershire 5th on 60. Of course, if Derbyshire win here, they would be up to 53, put them up to 6th above Kent.
Bashir bowled. So he's bowled him. He's got one as Vasconcelos went to cut the ball. It was might even have got a bottom edge onto the stumps.
I think so.
He went to cut it, and he's still standing there. He cannot believe what he's done, Ricardo Vasconcelos. They do get a second wicket this evening, Derbyshire. Vasconcelos goes for 29. Northamptonshire 62 for 2 now, trailing by 314.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the replay, but my feeling was there was a bit of inside edge, bottom edge involved in that as he tried to give himself a little bit of room. And Vasconcelos goes after facing, 119 balls for his 29 runs. Just a momentary lapse in concentration proves fatal as far as Vasconcelos' involvement in this game is concerned. He's never the quickest at getting off, as you know, Ricardo Vasconcelos. But even by his standards, he's having to drag himself off.
It's got to be on that.
And we do indeed have a night watchman.
Incoming batter, Harry Conway.
And it is Harry Conway in this night watchman.
Said with glee by Jane, I thought there.
Yes.
A little bit of glee in her voice, I thought there.
To the delight of all and sundry. As I say, he had a very good performance with the bat against Lancashire when he and Lewis McManus put on
Big bottom edge.
60 for the last wicket, yeah. And he was then night watchman in the second innings of that game against Lancashire when he did see it through to the close, but went very soon following morning. And he seems to be the go-to night watchman for Northamptonshire.
Don't mind that.
Well, he's a competitor. That much we.
Well, he wasn't out in the first innings.
No, well, as I say, he went 4 matches, but 7 innings last year without being dismissed. He's only been dismissed twice this year. There we go. Knee bend, jumping around.
Well, he came out windmilling his arms around, which was very encouraging, I thought. There's a silly mid-off and a short leg, a slip and a leg slip as Bashir bowls to Conway, who drives straight into the shins of the man at silly mid-off. I'm fairly sure that one is, it is Matthew Montgomery. So in its short leg, it's Caleb Jewell, Madsen at slip, and then the leg slip is Ben Aitchison. Big job here for Harry Conway. 3 balls left of the over. That one is fired in at him. And again, he hammers it straight into Matthew Montgomery. He just walks away and looks at the blade of his bat. He taps it. That's clearly a superstition.
Yes, it must be, mustn't it?
Because he's done it again. He walks into the leg side and taps the next door but one pitch. Just to have a little think. Turn round and come back, which he has done. And then comes Bashir again. Balls. Oh, that one almost sneaked under his bat. Kept low. He's down on it quickly, though, Conway, and he does well to keep it out. 62 for 2. They're bringing in the man from the square leg boundary, who is Martin Anderson. Going to put him at leg slip, and they're going to have 2 slips. So they surround. I mean, you really should get a single here to protect protect Harrison. I'm not sure that he will, though, as this next delivery is kept out again. It's difficult to tell whether it's keeping low or not, really, but just the way that he bats. He survives. 2 overs to go. 62 for 2. Still trailing by 314. Harrison goes for a chat with his unexpected batting partner as they discuss both. Interestingly, they discuss Zach Chappell and Wayne Madsen.
Chappell's eavesdropping. What's all that about? Oh, it's lovely. So if Derbyshire win here tomorrow, they will have 53 points. They will move ahead of. Well, it depends what happens to Kent and Gloucestershire, of course, because they are still doing battle at Bristol.
That one looks like it'll finish in a result.
Yeah,
2:30 the lead, 8 down, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, so it could go either way. Northamptonshire.
Concertina's everything together.
Yeah, well, if Northamptonshire lose here, they will have just the 1 point, of course. So they will be 66 from 5, 2 behind Middlesex, 3 ahead of Lancashire. Here's Chappell in as the sun disappears, bowls to Harrison, who turns it away through mid-wicket for a single, so they get the single to get Harrison off strike, which is the object of the exercise, really, and it does leave Harry Conway potentially with 5 balls to face. I may be putting the mockers on him here and putting my head in the lion's mouth, as it were, but I would tend to prefer Conway facing a seamer than facing Shoaib Bashir. But
nicely done, if I may say so. And Derbyshire, of course, the only team without a win so far this season in the second division, which is why it's doubly important that they pick up the maximum. Oh.
Short ball, and Conway ducks underneath it. And if Conway ducks underneath it, it must have been fairly short. And he's rather pointedly coming down the pitch and doing a little bit of gardening well into Chappell's half, just to make the point. 2 slips and a gully, forward short leg. Conway with 4 balls to survive in this over, potentially. And 1 more over to go after that. Here's Chappell in and bowls to Conway, turns it out on the bounce to forward short leg, who underarms the ball at the stumps. Misses. Conway, I don't think, had left his ground anyway.
There's a little dance, though, which was good.
Of course, yeah, naturally. It's known back in South Australia, I'm told, as Peaches, and I'm not quite sure why. But 2 of our made some really good sort of online friends out there since Darren Lehman and Harry Conway have been at the club and sort of follow their fortunes. Here's Chappell in, bowls, and Conway keeps that one out, plays it up to Came at extra cover, and there's no run. And Cream McSween for Nathan McSweeney,
So you've got peaches and cream.
and peaches and cream, exactly.
I was just hoping it was nothing to do with sticking your backside out the back window of a double-decker bus or anything like that.
Well, as I say, I'm sure somebody at some point will tell me, and it may be that it won't be something that I'll share, but we'll see. 2 balls to go in the over. Here's Chappell in, and bowls full. Good attempt at a Yorker by Chappell, but Conway digs it out into the offside. So Conway, 19 balls survived in the first innings. 8 survived here so far.
He's seen batters do that, hasn't he?
Yes, you see.
And he's no idea what he's doing. I don't
Seen them
think.
do it on the telly when
Yeah,
they come
I've
down
seen-
and have a little.
I've seen them do that. I think I should be doing that. I'm batting at 4 here in the county championship.
So the last ball of the over. Chappell bowls to Conway, who lets it go eventually. Outside. Oh, no ball called. So he's going to have another one to face. Northamptonshire up to 63, 64 for 2, 65 for 2.
It
Get
should be
there
65,
eventually. Yeah, 65.
Yeah.
There we go. Get there eventually. Well, the contributions gratefully received. Northamptonshire still 3-11 behind. 2 slips and a gully. Forward short leg. Sun behind the cloud as Chappell runs away from us. To bowl to Conway. Short, ducks underneath it. Goes through to Brooke Guest. So it means that Calvin Harrison will have to face at least part of the last over of the day, which will be bowled by Shoaib Bashir. 65 for 2, Harrison 10. Conway yet to get off the mark, but has used up 10 deliveries. And at 6:15, so we were about right, we arrive at the last over of the day.
Yes, we have a maximum of 6 deliveries left till September, when we'll have 6 balls left when the regulation changes. I'd have changed it this year, but
Yes.
hey ho,
Yes.
it's absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah, it's daft, isn't it?
Yeah, benefits the batting side. So Shoaib Bashir to Calvin Harrison, who's on 10, 65 for 2. Thank you. Somebody wants them all in. It's the dangers of hanging a microphone out of a window, I'm afraid.
Yes, we get it at Northampton, as you know. It's, eavesdrop on a few conversations if you really wanted to.
Bashir bowls, full delivery to Harrison, who plays it straight back to him. So it's a slip and a leg slip and a short leg. And then a catching mid-wicket. We're now going to have a catching cover as well. Extra cover moving in Martin Anderson. Here comes Bashir. In and bowls. Back goes Harrison and gets the single he craved, which means that we will have potentially 4 deliveries involving Shoaib Bashir and Harry Conway, which is the perfect way to end the day. Fewer than 4 would be ideal, but 4 would be a good way to end the day. There's
Yes,
all sorts of fielders coming in now.
You don't know, in terms of our commentary, whether we're currently answerable to head of sport or head of light entertainment with these two. in opposition.
Two slips, a leg slip, a silly mid-off and a short leg. Conway has for company as Bashir comes in and bowls to him, and he leaves that one alone. And then sort of moves his front leg right the way into the leg side and fronts up Bashir. Van Aitchison has his hands on his head. He's going to crouch down now because here comes Bashir once again. 3 to go. Bowls, and it's pushed. Well, that's 3 times he's hit Matthew Montgomery now. I suppose it's an occupational hazard as far as Montgomery's concerned if he's going to field at silly mid-off.
The birthday present will be some bruised shins, I think.
Yes. Some better protection. 2 to go. Bashir in and bowls, and that's kept out by Conway, by hook or by crook. They shall not pass. 66 for 2 then as we reach the final ball of the day. at some point soon when everybody's ready. Conway's not. And in fact, Bashir's going to come around the wicket. Conway's had a chat with the invisible man to the right of Caleb Jewell. And here comes Bashir. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's going to dry his hands first. It is all theatre, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're not ready. I'm not ready. Conway goes for a walk into the leg side again and taps the pitch next door but one to the one we're playing on. Looks to the changing rooms. Bashir actually has cooled down to such a degree. He's just bowled a ball to Lewis Rees at mid-on. I think, he's going to recheck his guard now. Of course he is. Magnificent.
He hasn't played here before.
And, if you stand there, here he goes. He settles over his bat now. Last ball of the day. As in comes Bashir and bowls to him, and he keeps that one out and then marches off with his bat under his arm. Brilliant. Brilliant from Harry Conway. 13 deliveries he faced as a night watchman. 14, I beg his pardon. And Northamptonshire close day 3 on 66 for 2, still trailing by 310 runs. But Derbyshire, perhaps most importantly, will need 8 wickets tomorrow. The forecast has improved. I'll just have another look at it just to make sure that I'm not seeing things. It's been a really good day again for Derbyshire. The weather for Monday, according to the Met Office, rain stops by 8 o'clock in the morning and does not return. We could have a full day's play. 96 overs to get 8 wickets. And that's the length, the number of overs that Northamptonshire will have to bat to survive.
Yeah, which will be a tough ask, but Calvin Harrison, well, as I say, he's now faced exactly 300 balls in this match, 269 in the first innings, 31 so far in the second. He will be back tomorrow morning, as will we.
Well, yes, contractually obliged, so we'll be back.
It's Northamptonshire 66 for 2, still 310 behind, but, well, as far as the Northamptonshire faithful are concerned, where there's life, there's hope.
Indeed. It could be a thrilling day's cricket tomorrow, and if you get the chance, why don't you come along? We'll be here, just in case you can't. Just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll see you then.